The Opie and Anthony Show on XM 202, featuring Opie, Anthony, and James Norton.
What to do with this? What? What is this? Garbage! You know what? I can't take this anymore. It's an awful, awful radio show.
We're really, really mean-spirited, evil people who can't see the good in anything.
Off the air, let's say racist things to each other.
All right. Hold on.
And really turn them off.
Excellence in broadcasting.
Our anus.
What? Again? Oh.
Our anus.
What?
Stop. Enough about the anus.
This is hurtful.
This is hurtful. No one wants to hear this on their radio show.
Come collapse on our floor. It's just potty mouth day.
You may feel shame, but all the same, you're never to blame.
Opie. Anthony. Jim Norton.
You guys ready to laugh?
It's gotta be the greatest thing ever.
I'd sooner have a water drinking contest.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Man, do we have a lot to do today.
Oh, wake up.
Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up.
Hi.
Good morning and welcome to the Opie and Anthony Show. I want to thank TMZ.com for the audio of the day.
Yeah, that's a good one. Alec Baldwin.
Oh, you blew it. You
Why?
blew it.
Were you going to say who it was? You should have told me. You should have told me don't say who that is.
It's all right.
Oh, no.
Everyone's going to know it's Alec Baldwin by the end of the day. I was just going to play it and then have a cute little game. Guess who this is?
Guess who this is? Kind of in the news, though.
We can still play it.
Where's the news? People don't know crap until they tune into our show. Do you realize that? Yeah, we tell people stuff every day.
Let's play the game anyway.
It'll be fun. No one will know.
No one will know, even though I just said it. No one was listening. They're still groggy. Someone hit snooze.
It's so funny you just said it's in the news, but see, to a lot of people, they went to bed around 10, 11 o'clock last night. Their alarm clocks are going off, and they're getting actual info from you and I.
From us. Scary indeed.
We get to tell people stuff for the first time. See, when we were doing afternoons, that's why we kind of did more of a goof show, because all the news was already done.
It was already out there. Everyone knew it.
So it gave us plenty of time for strippers and drinking.
Just think if we were irresponsible broadcasters, the fun we could have goofing on people with fake catastrophes and other things that are against FCC regulations. Imagine that. We just get on every day with a new fake catastrophe from around the world.
Speaking of which, I might have to pay $5,000. Ugh.
Uh-oh.
I'll get into that another day.
Oh, boy.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. Good morning. Our phone number...
Mere bag of shells.
Phone number is 1-866-313-FREE. This is Alec Baldwin. Great. Well, it's coming in like crazy. It's low as hell. Something is wrong with the audio. Can hardly hear it. Audio's very low. What's that problem? Does anyone know the problem with the audio? On our end, it was clear as day. The meters were fine. Everything was fine. What's the problem with the audio? Someone tell me what's wrong with the audio.
Someone said the XM side was having a problem.
The XM side?
Yeah.
Regular radio got it?
That's what I was reading.
Why would that happen?
I don't know. It's out of phase, maybe. Remember that whole thing?
Did you hear it on regular radio?
Yeah. Is that all that matters?
Yeah. Because we'll play it unedited over there anyway.
Okay. And other people said audio sounds okay on XM.
Wait. You mean it's got to be recorded a certain way for it to play on XM, right?
And then it says clear on FM. I'm getting it that it's clear on both sides.
I got a lot of instant feedback saying it was really, really low.
Turn it up.
And some of the guys that are pretty reliable. Not just some fake name that comes out of nowhere and trashes the show. Boy, I wonder what that is. What do we got? E-Rock's got.
Oh, E-Rock.
Yes.
I just heard it on the delay, how the FM would hear it and how it would go through XM. It sounded fine.
Okay.
All right.
Well, some people maybe got to get the wax out of their ears.
I don't. Something's going on because too many people writing in. But anyway, there you go. Alec Baldwin leaving a message for his 11 or 12-year-old daughter.
Yeah.
A little pissed off.
I think she's 11 is what they're reporting, but he kind of doesn't know. He don't know. That is a guy who is talking to his daughter over the answering machine with nothing but the thought of his wife in his head.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like he's talking to a little girl, his daughter, like he should be talking to his ex-wife. That's not the way you talk to your little girl.
It is.
That's horrible.
It sounds awful. I don't like his daughter. Just on that message, I'm already siding with him.
Really?
Yes. I really
Because she apparently wasn't taking his phone calls.
Yeah.
You know the mother's probably just filling the daughter's head with stuff. It's textbook divorce crap when a kid is involved. What you do is you badmouth the other parent. That's exactly what happens.
You know what? I got to interrupt you because I know you're going to go off on something here.
No.
I'm sitting here going, how would you know this crap? You hate kids. You don't want to be married and all that. And I'm like, oh, my God. This is going back to you as a little fella.
I was Lil Anthony.
A little fella.
When my parents got divorced.
Way before the goatee and the well-kept hair.
Oh, yeah. Yes. I was just a little mess. A little ragamuffin is what I was.
I'm sitting here like, you're an expert on a lot of things, but how are you an expert on this textbook divorce crap?
Oh, the divorce was just like, I guess when you reach a certain age, it's still traumatic, but at my age at the time, and it lasted so long, like I wish my parents either didn't get divorced or got it over with. Because I told the stories before. They just were at each other all the time. And the divorce thing kind of just lingered on for what seemed like forever as a kid. And then, you kind of... I'm sitting there thinking about the situation and just wishing, like... And I remember thinking to myself, oh, my parents can't get divorced. Like, that can't happen to me. Like, so it won't happen. No, I know that. And I'm rationalizing in my little head... I'm only like I guess 8 years old when like that whole thing started. Maybe even 7 because I realized they were just arguing all the time. And I'm like, oh my God, what if they get divorced? No, don't get divorced. Oh, but they won't because they're my parents and that can't happen to me. And then one day, Mommy called us in to the room and told us to sit down. And she had something to tell us.
Oh no.
And she started with the whole preface of, I just want you kids to all know that this has nothing to do with you. It's not your fault. Like she read something, how to tell kids that you're getting a divorce,
Divorce for dummies.
Yeah, divorce for dummies. That's what my mother was reading. Divorce for dummies.
Make sure you sit down your kid.
How to tell your kids. Make them sit down. Make sure you reinforce that it wasn't their fault. So, she's just telling us it's not your fault. She goes, and then she kind of like popped it out almost in a happy way. She was like, I just want to tell you kids that me and your father are getting a divorce. Like if she puts it goes up at the end. Everything's fine. The house is on fire.
She presented it like a kid's show.
Yeah, it was. It was like a kid's show. It was like one of these things where they bring kids in and you explain things to them.
Is it true she was dressed as a clown with floppy shoes?
Yeah, floppy shoes that exploded at the end with a big exploding cigar.
With all sorts of distractions, balloon animals and stuff.
I don't know. She told us and then had to run out and go to work. That's what
really?
I remember my mom doing, too.
And then you guys had to just sit around at home by yourselves just kind of getting really sad.
We were latchkey kids.
Yeah.
And then we just played this over and over again.
You are never to blame.
We aren't, Mommy?
You are never to blame.
Yeah, but I kind of feel like maybe if we were more quiet and...
You are never to blame.
Okay. Well, what do I have to look forward to for the rest of my life?
Are you shook up? Are you nervous?
Yeah, I guess I am.
Just a little bit.
Maybe that's why I was a little scaredy cat my whole life. I don't know.
Were you a scaredy cat?
I was a scaredy cat. I was scared of everything. I told you that story. I was like, Mom would leave. Remember back in the old days when your parents would just leave you in a car? It was okay. And roll the windows down like you're a cocker spaniel or something, and just roll the windows down a little and go, I'll be right out. And then leave the car running.
And she would get her nails and hair done.
It doesn't
You're
matter.
out there for hours.
You're just sitting out there for hours. And kid time is like you tack on 3 more hours of what it feels like.
Just collecting candy from all sorts of creeps.
That's it. They're coming up to the window. Hi. It's like a friggin' smorgasbord for perverts. They walk around the parking lot taking their choice of kids. I'd like something a little darker than you. No, I'm going to move on to this. Oh, that's a pretty girl.
Yeah.
It's just awful. They would leave you in the car, but rarely anything would happen. You know, you're just kind of in the car. But apparently one of her bosses had seen her and wanted to see us. I guess he had seen her walking into the store and talked to her. And she goes, oh, yeah, my kids are in the car. And he was like, oh, well, I'll say hello to them. So he comes by the car, and the windows are down a little bit. And he walks over and knocks on the window. At which point, like, my brother turns around and my sister turns around and looks at him. I looked and went, ah! Mommy! I lost my mind. All these images of this guy kidnapping us and stuff went through my head in a split second. I was petrified.
I was a crier as well growing up.
Just a nervous little Nelly.
We're so alike. I mean,
Mary.
We've said it over the years, but first day of kindergarten, I was the kid Mom had to pick up 5 minutes later.
Oh,
I was that kid.
Oh, at least you got picked up.
I was that kid.
You got picked up. With me, it was like prison. She walked me in and didn't tell me what was going to be happening.
Yeah.
So she goes, it's your first day of school. You're going to kindergarten. And I'm dressed up in a little, like, suit. Like I'm going to be making business deals in kindergarten. I'd like to sell you some insurance.
Those pictures are hilarious. We gotta get them back up on the website. Anthony dressed up in little suits as a kid.
Suit and tie. What am I doing?
Suit, tie, and wild hair.
And wild hair and a briefcase.
Yeah.
What the hell do I need a briefcase for? So it's like my first day. I'm going into kindergarten, and Mommy's with me, like she has been since I was born. You know, Mommy's always there to help out. So she walks me up to the front door of the elementary school kindergarten class, and Ms. Mulder, my kindergarten teacher, comes to meet me. And now I'm starting to think maybe Mom knew I was a little faggot crybaby and called up in advance and said, look, I'm going to the door. You meet him. Like there had to be this whole thing planned out. So she meets me at the door and takes my hand and goes, hi, Anthony. We're going to go inside and color and do fun things. And I remember this distinctly, too. So I'm like, that sounds great. Me? Mama watch me? This is going to be fantastic because now I'm under the impression that Mommy follows me in.
Yeah, this is like a vacation from life, you're thinking. This
I'm
is like
finally out of the house, me and Mom.
This is your first vacation, you're thinking.
Right. Me and Mom are going on vacation to this place where you color and play with glue.
Well, to a kid, that's like going down to the Caribbean and drinking some beers and
Club
looking at
Med
babes. Right?
with Mom.
It's Club Med for little kids.
So Ms. Mulder, she was from Holland. She takes my hand and starts walking me towards the classroom. Now, I look back, and I see those school double doors, close and makes that noise.
Like a prison cell.
Yeah, and Mommy's on the other side of the doors, I notice. She's kind of looking at me, and I got my head over my shoulder, and it's all, you know, you get a little kindergarten brain. It's all coming together now. I'm going, wait a minute. She's out there. I'm in here. I don't know this Miss Mulder woman from a hole in the wall. She's dragging me further away from Mommy. Now I look, and Mommy turns around and starts walking away.
Oh, no.
I lose my mind again. Where I'm now, I break away from Ms. Mulder, and I'm pounding on the door. I'm like Dustin Hoffman in The Graduate. Elaine! Mommy!
No, what's weird about this whole story? You had the same reaction your first day of marriage.
Yes, exactly. What'd I do? Mommy! Mommy, help me!
Well, Mommy couldn't help you because you were 30 years old.
I was already 30 and married. I wish Mommy could have helped. Oh, it was horrible.
You wanted Mommy to come by with some coloring books.
Yeah. So she obviously left me there, and well, things kind of worked out. But the divorce thing, yeah, she gave us the speech, and that was that. You know, but then for a few years there was this just back and forth bad mouthing of each other. You know, I'd go and visit Dad, and he'd bad mouth Mom, and vice versa.
They would talk to each other through you guys, right?
Yeah. It's like, what's your dad doing now? Oh, so how was your weekend with Dad? Oh, it was fun. You know, we went to a bar in Mineola, and I sat and ate peanuts, and I was able to throw the shells on the floor. Oh, that's great. Good. A weekend of drinking. That's your father. I'm a kid. Could you stop?
Do parents realize what they're doing to the kids when they do that?
No, not at all.
Because to bring it right around, because we got to take a break, Alec Baldwin, I mean, these two have been going at it for years. I mean, these stories have been in the paper off and on for many, many years. And obviously, he really needs to talk to what's her name there? I forgot what. Kim Basinger.
Kim Basinger.
He obviously has a lot more to say to her, but I guess there must be some kind of restraining order,
or she just never answers the phone.
Right. So now he is beyond frustrated to the point he's taking it out on his daughter. But like you said,
that's how you talk to your ex-wife.
He's basically talking to his ex-wife. Yeah,
your 11-year-old daughter.
So
creep. And how nice is it, by the way, that NBC is getting all this crap? How nice is this?
Oh, that's another
we'll get to that after the break.
Mm-hmm.
I think we started that whole thing. So TMZ.com. Thanks for the audio. We're going to try to get a better copy, and we'll play it again sometime this morning. But there you go, Alec Baldwin talking to his 11-year-old daughter.
What a sweetheart! Lots of Father's Day cards in his future, I'm sure.
Oh my God,
that's going to hurt him with visitation and everything.
Oh yeah,
they already took that away.
Yeah, that was
they temporarily have taken his visitation rights away.
When he said
for May 4th,
when he said he's going to come there, fly there, and straighten her ass out, it was a threat. Well, they of course her side is going to be like, well, that's a threat, and with the school shootings and stuff, we have this type of thing. He can't see her anymore.
Yeah. All right.
Creep, though.
Hey, we're getting warmed up. We'll have more on the Alec Baldwin thing. We'll play the audio just in case it was a little too low for everybody.
And Traveling Virus tickets going on sale today at 9 o'clock. The pre-sale was a smash success, to say the least.
Smashing.
Yeah, I can tell you guys this much. Jones Beach sold out of the pre-sale tickets. Now the rest of the tickets for the Jones Beach show goes on sale with all the other cities today. Also, the only other location to sell out, although we did very well in just about everywhere else, Mohegan Sun also sold out of their tickets. And Fareed's been telling us, man, we work for a bunch of Citadel stations. He's like, dude, they love you up here. We can't wait to have you. And he was right. Mohegan Sun sold all their pre-sale tickets. Don't get confused. The shows aren't sold out.
Right.
Just the limited amount of tickets we put on sale yesterday. And now it's on sale for everybody starting at 9 a.m. this morning. Right?
Yep.
Boston also did well.
Except D.C. starts at 10. That's the only difference.
Okay, D.C. did really well. Homedale sold almost 1,000 tickets yesterday in pre-sale. And Philly, that's the one we're all looking at like, oh, boy, please behave. We ended tour in Philly this year.
Yeah.
That was also very good. Philly was also very good.
Absolutely. WISP really supporting the O'Day Traveling Virus. Boston supporting it. A lot of the stations supporting it big time. So, Jimmy, what's the info there?
Well, it goes on sale on Ticketmaster today. You can search on Ticketmaster for Opie and Anthony. and Traveling Virus, whichever one you want to. And we have some really great live. We forgot to mention that Mencia, Carlos Mencia, somebody asked me about him. He's going to be on the shows in Boston, Detroit, and there was one more I should probably know offhand. DC. Okay, yeah. DC, Boston, and Detroit. Those are 3 shows he will be appearing on.
Yeah, we've been on in D.C. off and on for years, and we're finally doing a real event down there. I can't wait. I can't wait for all the shows, but D.C. Is one of the ones I'm really looking forward to because we haven't really hung with those people yet.
Yes, and Lynch is doing Jones Beach with us, and there's a couple. We may have Lewis and Brian for something too. We just don't know what shows yet.
Yeah, it's still coming together. We're going to add some more comedians, and I was in contact with Buffalo yesterday, man. I want us to be in. I want us to go to Buffalo with this thing badly.
Yeah, we have to.
So we're trying to figure it out. I mean, we're just blowing up in Buffalo, and I think it would be a great market. It'll be the first time we've been back there since TNA with O&A. So I think we need to go back there. So hopefully they'll work out those details in the coming weeks.
Oh, I'm sorry. PNC, Lewis Black is at. He's on the list.
Right.
I didn't notice that. Lewis Black is doing PNC with us.
Well, all the lineups and all the info is up on our website, okay? And also on the MySpace that is safe to go to. You go to MySpace/Opie and Anthony, and all that info is there as well. Yeah. And, all right, we got lots to do. We're going to talk about what Jimmy kind of hinted at about the tapes and the news that we started yesterday. We're getting some credit in the papers about that. We made a New York Times article. And as we go to break, some sad news. Oh. This is very sad news. You should listen closely. One of the cities that is listening to us right now, live.
Right now.
This is your last day listening to the Opie and Anthony show.
Oh.
This is the last day listening to the Opie and Anthony show. Maybe we should play American Idol. And then, line up all the cities.
Yeah.
And then slowly but surely tell which cities are safe.
Which cities are safe. You are safe.
But if you're hearing our voice live right now, you may not be hearing us after today.
Mm-hmm.
One city is going away.
Bye-bye.
Starting Monday.
Bye-bye.
New York, you're safe. Sit down. Sit down, New York. Sit down.
New York, you can take a seat. Yay!
Only 24 more cities to go. They're all lined up.
One is going.
One city will not hear us starting Monday. It's the Opie and Anthony show.
Hear what everyone else is talking about. O&A Uncut and Live, continuing the show on XM Satellite Radio starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. Visit xmradio.com to subscribe.
It's the Opie and Anthony show. It's the Opie and Anthony show on XM 202. Opie and Anthony!
You're checking out the Opie and Anthony show. For one city, this will be the last day of the Opie and Anthony show. We're losing one of our cities today.
Bye-bye.
Our
Adios.
phone number.
Au revoir.
1-866-313-FREE. Let's say hi to Jason. What's going on, Jason?
Hey, bud.
What's up?
Hey, Pittsburgh dropping it?
What?
Is Pittsburgh dropping?
You think Pittsburgh is the city we're losing?
Yeah.
Gonna have to wait till a little later on this morning to find out. Could it be Pittsburgh? Jason asks. Dave in Syracuse, what's going on?
Good morning, guys. Love you. Love the show.
All right. What's up, Dave?
My hometown sucks. I know it's Syracuse that's losing, you guys.
Is it Syracuse we're saying goodbye to today?
Dave, a little worried that it might be Syracuse.
Come Monday, one of these cities will not be here in the Opie and Anthony show anymore.
Mm-hmm.
We'll tell you a little later, all right?
Thanks, guys.
All right. For one city, the O&A virus has been cured.
They found a cure.
They found a cure.
They've inoculated the city.
We'll let you know what city later on the Opie and Anthony show. Hey, we made the New York Times. I don't know if it's good that we made the New York Times, quite frankly, but
I don't like the way this person addressed it.
Because it's the tone of the article that is more of this phony news morality that doesn't get what we're doing here and got little details that they get wrong that is an attempt to get people in trouble.
Yeah, so we want to address this and, tell our side of this, and then we'll move on to other things. But New York Times today.
By Jacques Steinberg.
Yeah, let's get Jacques Steinberg on the phone today. Headline, Talk Radio tries for humor and a political advantage. And it starts right off the bat. Opie and Anthony, a radio show originating in New York that once broadcast the sounds of two people purportedly having sex. Basically, the first line of this is absolutely wrong.
Of course it is.
We never broadcasted the sounds of two people having sex. When are they going to get that right?
Purportedly having sex.
Purportedly.
Covered himself.
Barely, with a word most people don't understand.
By the way,
meaning of.
How's your research coming with the AIDS cure? Because mine's coming along pretty good. I figure once we cure AIDS, that will be taken off of every comment we have in the news, the same passing. Then it'll be Opie and Anthony, who, as you know, cured AIDS.
I'm almost there. I got beakers in my apartment.
Yeah, mine are bubbling.
And I got, monkey carcasses hanging from the ceiling. I'm almost there.
Almost there.
Yeah, I'm figuring out some different type of formulas, so... purportedly having sex at St. Patrick's Cathedral did not take long to try to extract some humor from the massacre at Virginia Tech on Monday.
I don't like that line either.
Nope.
Did not take long to try to extract some humor from the massacre at Virginia Tech on Monday. That's a little vague on what we were doing, what this bit that he's going to comment on now is all about, and the fact that we're extracting like there's nothing there, and they tried, and it's, he's already going into the insensitivity thing.
Instead of realizing the way we were attacking the way the disgusting media has been handling this whole thing, he does that, because, again, he's a part of the media.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Jacques Steinberg obviously doesn't listen to the Opie and Anthony show. This was brought to his attention. He probably got a little audio clip. This is what usually happens, a 15-minute bit that we did one day this week.
Jacques Steinberg.
I don't know.
Where is my yarmulke?
Yeah, he's not going to talk about how we were beyond outraged all week. He's not going to talk about how we just took nothing but phone calls day after day, talked to people that knew some of the victims, talked to people that knew the shooter.
Yeah.
The outrage we have for the media for showing the video manifesto. Ignoring all that and just focusing on one bit we did. Just after 8:30 a.m. Wednesday, the show's two hosts, Greg Hughes, Opie, and Anthony Cumia, Anthony, staged an on-air reading of a play that had been written by the killer and posted on the internet. Titled Richard McBeef.
Richard McBeef.
The play is a tale of betrayal, murder, and child molestation.
The guy, he writes about this like he's reviewing a Broadway show.
Like it was a work of Shakespeare. No, Romeo and Juliet was a tale of something. This was just crap written in a childlike cadence by a pseudo-adult.
It was drivel from an immature murderer. And we read the script with various characters from the show because it stunk. It was an awful play.
Absolutely. So we decided to act out one of these really awful plays. Yeah. Titled Richard McBeef, the play is a tale of betrayal, murder, and child molestation. Subjects that the two hosts and a supporting ensemble approach with little melodrama.
What were we supposed to...
We supposed to give the garbage this jerk-off wrote like it was a real work.
We weren't respecting the works of Cho.
We made fun of him. That's what we did. And that's what the media should be doing. That's how you should be painting this kid.
Yeah, not with video manifestos and rambling letters and this fake news. Let's try to figure out what was in his mind instead of the sensational presentation of a murderer talking after he's dead. That's the only reason that was played. What we were doing is putting him in the light he should be put in. A lunatic, weirdo, jackass, immature, selfish bastard that killed 30 people, over 30 people, including himself.
He wasn't mysterious.
Yeah, get over it.
Powerful figure. He was a little jerk-off who snapped. He had mental problems, and he snapped. He was a self-centered little brat.
Yeah, his own grandfather's coming out today saying that he's happy he's dead, right?
Yeah.
Beyond happy, but Jacques isn't going to talk about all that other angles and ways we talked about this horrific tragedy.
No, I am Jacques. Quickly, I must get to temple.
Approach with little melodrama. When the production was over, they cheered themselves with cries of "Bravo, bravo!" before being interrupted by the clatter of what sounded like automatic gunfire.
And we didn't cheer ourselves with "Bravo, bravo." We have to correct him again. It was the sarcastic slow clap that every stupid teen movie does after some drippy nonsense happens. That's what that was.
It was beyond sarcastic.
Of course it was.
Beyond sarcastic.
And then it was "Bravo, bravo, author."
Right.
Calling the lunatic out onto the stage, where he then eliminated the cast of that horrible play, which was us, and himself. Nothing about the victims was ever goofed on or in this segment, which this guy kind of hints to that it was. Why don't you get the details right, you jerk off Jacques Steinberg? This is how things snowball and how people get in trouble in this day and age. Were you trying to get us in trouble, Jacques? You want to start the next Imus thing? They're not going to sit here and take this phony, half-assed excuse for journalism.
You kidding me? There's so many people out there that are trying to get the next, Imus.
Oh, of course. They want to be the next newsbreaker that goes, hey, that guy that got fired? That was me.
And what happened?
Started that one rolling.
And what's scary, this is how the media frenzy starts, because now anyone else reading this, they're not even going to listen to our explanation. They're not going to search out the audio to see for themselves. Because it's in print, this is exactly what we did, and we were making fun of victims.
Right.
Which is just so far from the truth.
You're a lousy journalist. Do your research. There's nothing that makes me sick more than a lazy journalist.
Yep.
A lazy reporter.
You're lazy, Jacques.
And automatic gunfire. What, too much? One of the participants could be heard saying in a broadcast heard in New York on FNY, which is owned by CBS Radio. See, even getting the little things in there. Just in case you're outraged, this station is WFNY FM, and it's owned by CBS Radio. He's already trying to set this up for the next media frenzy.
Mm-hmm.
And then someone said, a little bit. Someone responded, not enough time's gone by. Careful.
See, I don't like the way he doesn't have to catch the tone of the show in that one either.
Right.
Yeah.
And he knows what he's doing. No one said, oh, God, why'd you do that? We're in
Careful. Hey, careful.
And then, of course, the article goes on, but basically says only a week after Don Imus was fired for making a racially and sexually charged aside about the women's basketball, blah, 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 his former colleagues across the spectrum of talk radio have wrestled with how far they can go in sounding off and even mining for a few laughs on the violence at Virginia Tech. Some of the most prominent hosts, including Rush Limbaugh, Michael Savage, and Neil Bortz.
Neil Bortz.
Neil Bortz is in an article with us. Have shown little restraint. And then it gives some other examples. Speaking on Wednesday on his syndicated program, which is heard on more than 600 stations, Mr. Limbaugh argued that future tragedies could be prevented by a law banning political correctness.
Can you back up 1 second? You missed the way he glitched. Unless he addressed it later in the article. But he said this, after all, is an incident in which many of the themes often serve as grist for those hosts and their callers, including immigration, gun control, and the aggressive coverage of national media. NBC, and then in parentheses, NBC initially broadcast the suspect's multimedia manifesto. Is that all he says about NBC, or is it a little bit more?
Yeah, the outrage should be all about NBC today, and our papers are definitely showing that, which is very cool to see.
Just the fact this lazy dummy, focuses on what we did improperly, and not the disgusting ratings-grabbing thing NBC did. Just shows you how biased and how out of touch a lot of the media is.
How about writing what we did since this event happened? What we've done, talking about how the media has handled the victims and their families atrociously, how they've pumped up this murdering crybaby to hero status for any lunatic out there that's watching their program, playing it over and over and over again. You couldn't watch the news yesterday. You couldn't watch the TV because they were breaking into programming on regular TV shows to show that idiot's face and insult the families of the victims.
And they promoted it for the next morning.
Yeah, promoting it for the next morning, and we commented on that. We bashed the hell out of him yesterday before any news organization even picked up on the fact that people were getting pissed off that they were running this footage of this lunatic. And when we read the likes of Richard McBeef, if you're not familiar with it, it is a tale of betrayal, murder, and child molestation, as per Jacques Steinberg. Oh, I will make some matzah au poivre. Jacques Steinberg.
That's up there as far as weird goes.
It's a little odd. But just comment on that. Take it out of the context of the entire show that we had done. And try. Yeah, you'll be the next guy that breaks the next Shock Jocks Gone Wild story. Just shove it, Jacques. You and the rest of the media, the blood-hungry media. You're also holier than thou. And all of us on radio are just a bunch of clowns waiting to slip up so one of you sharp-witted journalists can pick us out and throw us to the wolves. Go F yourself. Go screw. You're not a journalist. You're a hack.
We got to get our audience together and unite. Because, when it does happen to us, hopefully we'll be able to at least fight back. We gotta organize the truth before it happens.
You ain't going to hear, I'm sorry, Jacques Steinberg.
Absolutely not. And then it goes on. Speaking on Wednesday on a syndicated, a law banning political correctness. This guy was sending up flares, Mr. Limbaugh said, of Mr. Cho, whose erratic and disturbing behavior had previously caught the attention of some fellow students and the campus police to no avail. Was everybody so concerned with the trumped-up global warming scare they didn't notice a real threat, for example? And how about this, Mr. Limbaugh added? The guy is Korean. He's Asian. How many people refuse to do anything about it or even complain about it because they would be tagged as racist? You think that was really going on?
I don't know. I think Rush pushes things a little far as the right, the whole right-wing thing goes.
I mean, it's coming out, all the signs were there, but then they've had the experts on TV the last 24 hours, and the experts are saying, well, what can you really do except kind of watch the kid,
Yeah.
There's not much you could do. You can't just kick the kid out of school and be outraged by, who knows, but especially his family and such, He didn't commit any official crimes, did he?
Yeah, no, you can't just boot him. That's the price.
That's what's frustrating about that type of thing.
You live in a free society, and mass murder is rare. But look, occasionally people snap, and you can't just because you think somebody might snap, arrest them. Unfortunately.
Very good. And then he continues: if there are copycats who get ideas from the constant playing of these video clips and photos, who's going to be responsible for this? He asked. It will not be the NRA. It will not be the fault of the gun that the next user uses, and it will not be the fault of talk radio. Of NBC, he said, let's set these people up, folks, for what might come after this. And then in an effort to link the events of the last 2 weeks, Mr. Limbaugh said the only thing that Virginia Tech and the IMA situation have in common is NBC. Mr. Savage, whose harsh comments about homosexuality resulted in his dismissal from MSNBC, sneered audibly as he referred to Mr. Cho as a senior in English, drawing out the word of emphasis and as...
what? Commandant Cho? I don't know what Mr. Savage was getting at there.
I'm trying to figure it out on the spot here. This kid was brainwashed over there, Mr. Savage said. Later he added that the only reason Mr. Cho was walking the streets was because liberal scum have for 30 years handcuffed the police and the people of this country and made us hostages in their drama.
I don't know how liberals tie into this unless he's talking about the lack of ability to do something once we knew, or once society knew that he was a genuine problem and not just a possible thing. Because the judge even said this kid's a problem and a threat. And maybe because people come out and go, well, he's got civil liberties. You can't just, maybe that's...
Maybe, all right. Well,
I love how these guys are like real serious talk show hosts, and they got to like make these comments, and they're serious when they say things like that. 30 years handcuffed, blah, blah, blah. And then Rush talking about, they would be tagged as racist. And then they take our dopey comedy show and throw in like our rendition of Richard McBeef.
Right.
Can you maybe see the difference?
Well, Neil Bortz.
What did Neil Bortz do?
Actually, Mr. Bortz, whose program is broadcast from Atlanta to more than 150 stations, suggested that some responsibility for the extent of the shooting lay with some of the victims, most of whom were shot in classrooms and hallways.
How did he do that?
When the history of this event is written, Mr. Bortz said Wednesday, we will have 25 students standing meekly waiting for this guy to execute them. Waiting for what? The government to come save them? Wow, Neil Bortz is insane.
What a douche.
Haven't you read the eyewitness accounts? People like holding the door and getting shot through the door. People jumping out the window
and blocking it with and one of the teachers having bullets ripped through him as he was holding the. What do you?
Yeah.
This faggot. What do you expect people to do when there's a guy shooting? Rush him?
I don't think Mr. Bortz knows what it's like to kind of be in that situation. Maybe you don't react like you think you would in a Die Hard movie. You know?
Right.
Asshole.
Where you slide across the floor.
Yeah. You're pulling all kinds of heroic moves. Maybe you just stand there with your eyes open wide going, oh, my God, I'm paralyzed.
Right. You can't do the Matrix moves in the middle of a school shooting.
Yeah, you're going
Sorry, Neil Bortz.
You're going to bullet time.
Right.
Like doing the backwards moves.
Man, he's not paying attention, and he's, supposed to be doing a real talk show.
What a scumbag.
All you have to do is turn on the news and hear just a couple interviews or read a little bit of the eyewitness accounts in the paper, and you realize these kids were jumping out windows, breaking legs and arms and such, trying to hold the door, closed as the shooter's trying to get back into classrooms.
I'd expect a comment like that out of the Greaseman.
No kidding.
When the lead started slinging, Grease Manelli hit the floor. I drew my own weapon and pow, pow.
And then the article ends. A few moments later, as it transitioned to a commercial break, Mr. Bortz paused to play a snippet of a pop song from the 1980s. His choice, Hit Me With Your Best Shot by Pat Benatar. That's just going over the top, trying to be outrageous.
But why is that not the lead of the story? That's a genuine scumbag remark. If that's taken in context, if he really said that history is going to prove that they were just meekly waiting to be shot, what do you expect people to do, man? Like, what would you do?
Yeah.
You really think that when you hear shots and you're cowering because there's somebody with a gun and you have nothing but a pencil and a stupid book?
You know what? I'm not going to be an idiot and judge the guy until I would have heard the whole segment.
That's what I'm saying, if it's in context.
Because the same thing could be happening to him in this article that happened to us, but...
why wouldn't it be? This Jacques Steinberg probably got it all wrong.
I'm sure a lot of people have played it out the last few days. Let's say someone comes into your work, God forbid, with an automatic weapon. What are you really going to do?
Mm-hmm.
You're not charging the guy. You're going to try to find some kind of cover right away. You're going to try to leave the office, leave your cubicle, leave your room, jump out a window.
People have always criticized groups of people that have been held hostage by one guy or maybe a couple of guys when you have a large group of people as to why there wasn't a rush, why you didn't just rush. And it takes a while because, like I said in some other situation, I think it was the 9/11 situation, there's always this hope.
Sure.
There's hope can be a very dangerous thing when you're at the end of a gun, the wrong end of a gun, or when you're on an airplane that is hijacked. And until the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania, when those people knew what was happening and knew there wasn't any hope that they were actually going to land and be just the victims of a hijacking, that's when they took action. So when something like this happens initially, you still have this hope, and the reality of your entire life is the context you're taking it in. So you're not a guy in the Army. You're not an action hero. You're a student. So you're hoping that this goes away. You're hoping it plays out that way. And the second the shooting starts, it's pretty much too late, So you haven't made a plan with everybody. You're just then scrambling like a scared rabbit trying to get out of the way of danger.
And there's no elected leader.
Right.
So what happens is a guy walks in with a gun and he didn't take him hostage. He just started firing.
Starts shooting, yeah.
So what a group of people who are not a group, they're a bunch of students, are supposed to acknowledge is we are going to charge this guy. All of us are going to, because if 3 of us do, we're dead. All of us are going to charge, and let's be honest, the first 5 or 6 of us will be popped. What 5 or 6 students are going to say, you know what, I'm willing to be shot for the rest of these people instead of just ducking and hoping we're all.
And you make a really good point there. What you're hoping for in a classroom is that everyone has the exact same idea at the exact same time.
Right.
You don't have a leader that just goes, charge. You all have to think that in your own heads at the exact same time. That's the only way that's ever going to work.
Yeah.
So I might be wrong about Neil Bortz, like you said. Maybe this is taken out of context, but if it's not, if this is what he said as some smug, fat radio host, he really is a scumbag. If that's what he said and that's what he meant, he's a scumbag.
And here's the deal. Jacques Steinberg, stop hiding behind your keyboard. We got phone calls into you. Someone out there knows Jacques Steinberg. We want to talk to him today. We're not hiding. You shouldn't hide behind your stupid laptop.
And maybe,
Stop being angry typing guy, and let's get into some discussion here.
Maybe it will work out. We didn't like the Richard Huff at first, and then he called in, and now he's a guy we like a lot.
He's a good egg.
I can't get enough of Richard Huff.
I'm obsessed with him. Even
that
my
rhymes.
personal life, he's all I think of.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, hey, we got to take a break. We got lots going on today. We got pre-sale tickets for the O&A Traveling Virus Comedy Show.
Yes, 9 a.m., except in D.C., it's 10 a.m.
Tickets go on sale for everybody. Yesterday, we did a little pre-sale for our hardcore listeners, and we did unbelievable across the map. But today, all the shows go on sale for everybody at 9 a.m. through Ticketmaster. All the info is up on our website and our MySpace / Opie and Anthony. Also, very, 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 it's a very sad day. One of our cities is hearing us for the last time this morning. And we'll let you know what city a little later on this morning.
Yes.
We're losing one of our cities, which honestly, I'm beyond bummed about. But not surprised because, whatever. It didn't have much interaction going on with the station from day one. But we'll let you know what city a little later this morning, okay? Also in studio today, Drew Boogie playing us in and out of breaks. Whoa, what's up, Steve?
Nothing. Hello, I just figured I'd interrupt.
Yeah, what? You put headphones on, sat in front of a mic. You got some?
No, I sat 4 feet away from a mic.
Yeah.
What do you want to say?
I just wanted to make sure Drew got introduced, that's all.
All right, you got Jacques Steinberg?
I have got phone calls into him, emails into him, and a cell phone message as well.
God, come on, Jacques.
Oh, you got a cell phone? Yeah. How'd you get that? You had it?
Who cares? All right, here's Drew Boogie.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
You gotta get back. Girl, to be sure that you gotta get back. Girl, to be sure that you gotta get back. Girl, to be sure that you gotta get back. Girl, to be sure that
Wow, a little more Steve in there.
I like that. Drew Boogie.
Drew Boogie.
Live in studio today. It's the Opie and Anthony Show. The O&A virus spreading across America. Actually, for one city, the virus ends today. This is the last time you're hearing us live. We'll tell you which city a little later on this morning. People
Which
are trying to
city
figure out
got
what
inoculated.
City. Yeah, it sucks. Just remember, you could hear us on XM satellite radio. So you could, if you're really, really into the show, at least you could continue listening that way. Let's say hi to Baba Booey. Baba Booey.
Oh, boy.
Yeah?
Yeah, you're on the air, sir.
It must be Friday, right? Howard takes every Friday.
Yeah, it's Friday.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, it's Friday, and he's not on. I'd switch over and have to listen to this crap. You guys are always spewing all this junk about Howard Stern all the time.
We haven't. Oh, my God. Dude, can I?
That's why you guys are losing. That's why you guys are losing cities, just like you said you were going to be.
Hold on,
Cities.
sweetie. Just wait 1 minute.
Hold on. Let me explain something
Wait 1
to you,
minute,
sir.
sweet boy.
We can have a discussion here, can't we? Listen, we haven't even talked about Howard since like the Imus thing.
We took one quick shot at him.
Yeah, about the Imus thing. But aside from that, no one's talking about Howard. It's not in the news anymore, so why would we even bother talking about him?
Some people talk about Howard all the time.
Who? What? It's not in any news. Like, there was a big story.
Sir.
Let me explain something.
Hold on, sweet boy.
Let me explain something. There was a big news story this shooting in Virginia, almost every radio personality of any merit is quoted in a bunch of papers on how they handled it on talk radio, and not one of them wrote anything about what Howard did.
But tell me this. Tell me how you're better than Howard, and I'll tell you why you're not.
I'm not saying anything about better, worse. The fact of the matter is, because that's subjective, the fact of the matter is, though, we have more listeners than he has. And we get more attention these days. I will say in the past he did, but since he's moved to Sirius, we get more attention in the press than he does. We are now kind of the go-to FM show as far as what's going on in the news and things like that. People quote what we say and the comments that we have on the news of the day. They don't do that with Howard anymore.
We just read an article from the New York Times that we're prominently displaying.
Yeah, that's
we're
what
also
we're saying.
in the Daily News and the Post talking about the school shooting as well.
And Howard just kind of disappeared. You got to see that, don't you?
But why? How are you so great if you're losing city?
Dude, you got to see that. See, you're not admitting something. You're calling up with an agenda. You tell us, well, you're better. Shut up. Why don't you just admit what he said was correct?
I'll tell you what's going on, okay? Yes, we are losing one of the cities today, and it really, really sucks, and we'll name that city a little later on. Howard, when he was syndicated, was losing cities all the time
You lose cities, and you pick cities up. It's the nature of the beast.
That's right.
It's how it works. And the same thing, as Opie said, the same thing happened with Howard. He loses certain cities, you get certain cities. You're going to work in certain cities, you're not going to work in others.
And you know what?
It's just the way it is.
And we handle it differently. We try to throw all this out on the table for everybody. Howard, when he lost the city, would just make believe he was never on in that city because it made him look bad. But we figured, what the hell? We might as well fool around with this a little bit today.
So now your turn.
And by the way...
Wait, your turn. I want to hear him comment a little bit. Your turn now. Go ahead.
Okay, you know why Howard's a lot better than you guys are?
Why?
Because of...
That's why I wanted him to comment. I swear to you, I knew this guy. That's why I wanted to just carry on a conversation. I knew he was faking it.
I actually didn't. That one got me.
Yeah,
No.
he got me too.
He was good.
By the way, going into the bathroom, one of our guys around here that's kind of in the know said that Howard did the exact same bit we did with the Richard McBeef play.
Oh, really?
Acting it out and stuff, and no one paid him a bit of attention on that.
He didn't have the likes of E-Rock in a starring role.
Well,
He cast it poorly.
He probably cast it poorly.
So,
bad direction. We had Jimmy directing. He's been on TV.
We all know the key to that play, and this is what his crew can't do, was the narrative reading of what's inside the parentheses, which I chose to do myself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I chose to see exactly what each character meant. And yes, young Eric as the girl was sassy, it was fun, it was sexy.
And I worked hard and actually got into the Richard McBeef character.
Starring role, by the way.
I'm having trouble letting that character go. I find myself sometimes walking down the street still thinking I'm Richard McBeef. I got so into the role. He taught me a lot. As a person, I learned a lot from him. Ugh.
Shut up.
Hate actors.
Here's the latest on the Virginia Tech shooting. Just keep everyone up to speed.
Now for the latest on the Virginia Tech massacre. Wounded students got a much-needed morale boost thanks to some welcome visitors.
A marching band?
World War II footage? Who the hell showed up?
There you go. And point goes to Jimmy.
That was the line. Live footage from Times Square? What's going on?
That was every awful music thing to Hitler footage.
Yeah.
Here it is as our boys come home.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, propaganda films.
And now we look at the celebration in Times Square. As the victory in Europe is sweeping the nation. Look at that. A sailor kissing a nurse.
What the hell did they give him?
I don't know.
I can't hear the music on the left side.
Yeah, I don't know. The whole place is falling apart. All right.
Now for the latest on the Virginia Tech massacre. Wounded students got a much-needed morale boost thanks to some welcome visitors.
Hitler is dead. How did the Fuhrer meet his end? By his own hand.
Dan, please.
You might as well do like
80.
Humphrey Bogart or Charlie Chaplin. Here we go.
Now for the latest on the Virginia Tech massacre. Wounded students got a much-needed morale boost thanks to some welcome visitors.
Here are some boys taking a break watching the new movie Casablanca and smoking Lucky Strike cigarettes.
World War II footage. Damn, Jimmy.
That was their gift.
Old newsreels. Thanks? What the hell is this?
This is the best you could do for us? A marching band? What the hell?
And here comes the Hindenburg, bound for Lakehurst, New Jersey. Ready to touch down, there goes the cables. As the crew... Oh, no! Oh, it's burst into flames! Get out of the way! Oh, get out of the way! Oh, humanity! Oh, I'm fired. I have to go to satellite radio. Can't cry on the air. Insensitive to a Nazi blimp? I did what?
One of you cities will not get to hear this come Monday. Maybe it's a good thing.
Now for the latest on the Virginia Tech massacre. Wounded students got a much-needed morale boost thanks to some welcome visitors.
The Japs in a dastardly attack on Pearl Harbor. We'll pay them back, boys.
Dastardly is a great word that they stopped using. Sometime after there was 2-to-1 water fountain conversion, they stopped using dastardly.
The Jerry's on the run in Africa. Rommel and his boys just got a little taste of the Allies. They won't be back.
Hey, they're showing the Empire State Building on TV. You might be able to work that into it. Little entertainment news.
Brand new building in Manhattan, the Empire State Building. For sure, it will be the biggest building in the world for centuries to come. To Mr. and Mrs. America and all the ships at sea, I bid you a good night.
All right, here's the latest.
Now for the latest on the Virginia Tech massacre. Wounded students got a much-needed morale boost thanks to some welcome visitors.
Now you can't listen to it.
No. Awful music.
The Hokies marching band played outside their hospital windows yesterday. Some students waved back. And there's more outrage.
Throw my bedpan at him.
Video rant being repeatedly aired in the media. Relatives of the victims have canceled appearances on NBC's Today Show.
Bravo.
As South Koreans held a vigil, their U.S. ambassador says Cho's parents are being moved every day for their safety. Cho's former classmates say the killer was bullied in high school, with kids saying, quote, "Go back to China," unquote. They say he may even have kept a death list.
God, we all were bullied in school. Just about every one of us.
Let me say about the NBC thing, man. I think it's very sad that the victims' families are feeling awful. I don't think the victims' families being sad is called to not talk about news and not show certain things. I don't think that's the issue here. The issue is it's been proven that these things spawn copycats, and knowing that, they still showed it. Yep. They know they're contributing to other people being shot, and they didn't care. They
don't care. It's all about
It's not about the victims' families, which is sad, but look, that's the way it is. The news has to be reported.
They tried covering their asses, too, last night.
Yeah, we'll get into that in a second, but we got a phone call with the Junkies.
Oh, good.
We got the Junkies. They're doing their show live in Washington, D.C.
Movie with your kid.
I don't know if we're going to connect or what, but...
that K-Solo. What? Are the boys on? All right, let's go to O&A and get them on. I know they're on a commercial break now. Guys!
We're just hanging out.
We're live. You're live. We've been wanting to talk to you guys for a very long time. The Junkies down there in Washington, D.C. What's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, buddy, man? How are you, man? It's cool. It's cool to talk to you guys, man. How you guys doing?
Hey, this is Norton. Thanks for helping me out. They were helping me with HBO tickets and stuff. So they've been good friends to us down there. So
yeah.
We're big fans, man. We love what you guys do.
Thank
you, sirs.
And we all love paying Bob Eatman outrageous sums of money every month.
We share an agent, don't we?
Yeah, Super Agent Bob Eatman's got the Junkies, too.
Don't you love those phone calls? Yeah. Guys, we call him Gloom and Doom Bob. It's just like every time he calls, it's just, oh, guys, we got to do this, and I was talking to this one, and oh, jeez, it just doesn't look good. It's this and that.
Well, we're going to lose one of our cities, and it's not Washington. We could throw that out there. One of the cities goes away after today, and Bob calls us, and doom and gloom. Bob's like, we just gotta hope that this doesn't start a chain reaction.
Oh, guys, because
oh my God,
I got college funds for kids that I need to pay for and a mortgage.
God. We don't want you guys going back to Worcester.
I got a wife that's way out of my league. That if I'm not making money, she'll leave me in a second.
You did not say that.
Have you ever met his brother, Ross?
Oh yeah, it's Evil Bob. We call him Evil Bob.
He was the priest in Taxi who got helped Latka get married.
Right.
That cadaver.
Right. We call him Billy Ripken. Right. Because Bob's cow. He's the minor league.
Minor league Bob?
Yeah. We just go with Evil Bob because he grows that goatee like they used to do in sitcoms.
I like how he taught Patrick Swayze how to move things in Ghost.
We had a meeting with ESPN. It was our big. This was like our big meeting. We had a meeting with ESPN, and in the middle of the meeting, Billy Ripken left because he had to get home to his wife.
Right. They just leave you there. He just left you there.
Just left us there.
Left us, and the guys there, like Mark Shapiro, some of the big guys at ESPN at the time, goes, "Did your agent just leave?" In the middle of the
just rolled out. His wife had a surprise party.
Yeah. Excuse me, this is kind of important.
Yeah, it's not like it was a big meeting or anything. It's only ESPN.
All right, well, listen, we want to promote this for you guys. It's O&A's Traveling Virus. It's just brilliant. You got a great lineup here. Carlos Mencia, Jim Norton, Bob Saget, Louis C.K., Rich Voss. You guys have been doing this for a while. It's been a home run, right?
Well, last year was great, man.
Last year we brought it to America, but before that we kind of did it kind of locally in New York here and there. And,
we did 4 cities last year, right?
Yeah, 4.
And D.C. unfortunately was not one of them, so we wanted to get down there this year. And we did a pre-sale yesterday. It went really well. So
extremely well.
We're very psyched to get to D.C. finally and do a major show there.
No, it's cool, man. And are you guys finding a way? Like Norton's out there grinding, doing a whole set, and O&A, are you guys just going up there saying hello to the crowd and then still clocking a nice check?
Oh, it's so easy.
All right, look, man, don't blow up our spot. All right, we do have the same agent. I'll get you the same deal someday.
Just drinking backstage, and then you get to pop out and wave, and then you're back to your beers.
And it's not even Opie and Anthony; it's Eric and Nathaniel in nicer clothing.
Yeah, we're home. We're home in our mansions. It's someone else out on stage looking like us.
Stunt doubles. That's fantastic.
Yeah, we're like Gallagher 2s. We get out there.
Now,
it depends on the city. Some cities we do a lot of time. In other cities, it's we're introing videos and comedians. I don't know. In Cleveland, we actually tried to find the fattest girl in the audience, and we paid her off in front of everybody. That was hilarious.
Right.
So we do a little something in every city. We make videos backstage, and it's very interactive.
Listen, I want to tell you guys were all over the 2 big stories, obviously, in the last couple of weeks, the Virginia Tech disaster and the Imus thing, and you guys were all over both of them. You're right on with the Imus deal. They just totally served them up. I hate the way the media just keep one of their own. That was just awful. And now with the Virginia Tech thing, you guys are all over the way NBC just hoard themselves out and glorified this guy. Just home run with both those issues there.
Hey, thanks,
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Yeah,
well, one city didn't think it was a home run. No. One city thought that we'd just been lame for a really long time, didn't pay attention to the last 2 weeks where we really upped our game and decided this would be a perfect time just to drop the show. So thank you, junkies.
Well, we all know radio is just filled with a bunch of geniuses at the top. We all know that.
Right. Yeah, that's why they're there. We don't know any better.
Right. All right, fellas. Well, the tickets go on sale, I guess, at 10 o'clock today.
For D.C., yes.
Cool, man.
Thank you guys, man. We really appreciate you helping us out. It's appreciated.
Yeah, anytime, man. And I know it's awkward because the times are sort of, conflicting, but we want you guys to come down to D.C. and hang out.
We will. We're going to do a whole thing when we get down to D.C. So how's Don and Mike and the rest of the guys doing down there?
Yeah, everybody's cool. Everybody's cool.
All right, very good, man.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
We
thank
appreciate
you, man.
It.
All right, no worries.
All right,
okay,
see you guys.
In August.
Cool. Right. There they go. The Junkies doing their show right now as we speak on WJFK in Washington.
Yeah, they're live, and we are in tape delay after them. I think it's between them and Don and Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. So the tickets go on sale in Washington. It's at 10 a.m.
9 a.m. everywhere else, but in 10 a.m. in D.C.
Go to Ticketmaster.com. Go to our MySpace page, Opie and Anthony, and you'll get all the info, all the lineups, and all that stuff.
And the reason it's on sale at 10 o'clock in D.C. and not 9 is because there's a federal law, because it's not technically a state, preventing anything. It kind of bleeds in from the day before. You're not allowed to sell certain things online before 10 o'clock in the morning.
Federal law?
Yeah.
Stop.
I made that up.
Okay. You know something? I just looked at Jimmy, and I was looking at him like, what? I didn't know this, and I know Jimmy does a lot of things with selling tickets because he's a comic, and I thought he knew something, and then I saw his little smirk.
I couldn't help it. I just realized that I almost sounded like I knew what I was talking about.
You did.
And it was Drek.
You can fake it very well.
Hey, do we have time to do the Alec Baldwin thing? We got a couple more minutes, right? We started the show with this. It was out of phase or something. TMZ.com was very smart. They got this unbelievable audio. They're going to get sued like crazy.
You think?
Everyone's playing it today, but we finally figured out all the news stations had no idea this was out of phase, so it was really, really low. We fixed it so you could hear it much better. Yes, Jimmy?
Will they get sued for that? Because it was released. I mean, how does Kim Basinger release that? That's awful. Unless that's the way he was. Unless she's sick of him being portrayed as a nice guy and a big star and like this is who this guy really is.
And knock him down a couple of notches.
That humiliates the daughter, man. Doesn't that make her look like everyone in school knows how her father talks to her or whatever? That's just kind of...
They're going to call her little pig.
That's
little piggy.
Hot, but she'll be 18, 19, or her boyfriend will bring this one back.
Well, yeah.
You know what, Jimmy? I think I might see it your way after all. Because all you needed to do was, give this to a judge to get what she got done.
Yep.
Which is the visiting rights have been taken away temporarily.
Yeah.
But to throw it out there in the public, you're kind of right.
You got to feel bad for the kid. Like, he's going off on her like it's the ex-wife.
Maybe we should be responsible not playing it.
This might make other
she's 11,
celebrities.
12, she's being called a pig by her father, and we got to be responsible broadcasters.
Wait a minute.
Jimmy's right.
Hit the play button.
A lot of these kids are much older than you think.
All right. Here's Alec Baldwin leaving a voicemail for his little girl.
Princess.
Yeah, daddy's little girl. Isn't that awful?
This is him from Glengarry Glen Ross.
Yeah, let's be Steve Kappas. You know, we took it into consideration that maybe we shouldn't play this. We struggled with this decision for at least 5 minutes this morning.
Struggled with it. It might make other celebrity fathers that are estranged from the wives with 11-year-old daughters yell at them on the phone answering machine. We know this.
After careful consideration, we have decided that this is too good and it'll make us bigger stars than we are. Right, Steve Kappas? We're on the same page, right? We know what you meant.
Hey, I want to tell you something, okay? And I want to leave a message for you right now.
Sounds better.
Again, it's 10:30 here in New York on a Wednesday. And once again, I've made an ass of myself trying to get to a phone to call you at a specific time. When the time comes for me to make the phone call, I stop whatever I'm doing, and I go and I make that phone call at 11 o'clock in the morning in New York, and if you don't pick up the phone, at 10 o'clock at night, and you don't even have that goddamn phone turned on. I want you to know something, okay? I'm tired of playing this game with you. I'm leaving this message with you to tell you, you have insulted me for the last time. You have insulted me. You don't have the brains or the decency as a human being. I don't give a damn that you're 12 years old or 11 years old or that you're a child or that your mother is a thoughtless pain in the ass who doesn't care about what you do as far as I'm concerned. You have humiliated me for the last time with this phone. And when I come out there next week, I'm going to fly out there for the day just to straighten you out on this issue. I'm going to let you know just how disappointed in you I am and how angry I am with you that you've done this to me again. You've made me feel like and you've made me feel like a fool over and over and over again. And this crap you pull on me with this goddamn phone situation that you would never dream of doing to your mother, and you do it to me constantly and over again. I am going to get on a plane, and I'm going to come out there for the day, and I'm going to straighten your ass out when I see you. Do you understand me? I'm going to really make sure you get it. Then I'm going to get on a plane, I'm going to turn around, and I'm going to come home. So you better be ready Friday, the 20th, to meet with me. So I'm going to let you know just how I feel about what a rude little pig you really are. You are a rude, thoughtless little pig, okay?
To replay this message.
So you might be a little confused. It sounds like he's talking to his ex-wife, but no, that's his 11 or 12-year-old daughter.
He is just like Chris Rock said, he's putting her right on the pole. He's driving her to the pole. She will be on that pole, wrapping her leg around it, taking dollar bills from guys.
And we want to thank TMZ.com. It was funny. This voicemail hit yesterday afternoon, and Roland emailed us like he has this massive exclusive, and he has all these rules, and you can play it, and they're going to allow you to play it if you plug TMZ.com, right? We all got the emails. They were long-winded and all. I'm like, wow, Roland really getting something done. I heard it 5 times before I even sat at my desk at 5 a.m. this morning. Every news station, 10-10 wins. It was everywhere.
It's on 2 channels as you're talking. It's on
right, exactly. Fox. And I'm thinking, oh, wow, Roland, no. Everyone got this one. We like when we get that little nugget that no one else gets. It's already it's already my ringtone. I mean, it's just everywhere.
Well, we have exclusive audio that they don't even have from his phone call. Yeah.
What's your name, fat body? Did your parents have any children that lived?
Sir, yes, sir.
Why, you little maggot! You make me want to vomit! What is that private pile?
Sir, jelly donuts, sir!
That was, daughter has a deep voice.
Yes, she certainly does, fat girl.
Sounds like a fat soldier.
But I'm siding with Alec on this one. I think the one error he made, I'm going to straighten your ass out. To me, it really sounds like a good talking to. That doesn't sound like he's going to.
No, not a threat. But the lawyer for her will play it up as a threat. Yeah,
I really think that means he's just going to chew her ass out, kind of because he doesn't threaten to hit her at all.
No.
And it's the way you're always afraid when your father gets home. But the calling her a little pig is what did him in. That last line.
That's bad.
Yeah, he should have said to her like, "You are a silly goose."
Right.
At least he didn't say anything about nappy hair.
That's right.
Or anything about her promiscuity.
Absolutely. Thank God he didn't mention her ethnicity, which is also his.
Right.
There you go. All right, we got to take a break. Very, very busy morning. And once again, we've been saying it all morning. One of the cities that is listening to us right now will not hear the Opie and Anthony show starting Monday. We're losing one of our cities. And so far, we told New York to sit down. We're doing it like American Idol style.
Yeah.
And, of course, we just talked to the junkies down there in Washington, D.C. If you're listening to us on WJFK, you could also sit down. You're safe. You will hear us come Monday.
You are safe.
Mike in Boston, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, O&A?
Hey, Mike.
I'm hoping it's not true that it's Boston, but I'm hoping it's a little bit of a trick question because they're saying you guys are going to be on vacation for 2 weeks, and put those 2 morons, Toucher and Rich, on while you guys aren't there for 2 weeks.
Well,
because this means they got to move to New York.
Well, no, Boston's safe too, but they're doing something really weird when we go on vacation that I got to be honest, I completely don't agree with. The PD's been trying to talk to me, and I just can't talk to them about it. I don't even know their show. It's not even about Toucher and Rich and what they do on WBCN, but they decided to move them to mornings for 2 weeks. And if you know anything about radio, that just doesn't make sense. That messes up all the listening habits of people. It doesn't make sense. People want to hear our voices, whether it's a best of or live. But he's, he has control of his station, so he's going to do what he has to do. But I think it's a really, really stupid move, and I don't think it has anything to do with the talent of Toucher and Rich.
I think personally, it's more of a kind of a thing of we're doing something he's annoyed at, and he's showing us that he's annoyed at it. That really is like saying you guys are replaceable. So if you want to screw around, you are expendable.
It's weird. We haven't taken a vacation since last August. That's the fact.
Yeah.
We took a little time off around Christmas, but we had to fly out to do Leno. We had to go to Vegas for the company, and then we took the normal kind of Christmas time off. Unfortunately, our vacation this time around falls within what's called the spring book, and that makes a lot of people nervous. There's nothing we can do about it, and a bunch of the stations are panicking, and BCN panicked to the point where we're not even going to be on in mornings for 2 weeks.
Just relax.
And it's going to be Toucher and Rich. And like I said, those guys have always been cool to us. I don't know their show, but it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't. And I could explain why. I could get into the ABCs of radio to tell you why it doesn't make sense, but whatever.
You'd be bored crapless.
Absolutely. So, Boston is safe.
Boston, man.
All right. Thank you, Mike. We got Drew Boogie in studio. Drew, get us out of here for a while. It's Opie and Anthony.
Yeah.
Why do we scream at each other? This is what it sounds like.
You're checking out the Opie and Anthony Show, the O&A virus spreading across America. After today, we say goodbye to one of our cities, unfortunately. It's too bad, too, because I really like the city personally. We're enraged right now. Not about the losing of a city. We just know that's part of the game when you syndicate a radio show. You gain markets, you lose markets. We lost Columbus about a month and a half ago. I don't know, a couple months ago. But since then, we've gained a bunch of other cities. We're going to lose this other city today, but they're already working on a couple of Imus's stations that want us. So it's just part of the game, and it sucks. But I think this city's going to have a lot of disappointed O&A fans. Yeah. Just remember, we'll be on XM Satellite Radio. That'll be a way to continue listening to the show if you're a hardcore listener. But that's not what we're really pissed off about. There's a guy just trying to like invent the next Imus situation, and
trying to stir things up.
And he has thrown us right in the middle of it. He's pointing to us. He's pointing to Michael Savage, Rush Limbaugh, and Neil Bortz.
It's amazing that he's a Times writer, and yet he's going after Savage and Bortz and Limbaugh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And us. The article starts with us. We did our reenactment of this weirdo's play, Richard McBeef, that everyone kind of saw all over the internet. We played it out on the air, and this guy's completely taking it out of context.
This is such a biased article. Even when we're concerned, I don't know about these other guys, radio guys. I don't know what they did. I don't know what the context was. But based on what I know that we did, and Jacques Steinberg's take on the whole thing, the guy is irresponsible as a journalist. He did not check the facts, the audio. I don't even know if he listened to it. But based on his story, I don't see he's trying too hard to make something of it. So what you do, if you're in the news, you leave little things out, you put little things in, and hope it snowballs, and hope it picks up momentum. Is that what you're trying to do, Jacques? You want to try to hang us out to dry?
Well, the hot thing to do these days is to go after edgy talk show hosts. And that's not like, I'm not only talking about shock jocks, I'm talking about political talk show hosts. Everybody. Yeah. Because this is the thing now.
It's the big thing to do now.
I heard that Reverend Al and Jesse, they're on to their next target. Some DJ that I don't even know in Atlanta. I think they're heading down there to try to get him fired.
Another white DJ?
Honestly, I don't know all the details, Jimmy. Maybe I could get the details. So this is the new in thing to do, and Jacques Steinberg is just doing some unbelievable, irresponsible journalism, and unfortunately it's not some dopey paper that no one reads, it's the New York Times, so it's getting attention, and we're not going to allow the media frenzy to completely destroy this show.
No, not from this douche. Yeah, here's the line that bugs me the most. They try to extract humor from the massacre at Virginia Tech. Like we're trying to make light of the situation, the massacre situation. Instead of saying what we did, we're making light of this jerk-off that did this. Instead of presenting him like the media did Jacques, like a super action hero poster, and playing his video ad nauseum on every single news channel. Why don't you go after them? Why the hell can't they eat their own and write about how awful it was that they played that guy's video over and over and over again and just crapped all over the victims, crapped all over the victim's family by rubbing salt in the wounds of playing that video over and over again, instead of saying that we were trying to extract humor from the massacre, instead of what we were doing, which is extracting humor from the screenplay or play that this Cho kid wrote.
He was a douchebag and a bad writer.
An awful writer.
And an English major.
Yeah.
And that was the way he conveyed thought. It was childlike and irritating. And you're a lazy journalist.
Lazy.
And you're trying to go after something because you probably heard a quote about it. You're not doing your job,
You're
stupid.
trying to make something that isn't there.
Do your job, Jacques.
We took this guy and presented him as the little douchebag that he was. instead of an action hero and hero to every lunatic that wants to go out there and make a name for himself.
We spent the entire show yesterday going after NBC and MSNBC and then the rest of the media for playing this stupid video manifesto. We did our entire show on that.
You find me one time during this whole episode when this first happened, find me one instance where we hit the air and made light of any of the victims or the horror of what happened. You find me one instance, you lying sack of crap. Find me one instance where we made light of the victims that were killed in Virginia. I defy you. You will find us making fun of the murderer because apparently the news isn't doing it. They're lining him up as a hero. Find me one instance.
They'll editorialize on something like a radio show. It's amazing how the news will come back and they'll say something about Imus or this show and go, those guys must have good parents. But yet, when it's a scumbag like this kid, they just show it and go, it's pretty heavy stuff.
Manifesto. Calling it a manifesto. It's a rambling excuse for a MySpace page.
You glorified a weirdo.
And you knowingly, NBC, contributed to copycats.
Mm-hmm.
And you even gave those little disclaimers. When does the media ever give disclaimers on giving information?
Never.
When
they did that to cover their own ass.
Know what amazes me about this New York Times article? We're getting nothing but praise as far as how we handled this whole situation.
Yep.
Not to pat our own backs, but now we have to kind of, bring this to the table as well. People are ranting and raving saying, wow, you guys really, really did us proud how you handled this whole situation this week. And this crap has to come out. And the article starts off with what we did with the Richard McBeef play. It's just unbelievable. And we got calls into the New York Times. We got calls into Jacques Steinberg. We got his cell phone, his office number. We got someone that answered his phone at the New York Times, and they said he's going to be in at 7:30, so we know he's there. So give us a call and let's discuss this.
Come on, get on the phone. Get on the phone, and not for an apology. That's for sure, unless it's you apologizing to us.
And you'll be given a chance to talk. No one's going to jump all over you.
No.
You will. Every time we get a reporter on the phone, we let him talk. It's not like we attack them. But he won't. These guys, they don't want to deal with anybody honestly. What kind of a journalist would do a story about people and then not want to talk to those people and get their take on it? Like what kind of
a journalist that knows that he's printing a biased article that's leaving details out so he can fulfill his own agenda, which is trying to create the next on-air radio controversy. That's what he's doing here. It's self-serving, you scumbag. You're a self-serving scumbag.
He went after Rush. He goes after Savage, Neil Bortz, and us. I don't know enough about Neil Bortz's show, but I'm going to take it. He's fairly conservative. Am I correct about that?
People said that Anthony would love the guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, what a shock.
They did.
What a shock.
Neil Bortz, I can't get past the name.
You might have to hang out with Neil Bortz, have a few beers. But, enough with these media frenzies. Someone has got to put a stop to the media frenzy.
There you go. Cover the New York Times yesterday. Front page. The picture of the shooter with his arms out. There you go.
You sons of bitches.
Why don't you go after your own paper? Why don't you go after your own paper? Jacques, you'd be let go by the end of today if you did.
That is nothing but sensationalism.
Yep.
You have it's the picture. It's the most ominous picture that was included in the still photographs that this idiot sent to NBC.
Yep.
It's him with the two guns in his hand, the vest. It's how he was dressed when he went out and killed these people. And it is on the front page of the New York Times. Both guns out. With the big NBC News logo on there.
Of course.
God forbid that was off. You wouldn't want to get sued for using it without permission. And that's on your front page. It's an action movie. It's a John Woo movie poster. You're glorifying this guy. What we did was took his dopey play, Richard McBeef, and read it. And read the play and acted it out in comedic, satirical fashion.
And made fun of what a little nothing this kid was.
A loser, not portraying him as a hero like the press is. Trying to, let's get into the mind of a murderer. What was he thinking? What drove him to this? Look at the picture. Look at the video. Listen to his voice. Oh, my God, we have to play this so we can learn more. It's not about learning. Be honest with yourselves.
And
you were doing this to get people to buy your newspaper. New York Times puts the big picture up so people pass by and go, oh, my God, look at this frightening picture. Let me buy the paper.
And we were outraged from very early yesterday. We were way ahead of this because now all the papers are talking about how wrong it was for MSNBC and NBC to air the video manifesto. We were on it all day yesterday, beyond pissed off about it.
And again, find me one instance where there was an ounce of disrespect to the victims of their family coming out of this program. You find me one instant, you jackass.
Just a stupid, lazy reporter who doesn't seem to want to do his job properly. Do your research.
Self-serving. This is self-serving. He's trying to propel himself into the next situation that involves on-air personalities. Because from what I hear, he was flag-waving for the whole time about the Imus situation to try to get him thrown off the air, trying to hop on that bandwagon. Wait, you're trying to spearhead this one now? So you figure you'd throw a few jocks' names in the paper that are related to their comments on the Virginia Tech shooting, regardless of context or what it was. You know, you make me sick. Look at that. And I love this. A picture of the New York Times front page right there.
Double guns.
Huge picture of Cho with the friggin' 2 guns out. Not good enough for your paper. That right there is more damaging than anything I've heard on the radio.
And he's like trying to extract some humor. Why don't you write the New York Times was trying to extract some sales. By sensationalizing this kid's photo and empowering him in the country's eyes, which is exactly what he wanted. You did exactly what he wanted.
You know what? Yep. We really should get ahead of this and immediately throw up all the audio clips of our outrage right on our website for the media. Right on our website for the media. Let's say hi to Jen in Jersey. What's up?
Makes me sick.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, Jen.
I'm a VT alum, and I wanted to ask for your help.
Sure.
We're pretty outraged at the media and the vultures that they are.
Thank God you guys came out and against the media like this, because I noticed yesterday early on when the video first started making the rounds, all the TV stations and the websites, CNN, Fox News website, MSNBC's website, all had front and center the big shooter picture of the action hero that massacred these students on their front pages. And then as the heat got turned up and a lot of the people from VT started really getting pissed off, the websites took down the pictures and CNN started doing it where every time you clicked on their site, it was a new victim was up on their front page. And that was done sheerly out of self-preservation. They knew that they were starting to catch some heat and had to turn it around.
What kind of help do you need?
Yeah, what do you need there, Jen?
We have a petition going against the media to ask them to stop trying to blame our president and our chief of police for not reacting, and to take the pictures and the videos off the TV so we can start healing. And I was wondering if I could give you guys the website and you could put it on your website so people can go sign it and tell them to please just get out of our town and leave us alone and let us
get out of our town.
Hey Jen, you came to the right place. One thing I could say about our audience, they have a lot of passion for this radio show. And they step up when it really means something. So give out the website. Of course, all the O&A pests pay close attention, and let's help out Jen here. Go ahead, Jen.
Okay, it's www.wesupportvt.com.
www.wesupportvt.com.
Yes.
You guys do realize they're just flat out using you guys for ratings, right, for their news programs?
Oh, yeah.
How sick is it? Like they're just trolling around like roaches. They're running around that campus looking to shove a mic into anyone's face they can. Just leave. You're right. Yeah. You know, enough time has gone by. Obviously, it was a news story, so they're all going to show up. But then the ones that do their show from the location, they're still how many boom trucks are still out there with the and the reporters running around looking for anyone shedding a tear or that they could shove a camera in their face. They're despicable.
And Jacques Steinberg thinking he's going after a very easy target. He can't take on that. That's some major heavy lifting that would get him fired. So go after the easy target, maybe some edgy stuff some jocks did across America to try to, create the next Imus situation. We're not going to have any of that.
No, good luck.
None of that.
All right, so we'll get the website out. It's a petition to get the vultures with network insignias on our sleeves out of the town. It's WeSupportVT.com.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, guys, and thanks to all the VT students who every time they're interviewed, they won't take the bait.
All right.
And they support our school. So thank you.
All right, good.
Bye. Take care.
Hang in there.
Thanks.
BT alumni there.
Just trying to get something going. Just trying to be the next guy that spearheads a witch hunt.
And he won't come on the phone?
Enough of you. Come on the phone.
We've called
Come
him.
on the phone. Don't be a pussy. Get on the phone, for God's sake.
Where's Steve? We got an update on Jacques Steinberg?
Maybe he will.
I want to talk to this guy.
We're calling him all morning.
All morning.
And what's happening? They said that he would be in at 7:30.
Mm-hmm.
Why would a journalist who does a story about a radio show and then can get direct commentary, what kind of reporter doesn't want to talk to the people he's doing?
Not only that, how about it's his big story for today? It's in today's paper. This isn't yesterday or something. And the first 3 words of his article are Opie and Anthony. And now he's getting calls from Opie and Anthony wanting to talk to him, and he's not calling back?
Nope.
Why?
I don't know, but I actually got a human being on the phone about a half an hour ago who said he'd be back at 7:30.
Yeah.
And
well, if he doesn't call, that speaks volumes. Speaks volumes.
Call him again, Steve.
What's the matter? Don't want to trip over your own pen? You dope? Because he knows damn well what'll happen if he calls us.
You know what these
He'll look like the jerk off, inaccurate writer that he is.
They are only empowered. They're never empowered one-on-one when you're talking about something.
Yeah. They're
only empowered when they have a little screen in front of them and they can completely control all content. They have no ability to do it in a discussion.
You know better, Jacques, than a message board lurker, than a message board troll creep that can just sit there and type whatever they want without any accountability or repercussions or nothing. What about your repercussions for what you say or print? Huh? How about that? How about confronting the people you wrote about? How about that? We're waiting. We're here.
This is no way to do a radio show. It's unbelievable.
You can't.
We have a bullseye on our foreheads.
I refuse
You
to
got
do
guys
a show.
You got guys out there that are just trying to create the next media frenzy over nothing. And the problem is, no one is gonna even listen that it was nothing. They just take what the New York Times says for their word, and that's it. That's how it works.
Ain't going down like that. And I'm not going to sit here and do a show with this cloud of fear over our heads. It ain't going to happen. We'll either nip it in the bud and defend ourselves, or they could just throw us off. Whatever happens. But I'm not going to sit here and not do a show that we want to do because there's this cloud of fear. It's like the McCarthy hearings. It is like the goddamn McCarthy hearings where you're afraid to be labeled a communist. Now you're afraid to be labeled what? Insensitive? Is that it? Now you get a label of insensitivity, and it's like the 50s where you get the label of being a communist. And anyone can say it without proof or with any minimal scrap of anything they could come up with, and then you're blackballed. It's just gotten ridiculous. Fight back. Just fight back.
No one fought back for Imus. They just caved in and collapsed.
Yeah, and we're not going down that way. No effing way.
We got Rob Bartlett calling in.
Look, we'll give you a great interview. The New York Times will give you a great interview.
Come
Call
on.
us.
You could have a great follow-up for tomorrow on your story.
But why would you want to find out that we're actually beyond intelligent and know what we're doing with this radio show?
Why
and know what we're
wouldn't you?
doing with this very important story that hit everybody?
Why wouldn't you want to talk to the two people who you first mentioned in your article? It's the first words of your big article of the day covering this, and you don't want to talk to those two people?
You were obviously proud, probably showing your family and friends, look what I did. Look what I did.
Yeah.
This is going to get me some attention. Bunch of douches.
Get off the phone, you small little man.
You disgust me. Jacques Steinberg.
Pre-sale tickets, Jimmy. I know it's completely...
Hey, pre-sale. Come on. The big show coming up, Virus Tour.
Completely thrown in reverse, I understand.
That's
Let's
fine.
acknowledge that, but it's very important. Tickets go on sale for all our O&A Traveling Virus Comedy tour dates today at 9 a.m. through Ticketmaster. D.C. is at 10, but everyone else 9 a.m.
Yeah, D.C. is one of the markets. We have Stephen Lynch is confirmed in Jones Beach. We also have Carlos Mencia confirmed in Washington, D.C., Detroit, Michigan, and in Boston, Massachusetts. And we are also doing the PNC. We're doing Camden again. And we're doing it in D.C. for the first time and Detroit for the first time. And we're doing Mohegan Sun for the first time. So it's going to be a great tour. 9 a.m. Tickets go on sale at Ticketmaster.
The pre-sale tickets were just unbelievable how fast they went. So, yeah. All right, make sure you get your tickets sometime today or over the weekend, okay? We got Drew Boogie in studio. He's doing a little this, a little that for us in and out of breaks. This is live, Drew Boogie. Opie and Anthony. You're checking out the Opie and Anthony Show. We got Drew Boogie live in studio doing that just on the fly for everybody. We are so fired up once again today. We've been fired up for a while now on this radio show, especially the last 2 weeks. And One City decided this is the perfect time to take us off the air, which just amazes me. Just amazes me. It just shows how stupid this business really is in the end. We got to say good morning to Bob Saget, a good friend of the program. He's sitting right next to me here.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
And Bob's playing, I used to know it as the Westbury Music Fair, but now it's the North Fork. Why does everything have to be named after a bank
Everything
now?
needs a bank name.
I think they found, is that a bank thing? I thought it was like looking for water.
Or mortgage. Yeah.
We found it with our North Fork.
North Fork
I did
Bank.
the whatchamacallit last night, the Red Bank thing, the Count Basie Theater, the one where Springsteen goes all the time.
Nice.
It's amazing. And they're all screaming out your names and stuff.
It's a great gig,
Really? Yeah, that one guy wrote it with a Sharpie pen on his unit. It was awesome.
Great.
I wouldn't have seen it had I not accidentally fallen off the stage into his lap.
One of our listeners, did he have to pull his belly up so you could see it?
He wasn't Asian, was he? It's just what it's been
He actually read some of his play that he'd written. He was very talented.
Yes, very talented
You guys
playwright.
just, I don't understand.
If he was a black guy, it would be everybody associated with the show, and Tom
course.
Chiusano, and all the affiliates. It just would go on and on and on.
Sure.
You're just actually. I think the article is fairly positive. You know, you get mentioned up front. That's what your publicist.
The New York
wants.
Times.
Yeah, they say you're up front. You know, it's
Yeah,
the
we're
best
right
thing
there.
mentioned. It doesn't really. It's not really a panning thing. This guy Jacques probably at home going, I thought they'd like it.
No, hey, what'd I do?
I don't understand.
Wrote a
it.
positive piece on the guy.
Let me tell you in the article, and I like that it was like a quote by no one. It's one of the participants can be heard saying, it's what, him.
Well, that just goes to show that he kind of doesn't know the show. He doesn't know who it is, even if he heard it or somebody told him about it.
Yeah.
He doesn't know who did what.
And Bob, we don't know much, but we know this. If the New York Times starts liking us, we're in deep trouble.
Yeah.
We're in
that's
deep
true.
trouble.
If we make
and you're saying it's no big deal. We got a guy on the phone that could show you how this type of thing is a really big deal.
Yeah.
We got
Our pal,
a good friend of ours, Rob Bartlett. He used to work on Imus's radio show.
Yep.
He's a funny man, Rob Bartlett.
Oh, yeah.
I don't care if you're 11 years old. You're a thoughtless little pig.
Sorry, I'm just getting the kids off to school.
Morning, great first impression.
Hey there, Rob. How you doing, man?
You heard the Alec Baldwin voicemail, right, Bob?
No, I haven't.
We got something to play for you before we get out of here.
He could teach you some parenting skills.
Yes, but
With a real kid?
huh?
Oh,
With
yeah.
a real kid?
Yeah, it's a voice message.
Voicemail.
He wasn't talking to Billy?
No, he was talking to his 11 or 12-year-old daughter. He doesn't even know how old she is.
She recorded it?
Scott Peterson looked like Father Knows Best.
How are you doing, Rob?
Oh, just great.
Hey, did you?
I'm here in one of the off-ramps of the LIE selling oranges.
Hey, so everyone knows Imus got fired, which, by now everyone...
What?
Everyone knows our stance on that. And it just came out in the paper today that Bernie finally got fired.
Yeah.
They waited a week to fire Bernie.
What's McCord doing?
Charles Skates.
He's going to be singing in the Cleveland Light Opera. I think he's doing the news with Mike and Amanda.
Yeah, he skates because he pretty much did news for Imus. Right. He never really got involved with that edgy stuff that you guys got into. And what about you, Rob? You were pretty clean on the show.
I had my moments.
Yeah. All right, you're a potty mouth. I'm just trying to save your career, you idiot.
Yeah, that's it. I was afraid when I saw Don Ho died that somebody might not have combed his hair before they buried him.
You know what's really sad? It's just another dead Ho. Hello, is this on?
I don't even think you're allowed to say that Don Ho died because saying Ho on the radio could get you fired.
Yeah. So. Actually, his wife's name was Tiny Bubbles.
Yeah. Hey, Rob, what did they say about you? Are you fired?
I don't believe so. Not at the moment. I don't know. I mean, the way they disseminate information is, I'll read about it.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, when you go to the mailbox, is there a check there?
Well, somebody called me, wanted to know what my zip code was. They wanted to send me a package.
Oh, great.
Oh, that's not good.
Have they replaced the show? What's on in the time spot?
Michael the Bad Dog.
So you got to give me a lot of credit. I mean, Garcia Palmer could Kurt Schilling throw a pitch so fast he himself could not hit it?
He himself could not hit it.
Yeah, they get into
some. I think they got a show going on in there. It's called Foxworthy. Are you smarter than a 67-year-old Rose Kennedy lookalike in a cowboy hat?
She's 67 though. That's good.
Yeah.
She's younger.
This is what we tried to tell people last week. We're like, Imus used to take more abuse than anyone. He dished out.
Yeah.
They used to beat him up on a regular basis.
I saw Kitty Carlisle died the other day, and I saw the picture in the paper. For a minute, I thought it was him.
Dude, Imus's show, the crew around him, I mean, Bartlett was so great, and Bernard is just a scathingly funny dude, man.
It's like getting the death penalty for a traffic violation.
Yeah.
It's so totally ridiculous.
I know. I can't even believe I have to sit here and talk to somebody that's in this situation, because me and Opie have been in this situation before, but
twice,
and
maybe 3 times,
and I've been asked these dopey questions that I now want to ask you. When it happened, when the words came out of his mouth, was there some kind of a atmosphere in the studio like, that might be trouble?
It was in the context of what they were doing, and it didn't, it didn't really register until, unfortunately, until too late.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not like, some of the other things that I've heard on the radio, or, what was that great song that they had over there with your old producer? That was
the Tsunami song.
That was one of those things where the first time you heard it, your sphincter slammed shut like a bear trap.
Yeah, you just knew that there was going to be trouble.
Oh yeah, that's trouble. That one's going to leave a bruise.
Well, because we always talk about when we got that call and it was like, hey, it's Paul. I'm here at St. Pat's. Me and Opie were kind of like, we knew like there was going to be trouble. So I was just wondering if you guys kind of knew that was going to be trouble, and if not right then and there, when did you guys start making the calls to each other like, this thing has legs? I think we might be in a little jam up here.
Well, when he apologized, when he apologized on the air and it was completely sincere,
mm-hmm.
We knew that it was serious, and it should have come sooner. But I think it was the perfect storm. There were a lot of things that were going on.
Absolutely. The only criticism I really have is him bringing Sharpton into it. That in hindsight, maybe he might have thought it was a good idea at first because for some reason he's the self-anointed black person's representative. But the fact of the matter is, it gave him the credibility and then the fuel to keep it going. Like, no one would have listened to Al if Don didn't talk to him, I think, as much as they did, because Don kind of singled him out and talked to him.
And who knew that Reverend Al didn't have a heart, that he's pretty much like the Tin Man.
You can't apologize to him. No.
You actually thought he was human and would actually listen to what Imus had to say that day.
Here's what's sharp.
But he already had his agenda. And
the only criticism I have of the whole way that was handled on Imus's side.
I'm sorry, Rob, it wasn't even about, I think, Imus, or I think what that was about is they saw the door crack a little bit. They knew that this was a way to get more black people hired for MSNBC. They knew it was a wedge that they could get leverage from, because that's immediately where they went after it, and that's what it was used for. They saw an opportunity and they took it. It wasn't about Imus being terrible.
It was, I think it was exploited the way that, we've exploited things so well in the past,
Yeah, sure.
He sees upon something. I mean, I don't think that the Reverend Al, Steve Kappas did enough on MSNBC to really put the nail in the coffin. I mean, on the Thursday of the Radiothon, Imus is broadcasting a telethon raising money for 3 children's charities, and in the next studio, they're bashing him.
That was the most despicable thing I've ever seen done. It was like to remove it. First of all, you announce a suspension. They announce a suspension.
Right.
Which is fine. That right there takes the heat off of the station. We're going to suspend him and then reevaluate or something afterwards. Whatever. They could have said 10,000 things and let him at least get through his radiothon and then fire him if they want. It's their prerogative. But to take him off before he starts the radiothon, and then even, the fan, CBS, we're critical. We work for CBS, and we're critical of them for taking him off on that last Friday during the radiothon.
Didn't get a chance to say goodbye to his listeners. I mean, it was just a punk move on MSNBC's part, and it was just, it was one of those things where it's just unfortunate that, they went about it in that way. But, Steve Kappas has got that look. You just know he's going to show up on one of those Chris Hansen specials.
Why don't you take a seat?
Predator,
how great is it that Steve Kappas was also responsible for allowing this video manifesto to hit all our TVs after talking about responsible journalism and the integrity of our news department was at risk. That's why we had to get rid of Imus, and this isn't good for America to have this going on, and blah 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 blah. And then less than a week later, he gets this video manifesto and throws it out there for everybody.
The problem is that the violence is allowed to be put out there, and that's the pornography to me. Sexuality is not pornography.
No, that's
I wouldn't be able to walk down the street because I'm so incredibly endowed. No, it's very disturbing. I can't look at the page of anything right now.
The violence is fine. Violence, bloodshed, fine.
Is worse than firing.
A boobie or the S word, that's going to do some damage,
Boob?
Spoob, yes. Boobies and the S word. Spoobs.
Hey, Rob, you guys know you will get hired again. You will work again. I mean, obviously, this show is not done. It's temporary, whatever this is. You will work again.
Really?
And we're examples of that.
That's true.
We've been flirting with Rob for a while now. Let's just bring it out finally. Like, we see him at a comedy show. We go to his plays that he does on Broadway, and there's been a little thing like some hints like, hey, Rob, when you're done with that guy, we'd love to have you. So
pop on over here.
Yeah, but I've C-blocked it every time because guess which seat he'd be in.
Yeah. There's some serious man love going on, but don't worry. Don't worry, Sugar Pants. I'm not after your job.
Oh, by the way, we have no money to pay you, but we'd love to have you be part of the show.
Internship.
Until someone else pays you.
It'd be a hobby.
Yeah, it can be a hobby, right?
Rob is actually in Chicago now, which my girlfriend and I are going to go see. I don't normally go to musicals. Are you singing in Chicago?
Yeah, I do sing.
He's definitely, yeah.
I didn't know Rob could sing.
Dude, he had a huge part in The Odd Couple on Broadway. I was
great.
I was beyond amazed how good you are on that stage there, Rob.
Well, thank you, my friend. We hope at least out of acting roles. I didn't exactly get a call from Louis C.K. when I was doing Lucky Louie, but
Well, they wanted something that would last more than one season for you. Oh, God, did we get the boot. The amazing thing that was great about Bartlett is he was on stage with Broderick. He was on stage with, I was acting with Louis and Rick Shapiro, who are my peers, and I was nervous. Those are my friends. You were on stage with Matthew Broderick and Nathan Lane and Mike Starr. You were up there with real actors, dude, and you looked like you belonged.
And you know what? He was so much more believable than Broderick and Nathan Lane.
Oh.
You destroyed him on that stage.
I got to call a bit more often.
Yeah. You've been beat up for the last 2 weeks. We figured, what the hell, we'll help you out a little bit.
Can you get me a tape of that performance? I missed it.
Yeah, he was great. He was really great.
I think that there may be a bootleg audio.
Yeah. Hey, is Brian Wilson there?
Hey, hold a second. Hey, I'm Brian Wilson. How are you? I'm fine. How are you, Opie?
Hey, we're doing good. What do you think of the Imus thing, Brian? You're not going to be able to go on his show anymore and do the weather and stuff.
I can't?
No.
Well, that's okay, because I'm doing a new show with Greta Van Susteren and Mary Jo Buttafuoco. It's called Talking Out of the Side
of Your Mouth. What's your doctor's name? That guy that put you on that thing, that program?
Dr. Nick. Dr. Nick, he gave me all these pills. You know why there's not a drug problem anymore in this country?
Why?
I took them all.
Oh, a Dr. Nicopolis reference. I want to hug him.
Dr. Nick.
I want to hug you too, Jimmy.
He likes little Jimmy,
It was the greatest when you just see Bartlett on MSNBC with the awful hairdo and that stoned look and an Opie and Anthony shirt under an awful flowered shirt.
Yeah, a Hawaiian shirt, Opie and Anthony shirt. It was great.
What gigs are you doing, Rob? I know you're doing a lot of. You got some stand up. Rob's a great stand up. My father and I went to see him years ago.
Dude,
we were Imus fans.
Let me tell you something. I went to a what was it? A roast there, Rob?
Yeah, it was the Joel Hollander roast.
The Joel Hollander roast before the company kicked him out, and he destroyed in front of 1,000 douches that usually don't want to laugh. They're just there to be seen. And Rob hits the stage and roasted Joel and just beat up everybody in the room and just brought the house down.
What was the first word out of my mouth, Opie?
Frunkus?
Yeah.
Frunkus. In front of 1,000 corporate guys in tuxes.
He gives them a frunkus for one person in the room.
And then one who wasn't even invited. Do you know I didn't even get invited to that to see it? You know how sad I was when I heard you frunkus and I wasn't there in my Sabbath shirt to watch you?
He said frunkus. I'm the only one out of 1,000 people barrel laughing, thinking everyone else is going to laugh. And then I realized, wow, none of these corporate guys listen to the Opie and Anthony show, obviously.
I'm so sorry I had to bring that up.
That was great, dude.
One of my favorite Bartlett moments on Imus's show on the MSNBC side, the visual watching it, was when he stepped into the weather set with the weather map.
That was my favorite moment, I think.
Oh, my God, man. Hysterical. Yeah, who was doing the weather?
It was, what was his name? Steve somebody, I don't know.
Yeah, one of the weather guys. And Rob just, moseys onto the set, staggers onto the set, and he's blowing away hurricanes on the map.
That's Brian Wilson, and then I think I gave an O&A party rock.
Yeah, O&A party rock. He's got an O&A shirt on. Everyone's hysterical laughing in the studio.
Yeah, you guys were so obsessed with our show as you're trying to do your show. We never really understood that.
The greatest part was these inside references they would do that were for any Imus fans that happened to be pests, which were probably 6 crossover people. And us.
Right.
That many?
Yeah, right.
It just shows you we get bored doing this, and we have to do these little things to entertain ourselves.
Each other.
Yeah.
Right. A million listeners, 7 million listeners, and I'm doing lines for 4 guys sitting in front of the studio.
Yeah. And then we couldn't wait to play the audio on our show. Hey, Rob, before we let you go, what do you think of Keith Olbermann?
Oh, he's just a lovely, upstanding individual. Talk about somebody who's probably going to show up in one of those Chris Hansen specials.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Why don't you sit down and have some lemonade? I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline.
We have a couple of things we'd like to... Did you say?
Yeah. Here's the transcript. Is this a picture of your penis?
Can we count this down?
Hey, what gigs are you doing, man? Because I know you got some stand-up. Am I correct?
Yeah, Saturday, the 28th, week from Saturday, I'm at the Ulster Performing Arts Center up there in Kingston.
And that is 601 Broadway in Kingston, New York. And what's your website? It's robshow.com.
Robshow.com.
How the hell did you get robshow.com? That's pretty impressive.
Well, I got it back right before Al Gore invented the Internet. I put it in. OpieandAnthony.com is taken. So.
Yeah. Hey,
are you on Ticketmaster, your tickets?
I think they're Ticketmaster, but I think the box office also has them. I think that number is...
Okay, it's 845. It's funny, you should ask, Rob. It's right in front of me. 845-339-6088. That's 845-339-6088. Saturday, April 28th, in the Ulster, which is the worst name I've ever heard, Ulster Performing Arts Center in Kingston, New York. Rob's a comic.
Hey, can we get Rob for one of our shows? I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm going to have our people talk to your people, see if maybe we can work something out for one of the shows, maybe one of the local shows.
Get on the virus?
We would love to have you on one of the shows, man.
How great would that be?
If we announce you from the Imus show, the place will just lose their minds.
They all know you anyway, man. That would be so great.
Well, we'll talk. I don't want to put you on the spot.
Cool.
Hey, and Rob, continue calling our show until we, get bored with you.
All right. So
yeah, and lose my number, Rob.
Hey, I just want one thing to say, guys.
Yeah.
Your mom's box.
Oh no. Oh, speaking of that, we met like 20 years ago.
Bob Saget, by the way.
Yeah, and you were with my mom's. No, I ain't right. But you're hilariously funny, man. You remember when we met? It was like 20 years ago. Something crazy in New York.
East Side Comedy Club?
Yep.
East Side, right? East Side. Oh,
that's correct.
Yeah, I was 14.
That's what I told the police officer.
Yeah, way to help Rob out with his career there, Bob. Jesus.
He was a lot younger.
You do about as much for me as Eddie Murphy.
Yeah.
What does he do to you?
Rob had a lot to do with Adam when Adam was coming up.
Yeah?
Adam Ferrara.
Yeah, Adam Ferrara in the old days. I remember that's like...
He doesn't call.
Yeah, and now he doesn't call you or anything.
Rob would park a car somewhere and then kiss Adam's neck and go, God, you look like Tony Danza. Dude, we're really, we'll be hearing from you again on the radio. You know that, man. This is very temporary, and you're a great comic, man. You're going to be fine.
Thank you, gentlemen.
And anytime you want to call in, feel free, man.
Thanks so much, guys. And it's really great what you did the past couple of weeks. We all appreciated it. And it's really, it's kind of cool to see you guys get so serious and get fired up about this stuff. It's really...
What was the feel like the Imes's camp when we were, like, doing our show about the whole thing?
Oh,
Oh, no. Oh, be you ass. No. Oh, God.
Damn.
Welcome to the crew, Rob.
Oh, that is not right.
The guy was... My mic's going to get cut now.
Welcome aboard, Rob. Welcome aboard.
Rob Bartlett, Saturday the 28th. Ulster Performing Arts Center in Kingston, New York.
Jeez, his cell must have disconnected.
What a jerk you are, man.
Yeah, but you're enjoying it. Hey, more with Bob Saget, who's playing the North Fork Theater tonight in Westbury. It's the old Westbury Music Fair. That's how I know it growing up on Long Island. Bunch of us are going over there, Bob.
I can't go.
We'll hang afterward.
My daughter, us and all the listeners?
Yeah. All the listeners and us?
Yeah, why not?
It's going to be an awful crowd. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, we'll figure something out. But Bob Saget tonight, hilarious. What did you say, Jimmy?
I'm trying to get my plug out. There's no one, like what Rob said, and the phone number is, like, comedians are great at getting plugs out.
Yeah.
And Bob has given his plug because he's in Long Island, and I fired mine out, like, and I won't be able to go. Hoping someone would go, why? And everyone appropriately ignored me.
No,
you know what? I don't deserve the plug.
No, I want to know where you are tonight. I'm at the Orpheum in Boston tomorrow night. Where are you tonight?
The funny part is I won't be far from you because tonight I'm going to Chicopee. It's not about me, though. Who cares? I'm in Chicopee at the stupid Comedy Connection. Does it matter that
That's
I'm
a good place.
Wait.
there? Wait. I don't have it.
It's not called the Comedy Connection. That sounds too cool.
It is.
It's actually the Hookie Lao.
The Hookie Lao is the name of the restaurant.
They smoke hookah?
I don't know.
You don't know where you're going.
I think they serve monkey testicles.
It's delicious.
You get paid monkey testicles.
Orpheum Theater, Bob Saget tomorrow night, Jimmy tonight in Chicopee, Massachusetts. At the Hookie Lao.
I'm actually doing something next Friday at Hartford, the Connecticut Forum, which is about freedom of speech.
Dude, you're not leaving.
That's a speaking thing.
But you're not leaving. We'll talk about what you're up to next.
September.
Yeah.
I'm getting an IUD put in.
All right.
Finally.
Drew Boogie live in studio. Take us out of here for a little while. It's Opie and Anthony, more with Bob Saget in just a bit.
Going to do that.
When you watch Sopranos, it glorifies them.
We're on, bro. Drew Boogie, Opie and Anthony.
I don't care if me and Bob are talking during the... That's all right, Drew. You do your thing. I'll just talk over it. Yeah, he's just doing his thing.
I got fired once from CBS.
Did you?
Before I did the Full House show, I walked into work. I had a morning thing. It was on against Good Morning America and the Today Show. I walked in and my chair was gone. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to diminish his quality.
Is that how you found out?
I walked in, my chair that I was going to sit in to host the thing was gone. And the producer said, we'll try to get your chair back. And I pictured it like in the sawmill, you know, and the other 2 hosts were there, and I was on the steps going, it's 15 minutes after the hour.
Are you sure you didn't just overreact? Like someone was sitting on his chair across the, and he just saw that and just left, like, all right, I guess there's no
Never came back.
Yeah, there was just some guy was sitting in my on-air camera chair.
Where's Saget? I don't know where he didn't show up.
That's how they told you?
Yeah.
Well, you know what?
They didn't tell me the night before. They wanted to bum me out. They wanted to get me there that morning so I could say what time it was off camera. It's show business.
It's kind of weird because we're losing one of our cities. We got 10 minutes left, and one of these cities won't hear us anytime soon.
Why?
Come Monday. Yeah, they're just not into the show, and they kind of proved that from early on. We never really had a connection with this city, unfortunately. And we like this city a lot.
Yep.
And I had no idea this was even going down. We get a call from our agent late last night saying this has happened. I'm like, wow, you would think the station might have gave us a call personally and said, look, you know, if you don't turn things around or we need this from you or any type of discussion, I'd have respect for you. But instead, it's Winnipeg, yes.
Winnipeg.
So our agent called us last night and said, tomorrow's your last day for a certain city.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
We're going to announce it in a few minutes, by the way. And just remember, we could still be heard on XM satellite radio. Because it'll happen to a few other cities. Sure. It's just the nature of the game that we're part of.
And then we pick up other cities.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it works.
People just like their local person to talk to them. They don't want to hear from someone in the big city somewhere.
That's what they assume. Some of the people in radio assume that they want the local angle. And it's like, stop
this one's good, right?
It's 2007. It's 2007. Right?
I
think so.
Checking.
Bob.
I have no idea what year it is.
I am your father.
I drive around New York, and besides maybe getting a traffic report, you have no idea it's local programming. So that's a crock of crap.
Sometimes I just turn on the traffic reports for like L.A.
Always.
When I drive around. And then I make believe like I'm on I-5 or something. I'm just like driving in traffic on the expressway. You put on L.A. traffic because it's better.
Why do they?
And then you go, hey, these fires are horrible.
Yeah, these fires are awful.
Look at that smoke that I don't see.
So Bob Saget's playing the North Fork Theater out there in Westbury tonight.
The old Westbury Music Fair.
Yeah. And we'll be
Great
there.
venue.
A bunch of us will be there. Yeah. What time's the show?
We're going to have fun. It's 8 o'clock.
It's a theater in the round.
I know. I haven't done the round in a long time because I don't want people to look at my ass when I'm...
Yeah, they slowly spin you. They slowly spin you around on there, and you got to worry that like the back of your clothes, because comics for the most part, you got a wall behind you and a mic in front of you. You do your acting, you get off. Now you got to make sure you don't have like a wedgie, or wrinkled ass.
That's being microwaved.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, you're just slowly on a rotisserie.
But it's Bob Saget. You should make sure all those things are happening. Have some like toilet paper sticking out of your pants.
I'm gonna make a
or maybe some kind of just stain. And
would it be funny to take a little finger dab of pudding, chocolate pudding, and just dabbing it on your pants?
Just a hit or miss.
Yeah, and then
wear khakis.
And you could just hear a certain part of the audience as you slowly turn going, oh.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get a tube, and I'm going to simulate diarrhea. That I had a problem on stage, and that will be all over the press, won't it?
For one lucky part of the audience when you're spinning around like a roulette wheel. They won't know who's going to get hit. If it's Section 23, Section 23.
Like spin art. I'll do the whole room.
Spin art.
I once had a nugget fall out, hit my sneaker, and then roll onto a stoop in front of people I was meeting for the first time.
Wait a minute. I thought that was Jimmy's story.
No. I kicked mine out. Me and Bill D'Angelo were walking to school, and I kicked mine out to the right like a rocket.
Remember when boxer shorts were in? So I had boxer shorts and some like just regular shorts on, and I'm saying hi to these people for the first time, and kind of had something going on and thought I could get away with it. Let's just keep it like that.
Yeah.
So I said, all right, I could get away with this quick. And next thing you know, just a little nugget falls out, hits my sneaker, and rolls across the stoop.
Must have put that goober in there last week.
Yeah, what happened?
What's weird is if it's not solid. I had a friend who had a problem. He was trying to get into the house in time, and he had a diarrhea problem, and he is in his driveway. He was in the driveway.
Wow,
didn't make it into the house. He said he threw the car out.
Almost there.
Just the close.
It's like your whole system knows when you're close to your house Because you'll be pulling up in your car. You could be driving and go, I think I'm kind of feeling I gotta kind of go. And then right when you pull down your street, you make that last turn and you see your house, your body just goes, whoa, I'm ready.
It gets excited.
Gear down. Here we go.
When I was living in Los Angeles, you know where Los Feliz is? I was on Hollywood Boulevard, which is probably in good moments, an 9-minute drive from Hollywood Boulevard. I was in bumper-to-bumper traffic, and I felt like I was going to give birth. I've never had pain like that. I literally was like, okay, it's going to happen.
You're breathing.
It's going to happen. Just think of how you can make excuses if people see you getting out of the car in this state. I don't know how I make it home, but I actually have to sit in the car because if I bend my legs, I'm going to repaint. So I wind up making it. I kind of made it.
Oh, okay.
It was close.
You might have ruined something.
I gave birth.
And there you go.
To a pot roast.
Unfortunately, company was coming over.
Hey, a lot of people on the phones and instant feedback, they want to know if Bob Saget's going to be part of the O&A Traveling Virus Comedy Tour once again this year.
Yes, he absolutely is. Bob is doing a bunch of dates if I could find them. Because tickets go on sale in 10 minutes. The pre-sale was actually better than we anticipated. I can't find the Sweet Santa.
Hey, and how did you get together with the radio show, by the way? Because that was kind of taking a chance, because not a lot of people knew that you would be perfect for our crowd.
I didn't know I would be either, but I knew that my stuff was kind of hardcore and that I don't stop,
Yeah.
If people heckle me, I just want to I just want to be funny.
I'm responsible for Bob Saget being on this program.
Very good.
Well, he was booked as a guest, and we had met on the plane.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, Bob, you're going to be on our show tomorrow. And walked to the baggage carousel together.
You were incredibly the nicest guy.
I couldn't believe how nice you were. It was great.
And then I was on the next day, I remember, and it was one of the most fun hours that I ever had on radio. And then we were doing the XM, and it got very blue.
Yeah.
To the point where you guys replayed it a lot, which I was honored by. But then I said a couple things on it that people come up to me and mention that I can't ever even think about.
Ever say again.
No, they were Aristocrats is the Brady Bunch compared to what the story.
Yeah. So. We were laughing on the plane, too, because at the time we were both muling heroin. So, I was full, he was full. We were, clinched walking to the baggage carousel.
Mule horse. That's kind of an animal thing.
Yeah, we were muling some horse.
Incidentally, exactly. I hate to interrupt the mutual love. I am responsible for Saget, though.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What about me?
Well, you are. Well, here's what happened. Bob called in one time. We didn't get to him, but it was some weird thing. He thought we were effing with him because he didn't know the show.
You guys are very smart.
But he thought we really, really weren't. We liked Saget, and it was something really serious going on that day. And he thought, because as comedians, we get kind of douched by radio shows, so he thought we were douching him. We really weren't. And then I saw Bob at the Caroline's party for the Aristocrats, and I'm like, I got to get a picture with Saget. And he looked at me and he goes, hey, I think he's like Jim Norton, and you knew me from those Side Splitter movies or something like that.
Yeah, the Adam Dubin movie.
Oh, I forgot about that.
And I bragged, of course, that Saget knew who I was. And I'm like,
I'd also seen your stand-up.
Oh, okay.
And I just like people that are talented like you.
Oh, thank you.
That love a good pot roast story.
I really do. There's nothing hotter.
Pot roast and
I said to Bob, Opie and Anthony,
disgusting.
I'm like,
I made a pot roast baby and I wrapped it in a towel so it had a head.
I said to Bob, you were going to be on the show, and he goes, yeah, man, those guys, what happened? And I explained to him, no, nobody was trying to. It really was an honest thing.
It was a half-hour therapy.
Going on. Yeah, but it was nothing bad about you. And then that healing process started. So,
it's you.
While many of you have had an enjoyable first-class experience, I was in the trenches talking to Saget. And the shows he is on with us for O&A Virus, he is confirmed in Jones Beach, along with Stephen Lynch, who was not with us last year. The Mohegan Sun in Connecticut, Bob is doing. And he's also doing Detroit, where we have Carlos Mencia, who's not on some of the other shows, and he's on Virginia, the D.C. Show, PNC.
Oh, I thought you were getting into his personal life.
What?
He's on Virginia.
Right. No.
It's like, who's she? And why are you telling this during the plugs?
She makes a mean pot roast.
Yes. He's in D.C. and he's at the Tweeter Center in Camden.
She steams it.
Tweeter Center in Camden also.
We did that. That was insane.
Oh, yeah.
And that was my hometown outside of the Philly thing.
Yep.
That was crazy. It's a nice area. It's by that bus station. It's very pretty.
Yeah, the area is wonderful.
Yeah.
The drive there was great. I was waiting for some of those improvised explosive devices to explode on the side of the street.
People making pot roast in the street.
Kind of felt like Baghdad.
It really was.
Who knew you could experience Baghdad in America? Just go to Camden for an afternoon.
And then you're driving, and then you end up at a lovely venue.
It's a great venue, and we can't wait to go back there because that was the highlight of last year's tour. What happened? What happened?
I was pointing.
You're pointing at me. I don't know what you want.
Pointing at your bulge.
Oh,
no, I like you because Bob didn't seem to have heard the Alec Baldwin thing. Do we have time for that, or before we go?
I think we ran out of time.
Oh, we did
Jimmy.
run out. Okay.
Yeah, we're just about done.
Well, maybe we'll play it on XM. Maybe we won't. But to this city, we're not going to see.
Are you too busy to go over to XM with us?
No, I'd like to.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Do we have to drive somewhere?
We just walk.
I'll do that.
Underground though. We dug tunnels. Don't worry about it.
We ride on
You're
people's
safe.
backs.
You're completely safe. Yeah.
What's going on in Pal Talk?
Well, there's some live action going on. Is this live or is it a video?
Who's Cam?
Here, Bob, why don't you look at the Pal Talk video?
Man and girl. Wow, is he a trooper, this guy? Man and girl in the Opie and Anthony room. Oh, my goodness.
Wow, it looks like someone's going to be late for work today.
Where?
Who has shoes on?
Damn it.
I almost cursed.
Oh, all right.
Somebody clicked and screwed things up there.
Wow. That's called teaching a lesson to a young man.
You've opened so many screens. It looks like the beginning of the Brady's.
Yeah.
Yes, except for there'd be one face in the pillow with the other one on.
Oh, the camera's kind of a little low.
Yeah, hey, could you guys aim it, man and girl?
Yeah, boost up your cam.
All right, here's the deal. Bob Saget, he's at the North Fork Theater tonight in Westbury, Long Island. A bunch of us on the show will be there. Can't wait. I highly recommend. I went to his HBO taping. It's going to be a huge hit for Bob Saget. Very, 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 very filthy. You'll see for yourself tonight. Jim Norton's playing the Hookie
Comedy Connection at the Hookie Lao restaurant in Chicopee tonight at 10:30.
And tickets for everybody go on sale for our comedy tour that's hitting your city. Hopefully, a lot of cities this summer. Right, Jimmy? Ticketmaster.com. And, well, it's a very, very sad day. We lose one of our cities.
And before we lose that city, can I say Jim Norton at BroadwayVideo.com if you want to come see my HBO special being taped 1 hour, June 2nd in Washington, D.C.
All right. If you're not joining us over at XM, and by the way, if you're the city that is losing us, never to be heard again or anytime soon, don't forget, we're still heard on XM Satellite Radio. That's where we're going right now.
And thanks to our friends in that city. You really have been good to us.
Absolutely.
And, we will miss you.
We have nothing against the show that supported us in that city whatsoever.
I'd like to send my best to the city with no name.
No, actually, we say goodbye to...
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. Opie and Anthony. XM 202.
Let's get the show on the road. Let's get the show on the road. Show on the road. Get the show on the road. Let's get the show on the road. Get the show on the road.
He keeps asking.
All right, all right.
Uh-oh, what's the problem?
First problem is...
Opie, what's the problem?
Holy shit.
I want to help.
Is there a problem?
Maybe just too much, audio trying to be processed? Oh, now I can hear myself perfectly.
I don't know.
Welcome to XM Satellite Radio, and fuck you, Dallas. There you go. There's your answer. Go fuck yourselves.
Oh.
Holy shit. Are you kidding me?
Give the answer.
Bunch of pussies. Well, they're not listening to us on regular radio.
Screw 'em.
I want to fuck with the regular radio audience, but fuck you, Dallas. We were on in Dallas, the guy never paid us attention. Don't even know the PD's name, never called us. General manager never called us.
PD douchebag. That's what I'm calling him.
That's right.
PD douchebag.
Had no idea. Bob Eatman calls Anthony and I last night late and goes, I've been working on this really hard, which means he knew when we were in Vegas. So we got a problem with Bob that we got to straighten out. And Bob goes, yeah, tomorrow's your last day on the Dallas radio station. I'm like, what?
Thanks for the notice.
Came out of nowhere. With no, even attempt to maybe try to save the show or maybe do things a little differently or I don't know. There's a lot of things you could do.
I didn't even know. Now, I knew we were on in Dallas, but I didn't even know the time we were on. We were on from
5 to 8, right?
5 in the morning to 8 in the morning. Which isn't even morning drive.
Here's what they're probably doing.
Like a piece of it.
We were splitting morning drive with another show down there. Mm-hmm. And for those that don't little radio, it's usually 6 to 10 is morning drive. It's a 4-hour shift.
Yeah.
So we had 2 hours of morning drive, and we were splitting it with the other one. And I'm guessing they just went, look, let's just go 6 to 10 and do that.
5 to 8 a.m. is what we had, which is just an awful time.
Sure it is.
New York has a lot of people listening at 5 in the morning, but a city like Dallas, it's just not big enough to get a respectable audience at 5 in the morning. So they decided they're just going to go local with the show that we split the morning show with. And I'm not going to trash those guys. I don't know their show,
right.
Whatever. I have a problem with the PD that just kind of, when we were off the air, I met the guy. He seemed to be a really huge fan. When you used to go down there and I would follow you down there, Jimmy, I talked to the guy. And then we get back on regular radio, not one call from this guy whatsoever. So, whatever.
I respect people that do things kind of... Just the fact, even if he was taking the show off the air, that he could have called and go, look, this is my reasoning. I like the show. If he could have just called. People just never want to do things like men.
Yeah.
They just never want to talk to you. Men. That would solve so many problems if people just acted like fucking men and picked up the phone and confronted. And I want someone to email him and tell him this for me.
It's a conservative town, too. Do you think that has something to do with
Dallas?
Yeah.
Possible.
Maybe we pissed off some people down there. I don't know, because no one, would communicate with us.
Yeah, we were never
We're in the communication business, and surprisingly...
nothing.
But it's show business. I've been, they let you go without even telling you. The next thing you know, cock.
What?
That's always the way. That's the big one.
But when they love you, it's unbelievable, and then that could turn within a day.
Yeah.
Remember when we did the XFL? It was, whatever. I mean, it was a horrific gig for us. We were trying to do the pregame show for the XFL on NBC.
Right.
We were on NBC there, Bob. Look at us.
Hey,
see that? And remember,
common ground.
And remember, we would be invited into NBC down there in Rockefeller Center. We'd watch them editing the show, and you guys are great, blah blah blah, taking high-profile meetings, harumph harumph. And remember the guy that was in charge of the show at NBC?
Yep.
We took the elevator with him, and the ratings for the first week were massive, just because everyone had this interest in the XFL. I'm not trying to defend what we did. It was awful. It was an awful show, yes.
It was not. It should still be on. We were out of
Even though the league's gone.
That was a gem. Don't take yourself down a peg. You were good, damn it.
We were out of our element, but after the first episode ran, we're going with the guy that's in charge of NBC Sports or whatever. I even forgot his name. We're taking an elevator at Giant Stadium, matter of fact, Dan, because we were taping something there. And he's reading off the ratings, just like, just ridiculous ratings because it was the first week. And, man, you guys are unbelievable. I'll have you up to the office next week. We'll talk about more things, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Second week ratings come out, and it's just brutal. We never heard from that guy again.
No, we got one more call from him, and I have a clip from that right here.
I've made an ass of myself.
Believing in you too.
But that's show business, though. It's like everything's an episode of Entourage,
Right,
everybody's like telling you one thing, and then they want to hug you, and then if you're not hot, they could give a shit.
Yep. Bye.
Well, I had a big thing with Dallas. This is probably why we lost the year. I said I'm edgy. Get used to it. I said, go Cowboys, not.
Oh, well, see, that could have...
I know.
You are out there on the edge.
I take risks.
Jimmy lives on the edge like that.
That's why the name of my new CD is Edgy as I Wanna Be. And it's got me with my thumbs up.
Hey, we got a contact for Pugs and Kelly?
Yeah, I can call
Aren't they on right now? No, the other show's on.
Yes.
They're behind. Shit. 8 to...
Yeah. They've been very good. They're good friends.
8 in the morning, 8:20 right now.
What's with that whole time
When
thing?
does Pugs and Kelly come on at 10?
I don't understand.
They might come on later.
Mountain.
I don't know.
Mountain. What's it?
I'm sorry.
I apologize. I'm having a sidebar conversation while you're doing real on-air
Me
discussion.
and Mr. Saget are having a discussion about time zones, and you two are having another one.
You talk to
Isn't
Bob,
that great?
I'll talk to the
you
boss.
get 2 shows for the price of one
Welcome
here.
to Crosstalk.
Neither good.
What is it with that mountain time? What's up with that?
What is it? I just throw these questions out like, what is it with the time?
What's up with Central?
What's your favorite time zone?
Depends on where I am.
Come on, people, give us your call. What's your favorite time zone? We're taking your calls.
All right, let's go to Whitey in Dallas. Whitey.
Hiya, boys.
No, it wasn't Dick Ebersol, by the way, TJ. It was some other dude in an office. Whitey, what's up?
I just wanted to call and say farewell and thanks for sharing some time with us. They were announcing it on the air today that they've got the new lineup starting on Monday. And it's kind of a sad thing. I mean, that radio station, the only reason why I was even listening to it was you guys. And now with your departure, I'm just going to stick with FM. And just want to thank you for the laughs and for adding some quality radio out here.
Thank you.
Their timing is so awful because the last couple of weeks especially, we've really upped our game. And because of all the big stories happening in America, talk radio is very hot right now. And we were on fire. So they should have really gave it another 30 to 60 days.
Yeah.
Well, whatever.
I think some people...
I'm still listening to you on XM. Jimmy, keep coming out here to the Improv.
I will, man. Thank you. And support Pugs and Kelly. They were very good to us. They plugged us, and, those are friends of the show, man.
We have no problem with Pugs and Kelly.
Or even the guy taking the spot. We don't know what he does. It's nothing personal. I mean, he's just doing his job.
And also, thank you, Whitey. I promised somebody something that we were supposed to do on the other side, and I blew it. But there's a lot of chatter on the message boards about Paul Mercurio.
Chatter.
And Flea was completely out of line, completely. And I want to make a statement. And if you're a responsible message board, you can go with it.
Stupid Flea.
We have absolutely no problem with Paul Mercurio.
Absolutely not.
We buried the differences a long fucking time ago. I don't know how he fits on the new radio show that we've been doing for the last almost 3 years on XM and stuff. But as far as Paul Mercurio goes, we're way the fuck past that.
Let me fill everybody in. Paul Mercurio was actually one of the spotters during the Sex for Sam contest. He was out with the couple that went to St. Patrick's Cathedral. The couple was allegedly having sex when they were caught. Paul Mercurio and the couple stayed at the location, what we deemed at the time especially too long enough for the police to arrive and make a big to-do. That kind of led everybody to believe that Paul was at least a bit at fault for the
absolutely
having the cops get there and then get the story blown out of proportion.
And we believe that
people
too.
Arrested
Sure, we believe that for a while.
Yeah.
And I was open with Paul. I was angry at Paul for a long time, and I was open with him about it. I never said it behind. I mean, I was open. I told him why I felt that he was not taking responsibility for his part, because I've been arrested on the air, so I kind of knew the vibe. I had an that other people didn't have, because I've been through the jail process being on the air. But that said, we've talked since then, and he is not responsible for getting us taken off the air. He was one part that, and we could have controlled by coming out of it. We could have controlled by not putting it on the list. There's a lot of things that could have been done, and the best of all, Infinity fucking handled it abysmally. So leave Mercurio alone. He's not responsible for this fucking show coming off the air. It was Infinity's cowardice and horrendous handling of the situation. It was run by a guy who didn't like the show.
Dude, he admitted his responsibility to us finally.
Yeah, as time went on, we
It's
changed.
been 5 years.
Yes.
Just leave the fucking guy alone.
There were so many people responsible for everything that happened that day, us included. You know, of course, us mostly included, because we're responsible for what goes out over the air. So
we will say this when we come back, by the way, maybe in a couple of weeks for Free FM. We should have said on the other side. But Flea apparently yelled at him, and so you brought down and Paul thought he was joking at first. It was just kind of altercation.
Well, and here's a real problem. Flea said that he's part of our show.
An intern for the show.
He insists he didn't say it, but I'm hearing from a lot of other people that say, yes, he did say it. I heard him say it.
Lamont told me, Lamont, who's a black photographer, he does a lot with cringehumor.net.
He's got no credibility then. He's a fucking photographer.
I don't like photographers, and the fact that he looks like a black Darth Vader without the helmet is irrelevant to me. But I do believe him. And as much as I think that I probably wouldn't fuck him, I do think that he's honest, and he said that he heard him say it, so.
Yeah. And just let Paul Mercurio move on with his life.
Yeah, let him do his gigs, man.
We were pissed off for a really long time. We had
5 years ago, for the love of God.
We had many discussions behind the scenes. We pretty much banned him from the radio show, but we're not really sure what to do with him as we move forward.
Some people hold a grudge like Simon Wiesenthal.
Right. But Paul called
that guy could hold a grudge.
Build a museum for Paul Mercurio.
Yeah.
I'd be open for an on-air discussion with him. I really would, because he's reached out many times.
Paul called me yesterday, and he was very, very upset. He's like, what else do I have to do? You know, he feels like he's been punished enough, and he doesn't feel like it's completely his responsibility, and I agree with that.
I agree.
And actually, Paul sent a clip.
I'm sorry I did that. I'm embarrassed that I did that.
And then here he is after the Flea incident.
I've made an ass of myself.
See.
Is he an actor, Paul Mercurio? Is that another guy with the name Mercurio?
There might be another one.
Yeah.
He's a comedian. I don't know. He's done some acting.
I want to apologize to the guy that has a similar name.
Yeah.
To Paul Mercurio, because I don't know Paul Mercurio.
You don't know Paul, so apologize to the guy with the similar name.
I want to apologize to some girl that I banged years ago that I don't remember. And I'm really sorry. I got a problem with my taint, and I threw it out in her anus.
We are
I feel bad about it. I want to apologize to her. There's 19 people with their radar going off.
We're reaching that point where that's going to be mandatory. We're going to have to just apologize for everything we did in life.
But Paul was very upset yesterday when he called me, and he
very
asked.
Upset. You make him sound like a crybaby.
Well, he asked the show to do this for him, and I have no problem.
No,
with
we don't. We have any problem.
We have moved on from Paul Mercurio a long time ago.
Me and Paul have spoken a few times at Caroline's and stuff. Had one night, I think it was the night that God damn, was it the night Regan was there? Holy Jesus, were we fucking drunk, everybody, and had a great time. Had a good talk to him and stuff. Me and him were talking, doing shots and stuff. No problem. It's been 5 years, and then stupid Flea Man from the has to say he is an intern for the show.
Can we get stupid Flea to call in? I would like to hear an explanation of
panicked phone calls also to
No Filter
Paul. My girlfriend got panicked phone calls from him. I didn't say that. I just wanted to tell Anthony I never said, like he was heading it off at the pass. Like, tell Anthony I never said that I worked for the show before I heard anything about it.
God, he was making sure that there wasn't a media frenzy.
Yeah, he was trying to head it off at the pass. Maybe he was being smart.
And Lamont heard it. I think he said he heard it last night. I saw him at the Comedy Cellar. So if he could call in, let's get it honestly out on the table.
Yeah.
But enough people heard Flea say, he probably said it in the spur of the moment. It's like, come on, man, you can't. And Paul actually, I heard, tried to let him off the hook. Like, he yelled, "You suck," in front of 100 people. And then he's like, "You brought the Opie with Anthony show down," or some shit like that. And Paul came back down and confronted him, which I like. And he's like, "Why'd you say that, dude? You're kidding, right? Like, please just tell me you're kidding." Like he tried to diffuse it.
Yeah.
And Flea was just adamant.
Flea wouldn't leave it alone. No. And then apparently something else was said, and Paul lunged over and punched Flea.
But I heard he didn't punch him in the face or anything. He just shoved him
It was
or
a little
something.
shove or
and
a
then force-fed him his
scuffle.
cock.
I wasn't there. You fucked him in the ass or something.
I heard he roughed him up pretty good to make a statement.
Roughed him up.
And I don't blame Paul, to be honest with you. You know, Flea, you're going to get your ass kicked really bad one day. You got to chill the fuck.
And you know what's really funny? Paul, not the biggest guy. You know, I'm a small guy. It would be the same thing.
But
Paul's
you got guns.
I got guns. Oh, you mean literally?
Yeah.
Guns.
Yeah,
I thought you meant my arms. I'm working out, you know.
You have guns? You have guns?
Oh, I love guns.
You got any pictures?
Love them. Yeah, I do. I got a picture on my MySpace of me and my guns.
Yeah, that's the thing to do.
They cropped his head onto the Oswald photo when they started talking about the shadows.
I'm actually playing the Book Depository in a couple weeks.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they opened it up.
They opened it up as a comedy club.
Yeah, they do.
Behind the glass partition doing 15 minutes.
That's right. They do kid parts there and stuff.
How about that fucking video taken from the Book Depository? That cunt who didn't know how to use a fucking video camera. She was in the floor below where Oswald allegedly was, filming Kennedy coming up, and before he made the turn down, and then this dumb bitch aims the camera at the tree and watches the assassination.
Nice one, dummy.
But you came in second place in America's Funniest Home Video.
Yeah. Did you play some wacky music? Boing.
Got hit in the nuts.
Oh. By the way, so the people don't call in droves, you did say Book Suppository.
No, I didn't.
Listen to the replay. Have a good laugh at yourself.
By the way, those are tiny books.
Book Suppository building, sir. All right, knock it off.
Knock it off.
Did I say Book Suppository?
Yes.
Why are these books wrapped in aluminum foil?
Why do they feel so right?
So, just to summarize, to the pest, could you do us a favor, please, and just get the word out? Really, because we know you guys are a bunch of psychopaths, and we actually respect that and appreciate that. But
when it's right, it's right. But he's actually not an enemy of the show at all.
It's not like this happened a month ago. Trust me, 5 years is enough.
Please, just a douche.
Yeah.
And Flea, a little advice: you gotta chill out.
Yeah. Flea is one of the most hated people on the message board on Earth. Yeah,
but he's gonna get himself really hurt.
Everybody is annoyed by him. He's just annoying.
Yeah.
He's an annoying person. He's just always annoying. People he could say hi to you, and it's just the way he says it is annoying. You ever know some people like that?
That's all I know.
Oh, that's all you know? Yeah. That's all I know.
I have a relative. He's like, how you doing? It's like, okay,
Goodbye.
halftime. No, that's a mean thing to say. I love him very much. I'd like to apologize.
Bob,
to...
do you have relatives that you look at them and just go like, man, I would never hang out with these people, but I'm related to them. I have to.
A lot of relatives, but I feel bad about it. I was married, and I had a whole ex-family, and they're very nice, unless you've met other people. No, but it's hard when you are with people that, and because you love people sometimes, but you don't want to hang with them because you're busy and
right.
There's no way out of this. I still feel bad.
Because you're rich and you're famous and you're busy and they're small and boring. Just say it. Fuck them. I have family too. I don't acknowledge them. I wave at them as I drive by in my limousine.
Are you close with your family?
I love my family. I have shame issues because I just feel like such a shit. I have a great sister and a great pair of parents and my nephew. I have a nice family.
Yeah.
But I'm not as close to them as I should be probably, but it's more based in self-loathing.
Right.
Really?
You shouldn't hate yourself.
All right.
Because there's
there's
other people out there.
I'm all better. Wouldn't that be funny? That's all it took. No one just ever thought to say that.
Shouldn't hate yourself. Wow, I don't.
Oh, good point.
It's like your miracle dust.
Thank you.
Yeah, right.
I'm close with. I have 3 kids, and I have an ex-wife, and I have a girlfriend, and I have a nephew, and I have a mother, and I just want to poison myself. I'm very much. I love all of them very, very much.
Well, because you got the kids, you still have the connection with the ex, right?
Oh, you're great. She's a great ex-wife.
But you got one of the good ones.
I got a really good one. As long as she's my joke for my stand-up is she's fucking rich, and that's her boyfriend's name. She's a really good person. I met her when I was 17.
Right.
And my girlfriend's brilliant. She's a lawyer, and
everyone gets along.
And coincidentally, she's 17.
They actually she is. She just got out of high school.
Yeah, it's
and they make out and stuff. It's great. It's exactly what you'd expect. We video. They run it back on infrared at night for the kids.
I ask you because we got the Alec Baldwin voicemail. You haven't heard this
I have
yet.
not heard it.
It's great.
He's a brilliant actor, you know.
Yes,
I love him in 30 Rock. I kind of felt bad that we had to play this today, but look, we're looking for ratings.
He freaked out
At least
somewhere?
we admit it.
Apparently, in some roles, he's not acting.
Yes.
Because it's just kind of the guy he is.
You ever see Glenn Ross?
Yeah, I saw it here with
Alan Alda?
No, yeah. Alan
Me too.
Alda,
I went to see it just to see Alda.
It was Alda, but it was oh my God!
It was Alda, Liev Schreiber.
Liev Schreiber.
Liev Schreiber played it.
Holy crap, was he good?
Liev Schreiber, I thought the movie was better than you hear people say that Alda played Jack Lemmon's part, Liev Schreiber played Pacino's part. I forget this one guy's name who played Kevin Spacey's part. Jeffrey Tambor was in it.
Yeah.
Tom
Wopat.
Tom Wopat.
Yeah.
Tom Wopat.
And fucking Gordon Claps from NYPD
Which I
Blue.
had a bad case of, and I also
You had Gordon?
and Jimmy Chlamydia.
Case of the Gordon.
His agent, Jimmy Chlamydia.
What?
Which is a pasty vagina.
We want to turn on the studio mic because you're getting huge laughs, but...
I didn't even know they were out there.
The ladies don't laugh at pasty vagina.
Well,
Just saying.
One did.
I worked with her once.
There's a couple of girls out there.
Vagina?
Yeah, when she
Nice.
walked,
Yeah.
it was like shoes rubbing together.
Yeah, she's
You ever get a fucking-
she's something.
You ever get a yeast infection box? No disrespect, but it was fucking when you're fooling around with a girl and you look at her and it looks like her fucking pussy is drooling milk. It's
God
like, hey,
damn.
bread box, you want to fucking cut the malarkey? It's fucking horrid.
Expiration date on her labia.
Jesus. All right. Cottage cheese twat. Stop wearing tight pants.
Cottage cheese twat. Now wait a second. You're talking. Usually it's a cottage cheese ass, but if it's a twat with cottage cheese, it's a gun. You're
It's
talking
leaking.
about a fanny pack made of flesh in front.
No. Oh, no.
It's
I
a
don't mean-
hangover. It's a shelf brow above the vag. Is that what you're saying?
No. I mean that when the
Bring
lips.
Talking literally.
Bring the kids in the room right now.
You ever fuck a girl and you pull your dick out and there's that little fucking, it looks like a piece of feta cheese fell on it. And it's like milky white shit because she's got a yeast infection. I'm not even trying to be gross. Every guy has done that where you pull back and the fucking room smells like a shoe. And you're like, could you do something about this? Fucking, how about some cran apple?
Cran apple, you got to soak it in cran apple.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, here we go. Let's get the Alec Baldwin on the radio here. So this is a voicemail he left to his 11 or 12-year-old daughter. He
This
doesn't
is
even know
gonna
how old
upset
she is.
me.
And we got the Alec Baldwin statement that was
A statement just released?
I'm upset about this.
And
I'm a fan
it's
of
just
his.
brutal, man.
Fuck her.
He blames the Jews.
Yeah. And why not?
Here we go. Actual voicemail. Thank you, TMZ.com.
And Kim Bessinger, we think leaked
Everybody needs credit now. TMZ.com. Discover this
Get
again.
it.
Or they got it. I don't know.
Hey, I want to tell you something, okay? And I want to leave a message for you right now, because again, it's 10:30 here in New York on a Wednesday, and once again, I've made an ass of myself trying to get to a phone to call you at a specific time. When the time comes for me to make the phone call, I stop whatever I'm doing, and I go and I make that phone call at 11 o'clock in the morning in New York, and if you don't pick up the phone, at 10 o'clock at night, and you don't even have that goddamn phone turned on. I want you to know something, okay? I'm tired of playing this game with you. I'm leaving this message with you to tell you, you have insulted me for the last time. You have insulted me. You don't have the brains or the decency as a human being. I don't give a damn that you're 12 years old or 11 years old or that you're a child or that your mother is a thoughtless pain in the ass who doesn't care about what you do as far as I'm concerned. You have humiliated me for the last time with this phone. And when I come out there next week, I'm going to fly out there for the day just to straighten you out on this issue. I'm going to let you know just how disappointed in you I am and how angry I am with you that you've done this to me again. You've made me feel like and you've made me feel like a fool over and over and over again. And this crap you pull on me with this goddamn phone situation that you would never dream of doing to your mother, and you do it to me constantly and over again. I am going to get on a plane, and I'm going to come out there for the day, and I'm going to straighten your ass out when I see you. Do you understand me? I'm going to really make sure you get it. Then I'm going to get on a plane, I'm going to turn around, and I'm going to come home. So you better be ready Friday, the 20th, to meet with me. So I'm going to let you know just how I feel about the rude little pig you really are. You are a rude, thoughtless little pig, okay?
To replay this message.
To replay? That is the Massapequa Alec Baldwin. That isn't the Hollywood Alec Baldwin. That's the Long Island Alec Baldwin.
I'm so upset about this.
Isn't that just...
I'm so upset on so many levels. I'm upset for, obviously, the kid.
Yeah, the kid.
I'm upset for him. Yeah. The kid got mad and got the voicemail and put it on the thing and gave it to everybody.
Well, gave it to the mother. Probably the mother did
That's
it.
Kim. You think the mother did it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it might be something the kid would be like,
they are
yelling at me.
They are internet savvy, so maybe she did.
It's so sad.
What do you think the worst line in that is, Bob? The worst line is the pig line.
Little pig. You don't... I'm going to come... I can't...
The father-daughter dance is going to be terrific, though. They're going to make up at the father-daughter
I'm going to straighten your ass out.
Isn't that horrible?
I'm so sad.
Maybe a carnival on Sunday.
I hate the media so much that this shit gets out. There's been so much, and I know that
Bob, we've played it 3 times already this morning, so
we are guilty.
You could be mad at us, too.
No, I'm not. I'm upset.
One thing we won't be is hypocritical. I will say we are exploiting the shit out of this.
Right. Well, everybody wants to hear it. I wanted to hear it.
Yeah.
You go on the YouTube when you hear something terrible, and the director freaks out.
Yeah, you got to hear that.
But it's just what's happening is we're making sensationalism at the lowest of human. Excuse me a second.
Oh, speaking of lowest,
I'm going into
your
the
seat just went down.
Where you going, Angel?
Totally douched me.
Bob, don't be shy.
What I'm saying is, you can't. We're doing lowest of humanity. We're not.
Yeah.
No one's going. Oh, what a hero! What a great. No one gives a shit about somebody who's doing something great.
Who's fucking up, and how can we find it and exploit it?
And hurt them with it.
Psycho.
Hurt him with it.
With a parental thing about the whole thing.
That's what gets you. Like I'm not a parent, so to me, this is pure comedy. I saw you cringing.
Everybody loses it with their kids because being a parent is hard. And being a kid is hard. It's really hard. Adolescence, it fucking was the end of my life. I can't even believe I'm alive. I was so miserable.
Yeah.
And I became a comedian. I was popular or unpopular. I was a fucking nerd. It was terrible. But... to be a kid and to have someone, it's just, the horrific part is I'm coming out for one day, and then I'm going to turn around and go right back.
Yeah, then I'm going back.
But we're going to straighten this out.
Calling her a pig.
But I've gotten angry at my kids, and I've said things like you're being selfish, or you're selfish, the eyes roll back, and we have these long discussions, and we have to resolve it. But I'm very, very lucky. I have 3 amazing kids, and they have a great mom, and I've worked really hard, and having a great ex-wife, mother is a giant thing. So obviously, when you divorced people pit each other all the time, but to have a fucking recording of it and to be famed and to have it out there.
Yeah, that's...
Are we hearing the sensitive side of Bob Saget?
I know.
It's a little scary.
He should be at the edge of the bed.
I'm getting a little uncomfortable.
Wait a second, hold on. And then I came in the hooker's mouth.
All right,
now go to bed, honey. Hold on. This is me in 2 rooms. Honey, I'll be right back. Okay, hold on a second. Now, how was I fingering you before? So it's very complex, my church and state. But that really upset me deeply.
It's the pig line is what sunk him.
The pig line is so
if he
nasty.
said brat, that would have worked. Brat.
Yeah, that is not something you tell your daughter.
However, she loves Charlotte's Web, so that for her is a compliment.
It could be nice,
Bob,
cartoon pig.
We're gonna cheer you up.
What about his statement?
Yeah, do the statement, but I'm going to play the same thing, and I'm going to make it cheery for you, Bob.
All right.
You look all depressed now.
All right.
But
Alec Baldwin's representative released a statement to Extra last night, and I quote, "In the best interest of the child, Alec will do what the mother is pathologically incapable of doing, keeping his mouth shut and obeying the court order. The mother and her lawyer leaked this sealed material in violation of a court order. Although Alec acknowledges that he should have used different language in parenting his child, everyone who knows him privately knows what he has been put through for the past 6 years." That is his statement in defense of
there you go.
calling his daughter a pig.
And I think, you know what, though? I mean, I think I don't have kids, but she was probably acting awfully and old enough to know that she was at least being kind of douchey to him. He just shouldn't have called her a pig.
He was probably, he sounded like he was a little hurt that she wasn't there by the phone when he said he would call.
It all comes because if he misses her and he loves her and he doesn't know how to deal with it because he can't communicate with her because he's working and she's not responding because she feels hurt. It's all that fucking
bunch of hurt.
Why don't we?
It's a lot of hurt.
Why don't we make it a little cheery for you, Bob?
Do it.
Okay?
Hit me with
Here's
something.
the same voicemail, a little more cheery.
Hey, I want to tell you something, okay? And I want to leave a message for you right now.
Benny Hill.
10:30
It's Benny
here
Hill
in New York
music.
on a Wednesday.
Now
Once
it's
again,
fun.
I've made an ass of myself trying to get you a phone to call you at a specific time. When the time comes for me to make the phone call, I stop whatever I'm doing.
It is amazing.
And I go and I make that phone call at 11 o'clock in the morning in New York, and if you don't pick up the phone at 10 o'clock at night, and you don't even have that goddamn phone turned on, I want you to know something, okay? I'm hired to play in this game with you. I'm leaving this message with you to tell you you have insulted me for the last time. You have insulted me. You don't have the brains or the decency as a human being. I don't give a damn that you're 12 years old, or 11 years old, or that you're a child, or that your mother is a thoughtless pain in the ass, who doesn't care about what you do as far as I'm concerned. You have humiliated me for the last time with this phone. And when I come out there next week, I'm going to fly out there for the day just to straighten you out on this issue. I'm going to let you know just how disappointed in you I am and how angry I am with you that you've done this to me again. You've made me feel like... And you've made me feel like a fool over and over again.
Okay, terrific.
And the crap you pull on me with this goddamn phone situation that you would never dream of doing to your mother, and you do it to me constantly and over again.
Stop whining.
I am going to get on a plane.
Stop whining.
And I'm going to come out there for the day.
Stop
And
whining.
I'm going to straighten your ass out.
Stop whining.
Do you understand me?
Stop it.
I'm going to really make sure you get it. Then I'm going to get on a plane, I'm going to turn around, and I'm going to come home.
Would you kindly
better be
stop
ready
your noise
Friday, the 20th, to meet with me, so I'll let you know just how I feel about what a rude little pig you really are. You are a rude, thoughtless little pig, okay?
To replay this message.
I got exclusive audio of the daughter.
I hate you.
Oh man, now we really got to get happy.
See, that felt better though
Yeah.
with that music. Anything to the Benny Hill music, automatically it makes it funny.
I interviewed him once. I interviewed him with
Really?
CBS, yeah.
Did he hit on you?
He did.
I've
And he
heard
had
he-
that white milk of magnesia coming out of his mouth. When,
Oh no!
that white stuff. I think it was milk of
In
magnesia.
the corner of his mouth, it
Yeah.
might have been something
He was very
else.
funny and very, very nice.
Did you get a photo with him?
He blew me in the picture on a donkey.
That's great,
But, no, yeah, I did. I interviewed him. I had a 5-minute interview with him.
That's nice, man.
Yeah, but then they fucked up because I fucked up. I interviewed him and I was backwards. I was on the same side of the axis. You know what that is when you're in the same when you shoot something. It looked like you do an interview, but you got to flip the camera to a different spot on the other side of the thing.
Yeah, or else it's
I had
silly.
to flip myself in the post situation, so it looked like I had a stroke. My hair was on the other side of my head.
Mr. Hill, when did you start?
Can we get
not
a copy
an
of that?
animal.
Can we play that sometime? I would love to play that.
I would find it, yeah. If I can find it. I don't
That's
know where
cool,
it is.
man.
I had a comb over.
Hey, we got our food, so we're gonna take a break.
I have to cantaloupe.
I got to.
I wanted to play my message too.
Oh yeah, let's do it after the break.
Yeah, we'll
please.
do it after the break.
Dude, I got the same one by
Got
the
a
way.
fun
I was
message.
checking my voice.
Oh,
all
good.
the way over.
Okay. Yeah, but
Unbelievable.
it-
I really want to know why we got that stupid voicemail.
I'm not so much pissed that I got the mail, but we'll do it
All right,
after
you'll
the break.
explain. Okay. Hey, we got a live studio audience today. Let's hear you guys out there. A nice crowd to the wall.
Oh.
We got Bob Saget playing the North Fork Theater in Westbury tonight. A bunch of us are going to be there. It's going to be a lot of fun. And Drew Boogie in studio. Take us out for a little bit, Drew.
Good evening. Good evening. All right. All right. No. 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 She's dead. No. She's dead. No, my health doesn't allow it.
The Opie and Anthony Show. Successfully selling hot dogs in the desert to cities all over the country.
This hot dog is wet, and it smells like tuna fish. Oh, gross.
Whoa, Black Betty, Bam-a-lam. Whoa, Black Betty, Bam-a-lam. She really gets me high. Bam-a-lam, you know that's no lie. Bam-a-lam, she's so rock steady. Bam-a-lam, and she's always ready. Bam-a-lam, whoa. Body rock.
True Boogie in studio on XM Satellite Radio. People are getting their tickets through Ticketmaster for our O&A Traveling Virus Comedy Tour. Very, very cool. A lot of people very excited. They're calling, going, "Hey, I got my tickets, blah, blah, blah. Can't wait to see Bob Saget." And the rest. So it's very interesting. We're getting to know Bob and not happy with the media in general these days, huh, Bob? I think it all started with the OJ thing, by the way, and it's just been...
What happened there? I've been out of it a little.
What? But it started right
There was a lot of porn. What was that?
when he won the Heisman?
Yeah, I think the OJ thing just completely escalated this thing, and they realized, the media realized, wow, man.
You could go back
further.
I think...
Joey Buttafuoco?
It started with all that, a current affair... that tabloid journalism,
all that
all that kind of stuff. But the Buttafuoco thing was huge. Amy Fisher, and then your regular mainstream media news used to laugh at that current affair stuff.
They wouldn't pay attention to that.
That's tabloid journalism. But now the mainstream news is that.
You walk out of a bar and they're like, we want to ask you a question. Oh, you're with the Current Affair? No, we're with CNN.
Yeah. CNN.
Can't talk to you.
What happened?
Is it true that you had anal entry?
Yeah, what?
It was an
CNN?
animal. Yeah.
Are you sure you with
CNN? Shoved a praying mantis up my ass.
You're going to air this?
Yeah.
But it's just, the violence of it is what's so sad to me, because if you see a kid wearing commando stuff and he's on the front page of major publications, it's telling people this is G.I. Joe. You know, this is something to...
Right.
You're hurt by society. You're a taxi driver. We are living taxi driver.
Yeah.
And celebrating the fucking Travis Bickle on the front of something.
On the front of the newspaper is this like action hero, this anti-hero. He's there with his guns, and he feels dejected and rejected from society, so he's going to like take it out on everybody. And it's this anti-hero thing that, you know, in a movie, it's fine because it's a movie. In real life, you don't celebrate that by giving him exactly what he wanted, which is front page. And
we're more uptight with sexuality, obviously, than we are with violence.
Ridiculous.
I think Jack Nicholson had that line, I think, where you can't show a nipple, but you can shoot one off. You can show violence, but you can't show sex. And my stand-up, what's been freeing for me is to be able to come out and just say whatever I want. I don't really talk about violence that much, kind of. If, fucking an animal and splitting it open and stuff like that. But you got to eat after you fuck. But but that's just because it's I'm a 9-year-old talking filthy. But
why do you always have to bring it back to yourself in your comedy?
And another thing is, but only because I'm at the North
discussion here.
You're right. I'm sorry, but that guy, if he only had seen me at the Norfolk Theater tonight, or at the Orpheum tomorrow in Boston,
felt so much better about himself.
Or where are you, Jim, tonight?
Funny you should ask, Bob. In Chicopee, Massachusetts, at the Hookie Low.
Yuck.
You're doing the Orpheum. I'm doing the Hookie Low.
Why don't you cancel your show and come to my big theater show at the Orpheum in Boston?
I'm like 2 hours from Boston. I'll be like 2 hours away.
Cancel your show and do a little time on his show.
I'd put you up, let you talk about your vagina.
Fuck.
Fucking A. All right, Bob. Gonna pay me a little money.
What? Maybe you should do your gig. You're committed.
Yeah, go ahead. You can't cancel last minute.
Super Jew. Saved by Super Jew.
Going with what you were saying, Anthony said it yesterday, this video manifesto hits the media, right? And it's just unbelievable.
Which it shouldn't be called in the first place.
Right. And they're bleeping out curses.
Yeah, he cursed in the video.
That's what they found a problem with.
And that was the most offensive
bodies being
part.
dragged out of windows.
Bodies being dragged out. Him holding his guns. him talking this just psychobabble about killing people.
Talking nothing but hate.
And then they found the most offensive part that shouldn't be aired was the word shit. Because that might...
Have you ever seen his shit? It's disgusting.
Is it? Okay, maybe that's it. Maybe the shit was so offensive.
But the thing is, the kids are watching this, and that's the thing
That's the thing that the kids will have a problem with?
You know, no, but I mean, the kids are seeing bodies dragged out. They don't even know what the horror is of it. I was talking to my daughters about it, and it was like, you know, they have their own issues that day, and I'm like, I'm worried to death. Have you seen the news? And thank God they didn't, because they're self-involved.
Yeah.
You know,
and if they heard the word shit, though...
Oh, I'm their dad.
Yeah, exactly. It's not going to damage
the only word they don't
children.
hear all day long is cunt.
But seeing...
And that's where I draw the line.
And
that's good. You're a good dad like that.
Thank you.
We're also in the New York Times today, and we're just beyond pissed at Jacques. What's his last name?
Jacques Steinberg. What a jizz bucket.
Jacques Steinberg.
And we called him out. We tried to get him on our show today. He knows we were calling because his assistant answered the phone, and he refuses to talk to us, even though he had no problem writing some inaccurate things about us in the New York Times today. And I'm just getting word from one of the fans out there that Neil Bortz is also trying to get this dick on his show. So bravo. I don't know if we would even like Neil Bortz, but bravo to him for calling this fucker out too.
I'll bet you we'd like Neil Bortz if we peeked at him and saw him through a buddy booth. I'll bet you we'd like him then. Neil Bortz.
Neil Bortz.
Bortz alert.
Oh, Flea hung up. All right.
Why did Flea hang up? We were just about to get to you.
Fuck him in his...
Well,
in his ass.
Maybe he got disconnected. Maybe Mercurio punched the phone out of his hand.
Let's go to Lamar in Queens. Lamar.
It's Lamont. What's up, guys?
Lamont, what's up?
Hey.
Lamont.
How are yeah, I was there that night.
Were you?
And Flea made an ass of himself, pretty much.
What did he say?
Well, you know how you guys played a game where you call someone's name and look away?
Yeah.
Which we love. That's cool. Problem was when Paul looked, Flea just said, "Paul, you suck." I thought the idea was to say nothing.
Right.
So he says, you know, "Paul, you suck." So Paul comes down, confronts him on it, and is like, "Dude, why'd you say I suck?" And one of the things Flea did say, and he claims he didn't say it, but there's like 5 witnesses, was that he was an O&A intern. Now, I know for a fact, you know, I have a better chance of being an O&A intern than him, and I'm black.
You could be an O&A. We would have a black intern in a second.
Yeah, absolutely. Then we could do more black humor.
Absolutely.
That's how it works in media.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You use me like Robin. So
absolutely.
Listen,
Yeah.
he, you know, he said that, and Paul gave him every chance basically to back out of it. You know, even to the point going, come on, you're fucking around, right? This is bullshit. And he's like, no, you know, he's standing his ground because we're there. I think he assumes we're going to back him up. But, you know, you get yourself in a situation, you have to get yourself out of it.
Yeah, we don't want people representing the show when they're not working for the show. Jesus.
At least we know. But, I mean, to say that to Paul is a bad reflection on you guys.
Yeah, well,
yeah, and then people that don't know us are hanging around and they hear it.
And Paul did tell me he showed unbelievable restraint, but then he got to a point, he's like, look, I had to make an example of him. And, you know, I personally understand that. So...
Oh, that's what I was saying earlier. Like, Paul isn't the biggest guy, and they were putting pictures of him up on the website and going, this is the guy that punched Flea. And, like, they show Paul Mercurio, who isn't a big guy, and it really makes Flea look bad that he got manhandled by Paul.
Yeah, it was a little thrashing. It wasn't so many punches in the face. Flea claims he only got hit 3 times in the shoulder through 3 layers of clothing, and it didn't hurt and whatever. But I think he should call. But, you know, he's such an attention whore, and now he doesn't want the attention. I don't get that.
He was on the line, and we didn't get to him fast enough. And the other thing Paul did say is, he goes, trust me, I made sure I didn't really hurt the kid.
Yeah, if he wanted to hurt him, he could have.
He goes, trust me, I could have just, knocked his face in.
He definitely could have.
And we said it earlier, and I really want the message to get out. We're done with Paul Mercurio. We don't have a problem with the guy anymore, all right? We were really pissed off, and we kind of worked it out. And we don't know what his participation in the show will be as we move forward, but we don't want anyone harassing him anymore.
We have no problem with Paul.
Exactly.
All right?
All right, sweetie. Thank you for calling.
Take care, dude. Have a good show tonight.
All right, Lamont, take care.
And this is an actual voicemail that Flea left.
Ew.
Who was he calling a pig? Nobody?
No.
One saved message. Saved message.
Lamar, give me a call. Please let me know what's going on. I really, really, really need to know. Fucking please do it. I'm going to keep calling. I don't give a shit. Just fucking give me a call back. I really need to know, okay? Thank you. Bye.
To replay this message, press...
This was outside the club.
Panicky Pete. Please call. Oh, my God, please.
You know what? We can't leave voicemails anymore.
No.
No one can.
They
you can't
will
really
air.
go anywhere. You got to be in a bubble or wear a helmet or something.
Yeah, the cone of silence. That's what we all need.
There's an embarrassing one of me floating around somewhere.
Is there?
Fuck yeah.
Oh,
Why'd you get arrested?
Oh, no.
Why did you get arrested?
Because I was on the voyeur bus with the Opie and Anthony
because of this dumb
Yeah,
show.
Bob, you're just starting to like, I don't know, hang with us. Maybe we should give you a little advice.
Get away.
Don't
run away.
Not necessarily run away.
Just don't agree to do anything except the virus tour, and that's marginal.
No,
that
I
might
won't.
end up
I
a
won't.
disaster.
Don't ever let your guard down, okay?
I understand.
Lewis Black was in the joint with Jim Norton for how many hours?
We spent 19 hours together. No, 27.
We got Lewis Black arrested.
No, he doesn't do anything.
That's right.
Exactly. The one day he decides to do something on a whim, too, spur of the moment. He was just like, it was a voyeur bus. It's this bus that has glass sides, and these girls were living on it, topless and with little thongs on.
I know about this.
And there was a shower and beds in it and shit. And they decided to come down to the show. So we were like, hey, that's cool. Hey, why don't the guys go out, grab cell phones, and take a ride down Broadway, down Times Square, and hang out like in front of the mayor's mansion, and then drive back up 6th Avenue. So it's like, okay, Jimmy goes with the cell phone, and then Lewis is hanging out in the studio and decides last minute pretty much, he goes, I'm going to take a ride. So he hops in there. They're driving down. Police were escorting the bus for a little ways, and the crowds. This is right through Times Square. There are nude girls through Times Square. The crowd was amazing. The girls the bus stops in front of the mayor's office and decides to take a shower. A CNN reporter was on the bus for a short time, being very friendly. This is great. Wow, amazing. So what are you girls doing?
Just to jump in, we weren't media savvy yet, so
Yeah.
we thought that CNN being on a bus filled with teenage naked women,
It's good for us.
legal teenage naked women, that it could only be good for the Opie and Anthony show, that they'll do a positive piece on CNN. That's how stupid we used to be.
So she gets off the bus, the CNN thing, and she goes, okay, well, thanks. She gets off the bus, immediately goes to the mayor and goes, let me show you a little video of what's going on down Broadway in your fine city. There's a bus of nude women going down. It's a radio show and stuff. So Giuliani got involved. And the bus is then making its way back up toward the studios up 6th Avenue. And the bus notices that traffic is really absent.
They're pretty much the only vehicle.
And there's
it's around rush hour.
There's those blue sawhorse police get the fuck out of here things, because they're closing down 6th Avenue because the president had just landed, Clinton, at Kennedy, and was working his motorcade up.
Well, he needed to get to the bus.
Perfect storm of fuck up.
And somehow the voyeur bus was able to get on this road, this avenue that was closed down.
And out of nowhere, a combination of NYPD brass. I mean, they had the shoulder shit on the medals and everything, brass, unmarked, just black vehicles, Secret Service, sheriffs, troopers, everything just descended on this bus and pulled everybody off of it and arrested them immediately.
Holy shit.
And then ripped the bus apart.
Just ripped
the bus apart.
Because someone might have flushed some pot down the toilet. We don't know for sure. I wasn't there.
I wound up spending. Me and Lewis both smoked at the time. And we were jonesing for cigarettes, yes, and each other's cocks just to turn the other inmates on so they didn't hit us. And it was funny. We said to one of the sergeants, "Can me and Lewis stay in the cell together?" And he goes, "What are you going to protect each other?" Yeah,
exactly.
Right. And Lewis is panicking, and clean water.
Don't make me point at you.
It was a wild day, man. It was really a bad day. I had to shit like nobody's business, if I can use such harsh talk.
And you couldn't.
No, because the toilets were filthy. And one inmate.
You have to shit in the room with everybody?
It's awful. It's just
Is
awful.
the toilet right there?
Yeah, but there's roaches on it. They're looking at you.
It's jail. They don't want it to be nice.
The toilet in the room with everybody?
No, you have a little stalled off area, but you're in the room. Yeah, you don't go to your own restroom.
And did they have warnings all over the place for what disease?
It was
tuberculosis?
Not hepatitis.
The fuck was it?
It wasn't good.
It wasn't good.
It wasn't.
But they had to have,
elephantiasis?
Yeah. They had to have signs up, Bob, though, to tell people that you could get this from being in the cell. I forgot what it was, but yeah.
The vapors. Typhus?
Yeah.
Typhoid.
We lost track.
Ancient disease.
Just to keep in mind, we've lost track of how many people have been arrested because of this radio show.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
We truly have lost track.
I gotta go.
So you might want to
the virus. You can't get arrested at the virus, right? Except for the strippers that talk to me before I go out on stage.
Yeah, you'll be all right there. But as we've had a lot of press clippings over the years. That's the only one I actually hang up. It's because it has Clinton, Opie and Anthony, and Voyer Bus all in the same story.
Yeah.
I'm proud of that one.
And Giuliani actually was at the podium speaking and addressing the situation and actually called us stupid.
Just stupid. Possibly the future president of the United States actually called us stupid.
America's mayor, at least.
Yeah.
Flea is back on the phone.
All right.
Let's get to the bottom of that.
No, I did not.
You better not.
If I did,
you embarrass us in front of Mr. Jeff Saget.
Oh, excuse me.
I have a bag. I have a colostomy bag.
Am I being accused falsely of farting?
Something I didn't tell you about me.
Did you fart?
No, I never fart.
Now I have to.
I mean, I do when I'm on a toilet and it got poop in me.
Now I'm going to.
What?
I didn't like being.
No,
I fart.
I did not.
I don't like farting. I have a problem with it.
Yeah,
I do. It smells like shit.
I didn't do it.
What is that?
I don't like that smell.
I think an apology is in order. Well, here's what happened.
I'm sorry, Jimmy.
Something has smelled. Maybe it was the fruit. And Ope thought I farted and immediately blamed me. And it hurts. And when I'm hurt, the good feelings have to come in and push those bad hurt feelings out.
My dad used to say that. I got to release the poison. Yeah. Don't you want me to release the poison? I can die.
Can you sneeze instead? Is there a way to?
I used to say, I'll get sick if I keep this inside.
Yeah, it doesn't have to come
They don't want
to
hear this, though, Jimmy. Look at them. They're all shaking their heads.
No.
They don't want
girls don't like the shit fart humor
Girls.
either.
Where are the girls?
There's two very hot girls.
Couple girls out there.
Hi, ladies.
Maybe.
Don't be shy.
There's definitely two girls, maybe three. I'm not really sure.
Where's the third?
Oh, boy.
Exactly.
That's not a good...
let's say hi to Flea.
Hold on a second. I want to talk to the fucking guy from the Geico commercial. The fucking...
He's looking around. No, it's you, dude. The guy that looked around the most, it's you.
The caveman.
Right.
What, do I look like a gecko?
You can make fun of our audience there, Bob.
I would never... They seem like
Is he angry at me? You're not mad at me, are you, sir?
Yeah, he's mad.
Really? Yes. Hello?
Well, you're very hairy.
Hold on, Flea.
Yeah.
Flea, you should know when to shut up. When we're talking and when you're being hit by a comedian. Yeah,
what?
a little bit. You're very hairy.
No, I mean, I was thinking about getting it cut.
Yeah.
Just getting a little raggedy around the sides and stuff.
A little
but
bushy.
I have a knobby head, so I don't want to get it cut too short.
Oh, is that
a little bit shorter. There's a line between what I have and what you have. There's a way to balance it out.
But I've been there though, and it looked really bad.
But then don't go with the crew cut. Don't go with the crew cut. I'm just saying you might want to take it back from club them and rape them in a cave.
It works for me though.
And then the beard, it's a big beard too.
What do you do for a living?
He's an Oscar the Grouch.
I work in a chain bookstore, actually. I don't know if I can say it or not.
Why not? It's a bookstore you work at.
As long as it's not
Borders.
Noble, you're all right.
It is actually the first one.
Barnes and Noble?
Yeah, you're not allowed to mention Barnes and Noble on it.
No.
Yeah.
All right.
Actually, I train as a pro wrestler, too, somewhere that Bob in there actually did something with.
Bob?
Uh-oh.
What was it?
Bob, somehow you're tied to this guy now.
Let me see you. Let me look at you. Can you come more into the light?
Why?
He is.
There you are.
Know me.
Were you on American Idol?
What? No,
Nothing.
I actually was not.
How am I tied to you?
Well, you're not tied to me, actually.
Right.
There's a wrestling thing. You're kind of the commissioner of
That's
some
funny that you say that. Somebody came up to me at the end of a show one night and said, look into the camera and say you're the commissioner of wrestling. And I just said it into a camera. And then some guy just put it on the web and says I'm the commissioner of wrestling. So everybody thinks I'm the commissioner of wrestling.
Yeah, I know that guy. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that was weird. It's not even true. I just got hazed.
Oh. That is so funny. You can just do anything these days and pop it up on YouTube.
Hey, can we get one of those for our show?
Whatever you want.
What do we want?
That's how it happened last time. I'm Batman.
The head of the FCC.
That's right. President of the Opie and Anthony show.
I'll do that.
We'll come up with something.
Yeah.
Wait, are you really a wrestler? Do you really wrestle?
Well, I'm not yet. I'm training it.
He's training.
I'm the commissioner of Scrote.
What's your wrestling name?
Well, I don't have one. I actually had people trying to tell me I should be like a grouchy gnome.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious. I didn't make that up.
I know, that's the problem.
What do you want your name to be? What do you think? You had to have thought this out.
Yeah.
You must have thought out wrestling names. You have to. It's part of that. What have some of you thought of that you honestly don't know about yet?
Well, I was probably just going to use like a fake name, like just a name that's not.
Well, yeah,
mine.
I didn't think you'd just be
like the
Ted.
wrestlers I'd want to be like, or like old.
It doesn't sound exciting when, like Jimmy said, and now to the ring, here comes Ted.
Hulk Hogan and Ted the Guy.
No, but there isn't like a Ted the Guy, though, so that could like work.
No,
okay.
you can't.
What are you leaning toward?
Well, where I train, which is Chikara. The website is ChikaraWrestling.com. I hope I don't get thrown out of here for
But you can't say Barnes & Noble.
No, never say Barnes & Noble.
Nah, as long as you say
I was
Shakira.
emboldened by that.
All right. What are you trained to do? Wrestle?
Yeah.
What wrestling name are you leaning towards?
Come on.
Come on, don't be shy.
Well, they already call me Crazy Frank on the tapes and stuff. My name is Frank. But
So
like
Crazy
when I have
Frank.
to do something like
Crazy Frank's all right.
Crazy Frank. He's
All right.
crazy.
Let's talk to Flea. Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Crazy
thank you,
Frank,
Crazy
that one.
Frank. Geico.
then I'd have to have like a little Fred Flintstone
Get
thing.
down.
Flea.
Like white guy.
Hi.
Get down.
Flea. Why do you represent the Opie and Anthony show by saying you're an intern for the show?
I didn't say I was an intern.
All right.
What'd you say?
Okay, what did you say?
I said, look, I'm a big fan of the show, and he said, I don't care who you work for.
So you're saying that he misunderstood you?
And other people misunderstood you? That
It's
heard?
a giant. Yeah, I think when Mercurio said that, then people thought I said I was an intern.
Why'd you say you were an intern?
I didn't.
Why'd you confront him? What happened?
It's just it was pretty much I've never seen the guy in person, and I've just never liked him.
Okay.
So I just decided, why not? I just felt like doing it.
But you realized he was going to beat you up, right? Or were you hoping everyone was going to help you out?
No, see, a lot of people think I've thought that they were going to back me up in this. No, this is all me, because I know that other people like him, and I didn't think he was going to hit me, and I learned my lesson.
How come people don't like you?
Yeah, why are you so unlikable?
Because I'm a 19-year-old guy who likes to act tough, and then he got hit for it.
You're saying that they wanted to see you get your comeuppance.
Flea, how much you weigh?
About 135.
Ugh.
Tops.
That's soaking wet with another man in your lap.
Well,
What a girl.
this is Bob Saget. I think the first thing you got to do is change your name, dude.
Yeah.
Because it's diminishing you.
That's true.
You should change it to Locust.
Just something a little bigger.
He might as well. He comes once every 17 years. Nothing on that one?
You can laugh.
You know why they're not laughing? It's dangerous for the crops.
I thought that deserved something, and I heard a titter. I was like, all right, swing and a miss.
So you never said you interned for the Opie and Anthony show?
No, didn't.
No matter
Really
how
quick.
many other people say that you said that.
Go ahead.
Fucking everyone, I'm trying to at least be a little serious. Can you stop my phone? I hate that stupid gimmick that people try to do.
What do they do, Flea,
What
that
do
you
they
don't
do?
like?
It's pound your phone and keep trying to call you, so all you hear is a beep. I can barely hear you guys because people keep calling my phone.
Oh, yeah, it is kind of distracting. What are you talking about? See, you said you're an intern on the O&A show. Why'd you say that?
Norton, I didn't say that.
But I mean, some people were saying you did, and Mercurio said, I don't care who you work for.
Look, Mercurio hit me, and I pretty much deserved it.
You what? I can't hear you, dude. He did what to you?
Mercurio hit me.
Okay.
Oh,
And you deserve it? How many times did he hit you?
He hit me twice.
Where?
Shoulder.
Yeah, he said, he called me yesterday. He said he could have really messed you up if you wanted to.
I'm sure he probably could have.
Flea, honestly, we're done with Paul, all right? I know you're trying to do the right thing for the show, but we're so done with him. And a little advice, you're going to get really hurt one of these days. You got to be careful. You're
I'm
a little
really
boy.
Sorry, honest to God.
All right. Cry. Start crying. It'll help your case. Just start crying.
Hello?
What? This is on? Cry, Flea.
No, it's not worth it.
Someone is telling... Hold on,
Flea. We may have a thing here.
Lamont.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, everyone is calling in, Flea, and saying that you said you were an intern. You fucked up. Will you just clear the air? We got Lamont on the line. Lamont.
Dude, just come clean, man. You said it.
And another guy's on hold saying you said it as well. And Paul Mercurio said that you either said you worked for the show or you were an intern for the show.
I just think he might have misheard me and said that I worked for the show, but I never said that.
Other people heard you say it too, my sweet.
Yeah, but if you just said I'm a fan of the show, like everybody would have heard it that way. They would have understood it that way. It doesn't sound anything like an intern.
Anthony, there was even a guy named John who I think worked for the show on the CBS side. He doesn't work there anymore. He even was trying to call Flea out on it and be like, excuse me, you're an intern? I never saw you before.
Did that happen, Flea?
No, I don't know who Lamont's talking about. Who are you? Lamont, I'm being totally serious. I don't know who you're talking about.
Former child.
John, the guy.
Former child star?
Former child star was...
Hey, John.
Former child star. We know him.
That kid with the pretty eyes?
Yeah, he looks like a...
Yeah. Wait, he wasn't there on Wednesday. What are you talking about?
Look, this is getting too complicated. You said it. Why don't you just come clean? They're saying...
Lamont, what the fuck is wrong with you?
With me. You start shit, and something's wrong with me?
Here you go.
No, Lamont.
Not for nothing.
I don't get why you are jumping on a fucking bandwagon.
Ooh.
What is the deal? Why? I've known you for about 3 years. I don't get why you're fucking so pissed.
Because, dude, you do shit. And
I didn't do anything to you. I didn't do anything under anyone's fucking name. I did it on my own. I'm always labeled as fucking somebody else's thing. Why can't I just be my own fucking guy?
Okay.
I see a Flea manifesto in his future.
Dude, we try to talk to you to just point you in the right direction, because, honestly, we love you, seriously. But when you do shit like this, to get attention, and when it's this much attention on you, you don't like it all of a sudden.
Ooh.
And then we try to tell you just to go the right way. We don't want to control your life. It's just, you can't have stuff like that happen, dude. It's not right.
Oh, shit.
Whether you mentioned OAA or not, as you claimed you didn't, it was wrong to do that to Paul.
Well, we're partly to blame because we didn't really make it clear to everybody that we're done with Paul. But still, Flea, you're gonna get really hurt one day.
Yeah, you're not big enough to like mouth off to people.
Yeah,
you got to just accept that.
That's all I'm.
Or not, rich enough to have a lot of security around you at all times.
And even if you become very rich and famous,
point that out. So.
Never. Sorry. Never. Ever leave a voicemail on a 12-year-old girl's cell phone.
Yeah. Right.
That's the biggest lesson here.
Exactly.
Lamont, thank you for putting up that voicemail. Jesus fuck.
Well, you were calling me constantly during the show when I was trying to work.
Because you kept fucking texting me saying that I'm going to get, that they're calling up other clubs about me and shit.
Calling up other clubs?
The Comedy Cellar got a call about him, actually.
Oh, that?
Because you were deemed a problem in a club.
Really?
And that's where they work.
I only heard of the Laugh Factory.
No, Comedy Cellar, I guess as well as Laugh Factory.
Huh.
Now, you see, Flea, I was trying to warn you. Am I wrong for doing that? I'm hounding you?
That's what it was, and you scared me.
I could have said nothing.
Dude, you know, I told you, I went to see Lewis on Thursday, and he said everything was fine.
Yeah, well, he apparently called the Comedy Cellar and I guess the Laugh Factory, according to Ope, so...
and I got a voicemail from Stand Up New York, but I haven't gotten back to him yet. I don't know what that one's about.
Yeah, the clubs talk to each other whenever they deem a customer a problem. It's just it's a courtesy they extend to each other.
Exactly.
Hey, would you take Pete's word there, Flea? Hold on, Lamont. Hold on. We might need you again. Here's Pete from Cringe Humor. Pete.
Yeah, he's fucking full of shit, dude. He totally said it to him right there in front of everybody. There's like at least 5-6 people that were listening. He fucking said that he was...
The only person who was listening was Lamont. You weren't listening. You were on your phone.
No. I had my camera phone. I was about to take a video. Just as I'm about to fucking video, first of all, Paul thought we were setting him up. As he's fucking shoving Flea and punching him, he's saying, "Did you get the video footage that you wanted?" He said it a couple of times. Because, the way Flea set it up was that he was a setup, he was an intern from Opie and Anthony. That's what set Paul off.
Oh, boy.
No, that's not what fucking I said. And what I said was you sucked, and that's what got him mad. And then he was like, oh, look, are you joking? Are you joking? I'm like, this fucking me
you're
saying
a fucking
I didn't fucking represent anyone. I said I'm an O&A fan, and I don't like how he got them 5 for Sex with Sam, and then it got blown up like that. And you were on your phone, Pete. Please don't lie about that shit.
Now he's calling you a liar. Oh, shit. Wow, I like how they turned that around.
Liar. You're a fucking liar. You're a cancer on this whole fucking O&A community. Kill yourself. Kill your fucking parents. You suck. You're never fucking coming back on Cringe Humor, I'll tell you that. You're never fucking coming back on.
I've never seen someone banned from so many message boards before.
I don't give a fuck that you started a fight. I don't care that you called Paul I don't give a fuck what you did, but you're
Fine,
fucking
Pete.
lying. That
Fine.
I give a fuck about.
Pete, I ain't mad. Fine. Have a...
Sonny Forelli from Boston,
All right, we'll get
also
Sonny
on the line.
Oh, shit.
All right, let's go
hear from Sonny.
This is getting heavy.
Sonny Forelli.
Hey, guys, hey, listen, I'm from Boston, so I don't have a chance to get out there all that much because, I'm a working man. But, at the Christmas party, I thought Flea was an intern. He told me that at the Ron and Fez Christmas party.
He told you he was an intern?
Yeah, well, I was talking to him, and he was all upset that he couldn't. No, I didn't even say that, dude. Well, he was all upset that he couldn't get inside the Ron and Fez Christmas party because he was too young. No, and he says, what do they think they are? I mean, I'm even me out. Blah, blah, blah. Not material.
Flea, it's intervention time, man. You gotta chill the fuck out. You're gonna get hurt.
You said you were an intern, Flea?
No, I didn't. Why is that?
If you're going to lie about something, like say you're an employee, why would you say you're an intern? That's like the worst.
I had that impression that he was an intern up to now. I thought he was always an intern.
Why don't you say I'm a bag of shit? I mean, no disrespect to the interns.
All right, Sonny, thank you.
You're welcome.
Everyone's calling.
And don't
Flea
hurt
being a liar.
yourself or your parents. I'm putting it out there.
Of course.
Actually,
That's
Matt,
not right.
And then get some veg.
Bob, Matt from Cleveland,
That's what he needs.
he wants you to sit down, Flea, and give him a Full House sit-down talk. Could you do that, maybe?
That's right. Do you have any music? Do you have any kind of Full House music?
Get some nice,
some
sappy.
Let me just tell you something, Flea. You're kind of like the daughter I always wanted. And, I want you to not be so hard on yourself. To be honest with you, in life, things happen. And sometimes you make mistakes. I've made mistakes. Whatever happened to predictability? The Milkman, the Paperboy, they all tried to bugger me. But let me tell you something, as a father, I want you to forgive me. Stop coughing up shit first. and don't be so hard on yourself. This is supposed to be entertainment, this program. And so they're kind of making a sensationalism out of the drama you're going through. And I know you feel the drama's real because you're only a 19-year-old guy. But this will so pass. And you won't remember this when you're on that train and living as a drifter in Oklahoma. And you get that disease all around your asshole because some guy that you didn't know just kind of put it in there and you were asleep and passed out. But don't hurt yourself. No matter what you do, you can let a guy violate you all medicated and drunk on NyQuil.
Uncle Jesse, maybe.
Uncle Jesse will do it up. He'll put a mullet inside your ass and you won't even know what happened. I just want you to be careful. And don't be hard on yourself. This is supposed to be entertainment. And try not to lie. I used to lie for 30 years. I lied. And then I stopped fucking other people. And then and I want you to just be forgiving of yourself, man. And try not to be a liar and an asshole and a hunk of shit.
What a good fatherly speech.
Well, that's it.
Right from
now
one of America's dads.
Thank you all, but I want to say one last thing. I'm getting on a plane on Friday. I want you to wait for me, Flea.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn around on Saturday and I'm going to leave. But when I come there, I'm going to parent you. I'm going to straighten you out because you've been acting like a little piggy. And this little piggy went to market and that little piggy stayed home and that little piggy fabricated some stuff. So I want you just to forgive yourself and stop being a little lying piggy, and it's all going to be fine. And
Flea is lying,
and I guess, but I don't know nothing. I just show up to try to have fun with you guys.
All right, Dugout Doug.
Hey, Flea's little custom username underneath his name on FBA, it says O&A intern.
Really?
Flea, what about that? Flea,
comment. Flea.
Hi, what?
Comment. Does your name on FBA underneath your name say O&A intern?
No, it doesn't. Hi, Doug.
There's not a single message board in the O&A community that agrees on anything, but every single one of these boards had somebody there that all heard him say he was an intern.
The members of the 5 boards were all represented.
Right.
Doug is a pimp.
They don't agree on anything, but everybody heard this.
Yeah, Doug, who from your board was on there? Who from your board was there Wednesday?
Oh, shit.
I have no idea. I don't know. Filter Paul was there. No, Filter Paul was there.
No, he wasn't.
Oh, he wasn't there? Hi.
No.
No filter Paul, he wasn't there?
No.
I just want to hear Flea cry.
He's the one that gave me the info.
All right.
I don't know. I think this audio has to be pulled and given to Eastside Dave for board gossip.
There you go.
Little gossip. Little chat.
Is that what he says?
Oh, it's horrible.
Flea.
The song is awful.
Flea.
Hi.
We'll give you the last word.
Oh.
Sorry.
To who?
You're a powerful speaker, Flea.
I'm probably going to get hung up on, but...
Just say it, you mousy cunt.
I'm sorry I did that.
No,
I'm embarrassed that I did that.
What?
I made an ass of myself.
Go ahead.
All right, it's just...
Sometimes I'm a bad boy, yeah.
Last words, anything...
well, we're waiting.
Anything you want to say that might defend you or make you look a little better, or... I don't know.
My apologies to
anything? I don't know.
my apologies to anyone involved.
You're stupid!
Yeah. No? Nothing?
I'm trying...
You're a fucking liar! Shut up!
Come on, Flea. Something sincere from the heart, please.
I know.
Shut up!
I'm not good.
I'm trying to
I'm not gonna lower it. I have to do this now.
I'm just trying to hold it together.
Hold it together. That's a good thing to do.
You are never to blame.
Is it video manifesto time?
Yeah.
It's not to that point, right?
I'm scared. You dick.
Flea, something from the heart, please. Not this dreck.
Yeah, come on.
Look, I just...
Stupid! You're so stupid!
Why are you stopping?
You want to be a part of this radio program badly, and yet we're giving you an opportunity to say something that might ingratiate you to the program, and all you're doing is flubbing and stuttering. How about a real comment?
Here comes into another sound clip time.
A, that's not what's happening, and B...
No, dickhole.
Exactly. Just go with it, stupid.
I keep just trying to apologize.
I don't think everybody loud. I'm sorry.
Maybe an apology to Paul Mercurio.
Yeah, exactly. How about an apology to Paul?
That's exactly what we want today. Go ahead.
Shut up!
Hey, I wrote him an email.
Yeah, did you?
I'm sorry. I did so many bad things.
Flea?
I want that one.
Flea, this is Greg Hughes, the actor that plays Opie on the Opie
Oh!
Show. You really got to be careful out there. You're going to get hurt. I'm dead serious, all right? We do want to like you, but you got to chill the fuck out. And I know you're trying to do the right thing, but we're done with Paul. All right?
Okay, I'm really sorry.
All right. Have a
Son,
good
all
weekend.
I've ever asked of my Marines is for them to obey my orders as they would the Word of God.
Word of God.
Word of God.
All right, Flea.
We look like assholes right now, man.
Have a good weekend, all right?
Wait.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, but Flea, hold on. Quick question, Flea.
Have a good vacation.
We're not hanging up on you here. I'm looking at your profile picture, and it says Flea Man, and it says O&A intern under it. What is this from, Hawk?
From Full-Blown AIDS.
This is from fullblownaids.com. It says
FBA?
Flea Man, O&A intern under it. Now, what you just said that you don't have that there, Flea.
Flea!
Flea?
Are you a compulsive liar?
No, what are you even talking about?
On your profile on FBA, it says Flea Man, and then it says O&A intern under it. You know how you put your little comment under your name on a message board? I think you know about message boards, Flea.
Yeah, and Doug is an administrator, so he can always change it.
Ah, conspiracy theory.
I like it.
All right. You know something? I kind of believe Doug would do an asshole move like that.
Of course he would. I actually think Doug dressed up as Flea and yelled at Mercurio.
All right, we got to go, Flea. We got a big star in studio.
We've had enough of this bunk.
All right. Take care of yourself, man. And I was just
my
fucking around.
my apologies to all you guys. I didn't mean for any of this shit to be like as big as it was.
Well, it morphed into something, and now they're talking about it in fucking Chicopee, and there's going to be a big showdown tonight at the Hooky-Loo at 10:30.
It's a town meeting now.
Yeah, it's a big town meeting. There's going to be a big fight, a good mouth fuck. I mean, who cares about tickets?
So did you apologize to Paul?
Yeah, I wrote him a long email about it, and
what is it? Briefly, because on the air, we'd like to hear it. So briefly, just at least a little piece of it, just a little apology to Paul.
All right, Paul, sorry for being...
There you go.
Shut up.
Take your email and fucking shove it up your little dumper.
Like I give a shit.
All right,
punk.
Tickets going very well for the O&A Traveling Virus Comedy Show there, Jimmy. Ticketmaster.com if you want tickets for the tour dates, okay? What's wrong?
Fucking text from my girlfriend.
Oh, what?
What horse shit? I love you, XOXO.
Is this the girlfriend I met?
Jesus. Fuck you.
But that's nice.
All right,
bunch of bullshit. Jimmy, push the Ticketmaster, will you? Tickets are going very well though right now.
Yeah, they are.
Bob Saget's playing like 6 or 7 of the cities, which is very cool.
Our sweet Bob Saget will be he'll be playing in Wonton, New York. He'll be playing in the Mohegan Sun. Wonton, New York is Jones Beach. June the 16th. Mohegan Sun, June the 30th. Bob is not at that one, Tweeter Center in Boston, June 21st, or is that July? July 21st. Detroit, Michigan, August 4th. Bob Saget will be there, along with Carlos Mencia and Louis C.K. and Otto and George. Otto. The Nissan Pavilion in Bristol, Virginia, for the D.C. market, August the 18th. Bob will be there, along with Mencia and Louis C.K. and Otto and Patrice and Voss and me, and Fat Bob Kelly. PNC Art Center in Holmdel, August 25th. Embarrassingly overweight Bob Kelly with really rich and famous Bob Saget, and kind of sounds like the guy Frank Caliendo, and bad third Mike Jim Norton, along with finally comes back Louis Black, one-hit wonder Louis C.K., fucking angry at all of us Otto and George, bridge burning Patrice O'Neill, and fucking retard stiff-handed Voss. That's and the Tweeter Center in Camden, September the 15th. Bob will be there too, as long as Bob Kelly and Otto and Lewis and myself and Patricky.
Very good.
Ticketmaster.com.
Yes.
Very impressive.
More with Bob Saget when we get back, and we'll wrap up the show, and we got your boogie, and I don't know. Let's go.
If you wanna battle, go into now. Coming from your ears, you check my sound. Go out there for my round of cast you off into exile. Cast you off into exile. Cast you off. Cast you off. Cast you off into
I'm not saying he has to come in, but he's...
Sergeant Magoo, everybody. It's the XM Satellite Radio Show.
Hi, Sergeant Magoo.
Yeah, Sergeant Magoo.
How are you?
Sir.
What's happening?
Good to see you.
That's Bob Saget.
Yes, sir. Bobby Binati over here.
Who's that?
Bobby Binati from FBA and all that.
Hi,
And
Noddy.
he's a Marine.
That's right.
Both are, yes.
Hoorah! Yeah, I know Sergeant Magoo's a Marine.
And of course he is. He ate his own vomit and asked for seconds. Just like Joker said he would. What kind of shirts do you have for us? The boys have gifts.
Yeah, you guys always talk about how you have the cop shirts, the FBI shirts, all that good stuff.
Yes.
So we figured...
Well, I have a funny FBI female body inspector.
You like.
Oh, that's a hoot.
We figure we got to get you guys some Marine Corps shirts to sport around.
Oh, yeah.
We got you guys a couple shirts that...
I like wearing those on the plane, so when something goes wrong, they all look at you for help, and you're like, I just got the shirt, asshole.
Yeah, exactly. Anthony, since you're very big with the rifles, we got you this one that says,
nice.
you can run, but you'll die tired. U.S. Marine Corps sniper.
I love it. I'm going to wear that when I just shoot people at random.
There you go. And
nice, creepy shirt. Give me that, Jimmy, you fuckwad. And by fuckwad, I mean shit dick.
Since Melinda was so kind to help us out with getting the stuff, we got her one, too.
Oh, look at that.
Chicks dig the Marine. Keep Travis away from that.
Good.
So there you go. You can get that, too.
It's good. In a teen size. That's wonderful. Thanks.
Perfect. We ordered women's size.
I know.
It's
wonderful.
Thank you, Doug, for calling me.
Ooh, I hope I'm next.
Ooh. All right, yes, for Opie, we don't promise you a rose garden with a drill instructor yelling at a recruit.
Oh, hey, that's pretty sweet.
That's angry.
He certainly is. I don't like that type of talk.
Yeah, they ought to get sensitive in the Marines.
Absolutely,
they're hurting people's feelings. Those
Jim, you'd play a good Marine in a movie. You'd be very funny.
Oh, thank you. I'd play a good guy getting fucked in the ass in Biloxi Blues. Is that what it's called? Yes. All right, good. I thought I fucked that reference up.
No, good.
For Jim, it's one on the back. It's a quote from Eleanor Roosevelt. It says,
"Whose cunt is that? I want to eat
it." The Marines I've seen around the world have the cleanest bodies, the filthiest minds, the highest morale, and the lowest morals of any group of animals I've ever seen. Thank God for the United States Marine Corps.
Oh, nice.
I didn't see that. I didn't get to see the...
There's the quote on the back.
Wow.
Eleanor Roosevelt, 1945.
Ever since my hubby's been in this chair, he can't get a boner.
Exactly. Oh, look, another quote by Eleanor Roosevelt. Thanks for the new shoes. What the hell is he supposed to do with these?
They said he fucked around on her.
Yeah?
Well, how do you do it if you're in a wheelchair?
Absolutely.
You can't get
You got to finger someone real quick while she's not looking. Eleanor, look, and you just fucking jam 2 fingers up the nurse's skirt.
And since Poe is a killer in all sorts, got him this one. It's, One Mind, Any Weapon, Marine Corps Martial Arts Program. Which
wow, that's a pretty cool
that's
shirt.
That's a very nice one. Poe got a good one.
That's a good shirt.
And Bob Saget?
For Bob Saget.
Oh,
we got
boy, you pulled this one out of your ass,
I actually like that.
State of Excitement, 5.56 millimeter, which is the
I'm taking the kids to school with that one.
And a 7.62 millimeter, which is M14 rifle.
Thank you very much.
Is that the one that Pyle had?
Pyle put right in his mouth, right on the back there.
7.62 millimeter.
Oh,
thank you. That's very nice of you.
So
they got what are the other ones? I don't see them being displayed.
Well, for Brett and Elmo, since they were kind enough to help us out with other things also.
Well, let's see Brett and Elmo's shirts. We may have to do a little trading.
My brother's Bob Saget.
For Elmo, U.S. Marine, we don't suffer from insanity. We enjoy every minute of it.
Okay, he can have that one.
For him, man.
That's great.
And for Brett, got one that's just crossed K-bars on the front and crossed K-bars on the back.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Yeah, that's nice.
My dad was a Marine in the
Thank
60s, and then he had his own shirt made. It said, "Don't ask, don't tell." I was proud of Dad.
Did you guys hear what John McCain did?
No, I did not.
It's a nice segue, isn't it?
There you go.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Thank
good.
you, boys, very much for our
It's
shirt.
well documented that we have, for quite a long time now, known where the real problem is in the Middle East. And, in fact, the president adequately described it as the axis of evil. I guess my question is, how many times do we have to prove that these people are blowing up people now? Never mind if they get a nuclear weapon. When do we send them an airmail message to Tehran?
That old Beach Boys song, Bomberan. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Anyway.
Oh, Jesus.
That's John McCain.
Oh, Jesus.
That just cost him the election.
Yep, right there.
That just cost him the... You don't want to be your president sighing.
First thing, it's a royalty.
Yeah, right? He's got to pay royalties.
Bomb, 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 bomb.
Sounded like a lunatic.
It's like every fucking 1980s movie where they make the commandant of the military academy look nutty. He just bomb, dancing and bombing and dancing and bombing. Well, way to go, John. You just threw it out.
That's it.
It's always 7 minutes before it's 2 years before.
Yeah.
But it feels like it. We got to weed him out quick, but that's insane.
Yeah, that's it. Goodbye. He's done.
One of them.
He's done.
What world are we in? CNN has Alex Baldwin's picture on it today. I mean, for
all over
voicemail.
For his voicemail. And good segue. Speaking of voicemail, let me get mine up here and running because I want to play this little tidbit that came in. Check the timestamp on this too. All right, I want to listen to my messages.
Gotta hope it's another message by accident.
You been getting like prank? You been getting like prank stuff?
No,
Just talk amongst yourselves.
Get to the point where you can't leave a message on a girl's machine. It's like Pat O'Brien did. You can't leave a message.
That's our
about
favorite one ever. Nothing will ever beat those voicemails.
Third party, and we're gonna do a lot of coke. I mean, that's nice stuff.
Yeah.
Me, you, Betsy.
Won't be any minute now.
Oh, we can hear the phone numbers. We can hear the phone numbers.
No,
so
I'm erasing them before they.
Jim, do you ever want to bang that recording lady on all these phones?
Oh yeah, she's really
right.
This I think is it. Here we go.
No one can hear that.
Damn it. Stupid phone. All that for nothing.
See, that's why I don't understand why I'm being sued.
What?
Exactly.
Couldn't hear anything.
Who called you?
It's okay. Now I got it. God damn it.
Speaker?
Jimmy keeps trying to call me,
Sorry.
but I wouldn't go through. I hit ignore.
Go to speaker, no?
You boned.
I don't know how to go to speaker on my phone.
So
I never
evil.
go to speaker.
What's the message?
Here was the problem. At 11:30 last night. 11:30 last night.
What time?
11:30. When I have to get up at an ungodly hour to do this program, I get a call, and I didn't pick it up because I'm trying to sleep, and it left a voicemail. So I check it this morning, 11:30 at night. It's XM satellite radio recording, selling me on XM satellite radio. It was, now here I am, trying to sleep so I could get up and do a show for XM satellite radio, and they're trying to sell me XM satellite radio, and I think they mentioned the Opie and Anthony show. So they're trying to sell me. Meanwhile, they're ruining the show by waking me up.
It's like Truman Show shit.
It really was weird.
And everybody knows you subscribe to Sirius.
I do. I have to. I have a Ford.
They're laughing, Jimmy. They're laughing.
You guys have a vacation coming or something?
You can tell, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's just so obvious. We're minutes away from vacation time.
I'm honored to be here before you're sprung.
I will be in Miami.
If you want real humor, go to your show tonight.
Oh, look at you.
That's where you're going to get the laughs.
That's right. North Fork Theater tonight, Westbury. Tickets still available?
I think so. It's got thousands of people in it, and it's in the round, so you can see my anus, my sack, my taint.
And then you see your balls.
Yeah.
And then your hip, and then your anus again.
Stage,
yeah,
so
people actually sit under the stage and
look scat on them.
They're the taint
the whole
seats.
Show. The taint seats, and I smear it all over them.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, I make them a Rorschach out of their face, out of my own feces.
Just drop a big fucking roast beef.
I'm going to roast beef and carrots and potatoes.
Would you mind if I put out a request to the O&A fans to give you a warm O&A welcome when you hit the stage?
You mean the "you suck" thing?
No.
So painful.
No, they could do something better than
Don't
that.
do that. Well,
What
Flea will do that. Flea will yell,
do?
"You suck."
What do they do?
Say he's the president of CBS.
You suck makes no sense because it throws me off for a quarter of a second.
Yeah.
I smile.
No,
I don't really care.
They usually run on stage naked and rub their ball bags all over your body really fast.
No,
it's a sign of affection.
That's just
really
the women.
Infection.
It's not gay. They're just...
Can I tell you something?
It's called the "You Lucky Devil" welcome.
If they can Purell the ball bag, but I don't really think...
Well, they would prefer you Purell their ball bag for them.
I'm not going to handjack the audience.
If you use Purell and touch a guy's ball bag, is it that bad? Because it's
no, you're cleaning the
disinfecting.
cock.
It's clean.
Fine.
It's stupid because you're wiping off the oniony goodness. Why else smell balls? What's the use of smelling a man's balls if you can't have onion on your face afterwards? Goose?
Is it always onion?
Of course it is.
I've never smelled onion on my
oniony
balls.
ball bag.
I can tell what exercise the gentleman has done. I can tell what exercise the gentleman has done by the way his balls smell.
Oh.
If they smell like Munster, I'll say 22 minutes on the bike.
Hey, I got a communique from someone in the know. KLLIGM, David Henry out of Dallas, told R&R, O&A did a great job for us. We just felt the need to develop a more local show.
I didn't think it was anything personal.
Oh, was that it?
That's their official statement coming out of Dallas today. So
5 to 8 we were on. We had a tough spot there. I mean, it's just if we were on like full drive time live, I would have a major problem with it. But I really think that 5 to 8 is a very tough place, and then his other show might have been suffering.
Here's our official statement. We left because of that Kennedy thing.
That's right.
That'll show them.
And the fact that all of a sudden everybody's drinking out of the same fountain, and we didn't care for that.
You guys all right up there? Anything you want to add? Get off your chest.
Quite a group.
Everyone's good?
We should have this group.
I got fired for saying your mom's box.
Hold on.
You got fired for saying your
Hold
mom's
on.
box?
The man with Eric Logan's barber. Let's talk to him.
Jimmy. I was going to go with the Down syndrome.
I think the same thing.
It's the reason you should have been fired.
That's good.
Good job, Jimmy. Go ahead. Why?
Well, because I was a radio DJ in Pennsylvania, and you guys know how backdoor radio politics work, and a few people didn't like me, so on my show the other day, I said your mom's box. They came in, cut my show off midstream, then made me stay till the end of my shift.
Sir, don't try to relate to us. We're so much bigger than you. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, what kind of radio show did you do?
It was a music station.
What kind of music?
Kelly Clarkson kind of crap. Yeah.
And how
did
about,
you a favor?
How about the fan out there with the Baby Gap sweatshirt on, holding the microphone?
Baby Gap. We're talking about our own Sam.
How old are you? One?
Baby Gap sweatshirt.
I got candy in my head.
I work here.
My jacket. It's my hoodie.
Baby Gap. It's got guns, knives, and money bags on it.
Now, like the Baby Gap in Beirut or Palestine?
or
Palestine.
Or Uptown.
How old am I?
That sweatshirt's really in, though.
It's very good.
I saw the I Love New York reunion. They were all wearing it there, Sam, so you're onto something.
I know what I'm doing.
Hey,
you don't.
What was your radio name?
Cliff Hart was my radio name.
Hey, do you know how to talk up records?
Yeah.
What can you talk up for us?
What do you got?
Give us a song.
Yeah, something.
Some kind of...
we got the master computer.
What was on your list?
Kelly Clarkson, Rob Thomas, all that kind of...
What's Rob Thomas? Smooth Up In You, whatever it's called? Smooth?
Yeah.
All right, you got Smooth? And turn up the speakers out there so the guy... You can hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, good.
Danny's working on it. He's finding
It's going to be good for his reel.
Yeah, exactly.
Dan's giving us a thumbs up.
Here he goes.
XM Satellite Radio, it's Cliff Hart hanging out with the Opie and Anthony Show. Out in the audience today, got a little Rob Thomas cranking for you out in the city. Before you head on out of the building to get to your day today, you guys enjoy vacation.
Oh,
that's pretty good.
That's not bad. He had a lot of, and he's on the spot.
And he's a young man.
Why don't we do it again? Just work in the I like to suck cock. just
and take your cock out.
Professional
Have it in your
DJ,
hand.
you're introing this, but just work in I love cock or whatever. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Let her try it again.
Cliff Hart, XM Satellite Radio, hanging out in the audience at Opie and Anthony Show. Got fired for saying your mom's box because I love the cock. Rob Thomas.
I love the cock.
But I love Rob Thomas's cock.
Yeah, you didn't put enough emotion in the love the cock.
Emotion?
I think you should end with I love the cock.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like some blah, 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 blah. I love the cock, and then you have the music.
Yeah, make it sound believable, because I know you don't want to be introing these records, but you made it believable on your show, right?
Right, yeah, you got to pretend like you
Make
can.
it all about the cock.
And hit the post, you hack.
Yeah. Jesus. All about the cock, Rob Thomas, Vacation, XM Satellite Radio, take 3.
Cliff Hart, XM Satellite Radio, Opie and Anthony Show, going on vacation, and I love the cock. If I could suck Rob Thomas's cock right now, I'd get a big mouthful.
All right. That's good.
That's pretty good.
Very good.
What's your mother's cell phone
Was that
number?
believable enough?
That was good, yes.
That was good.
Was that Santana or Rob Thomas?
Both.
Oh, okay. I don't know who Rob Thomas is.
It's Santana, but he doesn't sing.
Why would he? He plays the guitar.
So he gets all the credit for not singing.
Fucking awful.
Anyone else?
All right,
out
enough
there?
with your
Anyone
stupid
else?
leads.
What was his big song?
Who?
The old one?
Oh, yeah, come over.
Oh, hey, come over.
Oh, that fucking song is horrible.
Black Magic Woman.
Another shitbox song.
Anybody else out there?
I just want to say it's my birthday.
Oh, happy birthday. Who old are you?
I'm
No
31.
one cares.
Would you like to touch bare bottoms with Jimmy for your birthday?
What's that?
Would you like to touch bare bottoms with Jimmy for your birthday?
No.
Come on, it's a birthday gift. What are you, queer? Get in here. We'll touch asses. Couple of men fucking on your birthday. That's how you straighten everything out.
Who wants to do some bare bottom touching?
How about the two girls right here? They're both lovely. Well, let's say hi to them. Don't be shy, miss. Walk by that ant. All right. What are your names?
I'm Jeannie.
Hi, Jeannie.
Boyana.
Boyana?
Just go right ahead. I've heard them all.
Have you?
Yeah. Like what?
That's a cunt name. I wasn't going to say that, but she challenged me.
You had to pick one she probably never heard.
I'm sorry, boy. I don't mean that.
No, my college roommate freshman year was fascinated with my name, but she couldn't remember it. and none of the other girls on my floor could. So she devised a little sing-song, and it all revolved around a boy on a bike, a boy on a horse, a boy on a something to remember my name. And so,
No, what was the song? I want to know what the song was.
Oh, I don't really remember the tune.
That's a pretty name. What nationality are you?
Croatian.
Ooh.
A Croat.
Nice. I like a girl who has like hair on the top of her toes. Do you have a... Go.
I was going to say, I shaved mine off before I came.
You're a pretty girl.
You ever suck a guy's cock?
You have a fella?
Show me how you suck a guy's cock. The last time I'm going to ask you.
Jesus. Sounds angry.
Who was that?
Boyanis is a very nice name.
Yeah, it was from Bad Lieutenant.
Yes.
Harvey Keitel.
Thank you. Yeah.
And how about your lovely friend with the blonde hair? Hi, madam.
Hi, how are you, Jimmy?
Oh, where are you from?
Here, New York, Upper East Side.
Oh, cool. I'm from the Upper West Side. Maybe we can
right
meet in
across
Central Park and just jerk off.
Did you?
When?
Wow.
Fucking
I got to go.
11-8. 11-8. Good improv skills. 11-8. What a nervous asshole. I talk to a chick and I fucking flub and fall apart.
Right.
11-8.
Kenny was telling me I gotta go. He's pointing and...
We gotta get Anthony out of here. He's got a plane to catch.
Are you flying today?
Yes, I am.
Have a safe
I'll be
trip.
in sunny Miami.
Have a safe trip.
It's great to see you. Say hi to my ex-in-laws.
I will. Absolutely.
You look great, man.
Stay down there.
Thanks.
So do you.
No, I mean you got a nice cock. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Anthony is all
Definitely
cock.
right.
Is that true?
It's disgusting.
All cock, no talk.
It's a big Italian mess.
We've told
It is.
We told the cock story.
Yeah.
this time.
Dinty Moorcan.
He's got something going
I'm
on.
still working on the smell of onions. I can't get over that.
Jimmy's oniony bag.
And Anthony doesn't shave his pubes either. It's fucking... Just picture a blood sausage in a shrub.
No one look at Anthony's cock when he walks out of
Don't
here.
look at my cock. No, I pointed it out before because I was wearing light pants and I was happy that I didn't get any dribble when I pissed. Because when you wear light pants, the slightest little dribble and everyone will just...
Do you have leakage?
Well, no, but if you're in a hurry, you're doing a radio show, you got to make sure you get back before you're on the air. You got to pull your dick in and oh fuck, and then it's just like out there. I've done that before where I've then washed my hands and splashed my shirt really badly and gone fucking sink.
Yeah.
In there. Ah, God.
I was in a hurry so bad one time I pissed all over my hands. I was washing my hands in my own piss. And then I soaked my cock in the sink and my hands were covered in piss. I was like opposite day. That's stupid. It's like when you use Preparation H instead of toothpaste and your mouth hemi swivels up.
And then Crest just burns your asshole.
Crest burns your asshole, but your asshole smells great.
Yeah.
For
You
people
talk
when
with
they
your
shove
ass
their
the rest
teeth
of the
in
day.
your asshole. All right, Dave. Sorry. Have a safe trip.
Bye,
Maybe
Anthony.
I should put the sniper shirt on before I get on the plane.
Cut it out. That's wrong.
Hide your cock when you walk out of here.
It's always scared me when there's a
Anthony's-
giant audience. And
They're very nice.
Look,
They are
Anthony's-
very, very nice.
Look how ashamed Anthony is of his cock.
That's right. He has to,
ashamed of my giant cock.
can't cover that with a vest, can you, kid?
Bye, Ack Ack.
Safe trip,
Have
sweetie.
fun at the old Westbury Music Fair. Was it North Fork?
Thank you. North Fork tonight.
We'll talk to you soon, man.
Have a great
Thank you,
trip.
Drew. Yes, I will.
Are you covering P spots right now?
Oh, yeah, I am. I'll give you a call. Got
All
my
right.
satellite phone.
See?
So I'll call you from the ocean.
See, we really are friends off the air.
Dan.
Bye, love. I'll miss you.
Hoodie.
Oh, darn.
By the way, I want something from Miami.
Hey, can we follow Anthony all the way to his car? Just follow him outside, Sam.
Okay.
Because we got
Copy. Shut up. It's not even
hilarious.
a joke. Someone do an Anthony impression and read the fucking copy because
All right, hold on, let me do an Anthony impression. Down with the Jews!
All right, we got just follow Anthony. We got a line of the
Fucking
day.
Jimmy is so funny. No, I'm not doing it.
Doing what?
I can't.
He won't. He's Anthony.
I've got to go. Earl Douglas, ladies and gentlemen. Earl Douglas.
Boo.
That was more than Earl deserved.
And here I am, walking out. I'm leaving the show before it's over.
You're insane.
Eastside Dave. I'm meeting him in the hallway. It's like celebrities out here. How you doing,
Congratulations on your cruise.
Thank you. Thank you.
What is this going on the air?
Yes, Dave.
I didn't know this was on the air. Oh, fuck.
Talking to that end.
Fuck it.
And
Well,
I want to say congratulations on
Thank
your
you.
upcoming nuptials. I'm
Thank
very,
you.
Very happy for you.
Thank you
You have
very
a
much.
beautiful woman there.
You've always been there for me. Well, I
Not
mean,
always.
the
At
last
the beginning,
couple weeks.
At the beginning, I thought
you were a complete fucking douchebag.
Right.
I hated you.
All right, well, then last month you've been there for me. Okay.
Last, like, maybe couple of days.
Something you've been,
like that.
but the last 48 hours, you've really been there for me.
Yeah, 2 days.
Okay.
Let's go with 2 days. I've been there. Kenny's yelling at you. Now, if I'm late, it's your fault. The elevator.
Sam?
Mic actually works.
Hey, Sam?
Yes.
Oh, it's a crowded elevator.
We got Sam. We're going to have Sam on the phone, too. Anthony leaving the show.
Going down, everybody.
Line of the Day is brought to you by BowDogFight.com, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, fourth floor. Good. It's going to stop on every floor. Oh, yes, sir. Get up.
He's out. Yeah. No, we'll get him after he gets off the elevator. All right, we got some runner-up lines of the day. Here's the first one from BowDogFight.com.
For Jim, it's one on the back. It's a quote from Eleanor Roosevelt. It says,
"Whose cunt is that? I want to eat it."
There you go. Runner-up line of the day.
Oh, take care. Have a
goodbye, doll.
People have to get off on every floor. We're going to do 2.
So you couldn't do this on regular radio, Bob.
This is awesome.
Stuff,
I love this shit. Thank you for having me.
Sam?
I'm thinking I'm just shit myself.
Sam? All right.
All right.
Oh, now he's in the...
Wait, my vacation's starting. My vacation is starting. Right now, sir. Goodbye. Jimmy Norton hates you. He called you a pile of shit with a tie on.
The funniest part is that he bumped into Elo in the fucking hallway.
Oof. I hope that went out. I don't have headphones or anything. Mel Carson, how you doing, sir? Sirius Satellite Radio, right? Oh, fag. Oh my God. That's great.
We told Sam
Morpheus is sitting in my truck. There he goes. Oh, and we could get hit by a truck. Oh, no. Oh. Are they looking at me out the window? Thank you, Master Poe.
Safe trip, Anthony.
Thank you, Master Poe. Take care.
Have a great time, man.
Thank you, Kenny and Sam. You want me to take the mic and drive and see how far the fucking range is, you asshole?
Sam's getting in the car with you.
Now, hold on.
Can he hear us?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Thank you, Master Poe. Now I'm going to annoy you like a caller. Thank you, Kenny. Hello? Hello? Am I on the... I can drive and hello? Am I on the air? I'm getting in the car. Oh, shut the fuck up, you savage.
See?
Goddamn cab drivers.
This is the real
I wish I could take this mic with me. I am going to be hot to get home. All right. Take care. Have fun. I'm driving away with the microphone. No.
Well,
all right. Get out of here.
Are you really gone? Someone call Anthony's phone. Sam?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
What happened?
Anthony's
car now. He's driving away.
He's driving away?
Yeah.
We wanted you in the car with him.
He's gone now.
All right. Someone call his phone. We'll get him back on in a second here. Those were the runner-up lines of the day? Oh, we got one more runner-up line of the day. Here it is, thanks to BowDogFight.com. This is what we tried to tell people last week. We're like, Imus used to take more abuse than he dished out.
Yeah.
He used to beat him up on a regular basis.
I saw Kitty Carlisle died the other day, and I saw the picture in the paper. For a minute, I thought it was him.
There you go, Rob Bartlett with a runner-up line of the day.
He had a better line.
He had a lot better lines.
Like when he came on the air and started screaming, that was a fucking great line. He started doing Alec Baldwin's thing.
The staff, they're tired too. That's
a vacation
for
one.
Everybody.
And there was another line he had that was really funny about how he looked.
I think as far as day before vacation, we did a fine job today. Usually it's a lot worse than this.
Right.
So,
where are you guys going?
Oh, I can't tell you that, Bob.
Where exactly?
I'd have to kill you.
I'm going to Schenectady.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm going to spend the whole time there, like a resort there of some kind?
No, I'm taking a trip. It's called to Girlfriend's Pussy Town. And I'm going to fuck her for the next 2 weeks, brutally.
You ever make a snuff film with her?
I would love to.
A couple of trucks, different directions.
Anthony's on the phone.
Hi, Ant.
I best not get pulled over because I'm using a cell phone illegally. Oh.
How's your vacation going?
That's the least of our...
I'm relaxing on a beach. I have a banana daiquiri.
That's the least of our problems, by the way. Didn't you read the New York Times today? All right.
Well, but I lost you. Sorry.
I hope you lost me.
Jimmy,
this was just like that fucking cell phone commercial, I hope.
Jimmy, did you hear that I told the guy downstairs?
Yeah, we heard
Yeah,
it.
I was rolling.
Okay, good.
And
Good. I wasn't sure.
I was rolling.
I was going out.
And then I
Good.
tried.
Now he knows.
And then I tried to improv after, and it got less than a 0. When you said, Jimmy says you're a piece of shit, I improv'd. Wow, who knew Elo was in the hall? And it got nothing twice. See, there was a secret part of me. Let me break the wall for the audience. Was hoping they just didn't hear it, but they did. And hold on. Okay, I had to soak in that for a second.
How's the traffic there, buddy?
I'm making my way cross town. Not bad right now, but over by Park it gets a little silly, and I have to really get offensive. I practice offensive driving because when you're in a city with cab drivers that are all just real, well, you know.
Hey, can we keep the channel on with you just driving home? Maybe you could crank up the radio and sing along as you're driving.
Oh, and see what I do on my normal drive home?
Just it doesn't even matter if it's good. We'll just
all right, let me see if I could.
All right, figure out what you want to listen to on the way home, and we'll just have the channel on. It'll be Anthony driving home. People will listen just for the hell of it. All right, figure it out. We're gonna do line of the.
Good night to me.
Yeah, little foreigner. I'm psyched. I'm on vacation.
All right, hold on. We're going to get to you in a sec. Here's line of the day thanks to BowDogFight.com.
Here comes line of the day, line of the day. I wound up making it. I kind of made it.
Oh, okay.
It was close.
You might have ruined something.
I gave birth.
And there you go.
To a pot roast. Did that make it out over the general airways?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah. All right. By the way, the new 2007 virus, ONA Challenge virus T-shirts are on sale at myradiostore.com. Very cool. Nice. Anthony's on vacation. He's singing along in his car.
I'm completely punchy now.
I know. Well, this is what we do to people.
Fucking fun.
Bob Saget's going to be at the North Fork Theater in Westbury tonight. We're going to that show. Jimmy's going to be in Chicopee.
At the Comedy Connection in the Hooky Loo in Chicopee. One show tonight at 10:30 due to the complete and justifiable lack of interest.
Right.
Do you take a big pot roast at the end?
Yes, I might as well. I'll make it look like it's an audience member. Fucking empty room is going to be.
You should take it home and fuck it.
Well, then it wouldn't be an audience member.
So I'm going to see you guys. I'll be talking to you, but I'll be seeing you on the virus tour.
Yes.
Which is
Tickets are on sale right now through Ticketmaster for all the dates. All the info is on opieandanthony.com.
I'm out of here. I'll see you guys. Have a safe vacation, everybody.
We're going to leave you with the sounds of Anthony driving home. Anthony, you go as long as you want, okay?
All right.
All right. Anthony driving his car. We'll see you guys in a little while.
Great vacation, everybody.
That's a vacation. To the studio audience, thank you. Thanks for the support. We greatly appreciate it. Drew Boogie, thank you. We'll just keep Anthony on in his car, and Ron and Fez are up at noon. Thanks, guys.
Oh. That's good. God, get out of the way. Ben. Look at this idiot. All right. Little Peter Gabriel. Ooh. Just about to 2nd Avenue. My favorite part is getting on the Queensboro Bridge. Because no one understands you can't go straight here. If I get pulled over, it'll be really interesting, having to explain to the police officer why I'm using a cell phone. All right. I'm bored with that song. There's some awful music on XM. Oh, am I on the air? Fuck. What is that? Oh, how about the Boneyard? Oh, Metallica 1.
Ding dong.
Pretty boring drive. Sorry, not many assholes on the road.
Ding dong.
What?
Hello?
Hello?
Is anyone in here?
Hello?
Hello?
Hi. What's your name?
My name's John. What's your name?
I'm Tony. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. So, anyone else in the room? Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, where are you from?
New York City.
Yeah?
What do you like?
You know, the usual. I don't...
What's the usual?
Well, how big's your cock?
Faggot!
Sorry, I thought I was calling the gay hotline. I got mixed up. I realized I was...
No, you ass. I wanted to talk about hockey. You
on the air. Oh. Come on. There we go. Keep on. Oh, shit, my tire's just squealing. I keep forgetting I'm in a big vehicle. I try to drive this like a race car. Where are you going on vacation?
I can't say.
You can't say?
No, it's top secret.
Is it somewhere warm?
Actually, I'll be in Miami, too.
Will you? Oh, you want to hook up? This is terrible. How come every other day it's like a harrowing drive home, and I'm making every light, there's no one in my way. This can only mean the second I hang up.
Well, that's why
pandemonium.
That's why I thought this would be a good idea, because of the old days when we used to drive in together.
Yeah, I'm not gonna, fake it. I would. Well, that was a little annoying.
What was that?
Somebody just jammed on the brakes in front of me for no fucking reason. I love that one. And now I'm entering this area in Queens where people don't understand that these lights stay green on this side for like 2 seconds, and you got to really move quickly.
Mm-hmm.
But now there's a cop vehicle in front of me, so I can't really beep at him.
I'll just beep.
What's the protocol with the cop trucks that haul around like the roadblocks and shit? There's no one in there that can like get you in trouble.
Nah,
You're just driving a fucking truck.
I think those guys are the plebes, man. They're fine. Beep at them.
They're not real. They're not real cops. They just look. Yeah, they don't have any radios or anything. I don't see an antenna, so fuck them.
Please drive on the sidewalk in front of everybody.
Oh, shit. I don't think I could get up through there.
No,
not through that. Well, if the road was blocked, because this is also the area where big rigs back into these warehouses and block the road for like fucking 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And then that's when I make my sidewalk moves. But if this guy decides he's going to do it, I could do it. But it's a cop vehicle. That would be really funny. It would just look at me like I'm a real asshole.
All right.
Oh, there he goes. Okay. Yeah. So okay, we're done. I got nothing going on here. It's the easy drive home.
What do you mean?
There's like no traffic really. There's no assholes in my way.
And then what happened?
Come on, where are you going on vacation?
What? I'm going to be on vacation with your mom. I'm going to be banging your mom. See, Anthony can't hear me right now.
What do you like about our show?
I like the fact that I do all the heavy lifting and do all the hard work for the show and take all the meetings and take up all the bits for the entire show. What I like about the show, I like the chemistry between you and I. I think it's beyond amazing since day one. We're out of here. I was going to say have a good vacation. I guess we're on vacation. So, guys, you guys have a good vacation, too. We'll see you guys soon. Bye.
There's a virus spreading in our area. Will it affect you? Find out on the next Opie and Anthony show.
The virus made my genitals rot off.
I don't really have the virus yet. I'm kind of itchy and stuff, but I don't really have the virus.
That virus you're always talking about.
El virus de Opie and Anthony.